Good evening, and welcome to the Quiet Nightmare. This is a space where silence speaks, and shadows tell stories. Every story you hear is completely uninterrupted, no ads, no distractions. If you enjoy this experience, you're always welcome to stay. Before we begin, tell me where you're listening from, and what time it is. Now, get comfortable. The quiet isn't as empty as it seems. It was around midnight when it started again. I had been downstairs, just sitting there the way I usually do at night when the house is quiet and everybody else is supposed to be asleep. Around 12 o'clock, I thought I heard my mom upstairs messing with the trash, like she was taking it out or moving it around in the kitchen. It sounded normal at first, the kind of ordinary house sound you do not think much about unless you are already on edge. But because of everything that has happened in this house before, I pay attention to sounds now, even the small ones. So I went upstairs to check. When I got up there, my mom was in bed. No one else was there. The kitchen was empty. The upstairs was empty. There was nobody touching the trash, nobody moving around, nobody doing anything at all. That should have been the end of it, just another odd little sound in an old house at night, but it wasn't. About half an hour later, maybe around 12:30, I started getting that feeling again. That feeling I hate more than almost anything else. It is hard to explain unless you have felt it yourself. It is like the room is no longer empty even though it looks empty. Like something has come into it without using a door. Like the air changes first, and your body notices before your eyes do. I started feeling weird, like something was in the room with me. The cat noticed it too. That is one of the reasons I never fully convince myself that all of this is just in my head. Animals react. The cat started getting all freaked out and acting scared, the way animals do when they are staring at something you cannot see or hearing something you are trying not to hear. It was not casual restlessness either. It was real fear. And while that was happening, I kept hearing noises upstairs again. Not just one little sound. More than once. Enough that I finally gave in and went back down because I did not want to keep standing there in that feeling. Then, at almost 1 in the morning, it got worse again. I started feeling strange all over, that same pressure, that same awareness that something was there, just outside the normal edges of what I could see clearly. Then I heard a cough. That was the moment everything inside me tightened. Not because a cough should be that scary by itself, but because I knew that cough. It was his cough. That harsh, heavy smoker kind of cough, the one I had heard before in this house, the one that always makes me think of him. Then I saw the shadow on the stairs. I chased it. Of course I did. That is what I always end up doing, like somehow this time I will catch it or prove something to myself or finally see clearly enough to know exactly what I am dealing with. But as usual, it got to the top before I could. Then I heard it running across the kitchen and into the family room. I followed fast, but when I looked in there, everything was dark. The house was dark the way it always is at night. The deck light was on though, and in that light I saw what I think was Jerry standing out there on the deck. He was just standing there, staring at me. At least that is what it looked like. I say, what I think, because I could not make him out perfectly. I was not fully exhausted, not falling over tired or anything like that. Just a little tired, maybe. Enough that some people would probably use that against me and say I imagined it, but not enough that I could not trust my own eyes. He looked almost transparent and blurry, like a man-shaped presence that was there and not there at the same time. He was not solid like a living person. He was thinner than that, less fixed, almost like the air itself had taken his shape for a few seconds. As I moved closer, he did not run. He did not step back. He just sort of evaporated, like smoke or fog breaking apart, and then there was nothing there. And since then, nothing else happened that night. At least not right away. So I sat there waiting, listening, wondering if something else would happen once I got more tired, because that is when a lot of this stuff seems to show up. I kept telling myself that maybe if something else happened, I would understand more, but it never really works like that. It never explains itself. It just appears, does something impossible or disturbing, and leaves me sitting there trying to make sense of it afterward. That is the worst part. It is never clear enough to answer anything once and for all, but it is always real enough to leave you shaken. The thing that really gets me is that it had been a long time since I had experienced this kind of stuff so strongly. That is why it felt extra weird for it to start happening again. When things stop for a while, you almost begin to believe maybe it is over, maybe you imagine more than you should have, maybe the house or your head or whatever it is finally calmed down. Then one night it all starts again, and you are right back in it, with no better understanding than before. I do not know why this thing picks certain times to do what it does. I do not know why there are quiet months and then sudden nights where it feels active all over again. Nothing about it makes sense in any clean way. I do not even like calling it a ghost. That word sounds too easy, too movie-like, too much like I am trying to tell some spooky made-up story. When I say ghost, I feel like people will automatically decide I am either lying, exaggerating, or too far gone to trust. But I also do not know what else to call it. I do not know what category this thing belongs in. I only know what I have seen, what I have heard, and how it feels when it is around. I call it Jerry, because that gives it some kind of shape in my mind, some way to talk about it, but even that does not really explain anything. It just gives a name to something I cannot name properly. As far as I can tell, Jerry looks like a man. He is about my height, maybe a little shorter. He wears a tank top and camo pants. He looks almost bald. His skin is gray, not like a normal person's skin, but gray in a dead-looking way, and his eyes are wrong. That is one of the most disturbing parts. They do not look alive. They look dead, freaky, hollow, wrong in a way that always makes my stomach tighten. And then there is the cough. He coughs like a heavy smoker, that nasty, worn-out cough that sounds like it comes from deep inside a body that is already half ruined. Lately I have also been hearing sneezing, which I do not understand at all. Why would something like this sneeze? Why would it cough, or sound congested, or do any of these half-human things? That makes it weirder, not less weird. And the strange stuff around him is not just visual. He causes all kinds of things to happen that are hard to explain, and even harder to talk about without sounding crazy. Sometimes I say hallucinations, but even that word does not feel exactly right because it makes it sound like I know for a fact it is coming from inside my own head. I do not know that. I just know that I see things and hear things that are not supposed to be there. Nothing has ever physically touched me. Nothing has ever grabbed me or attacked me or tried to hurt me in the straightforward way you would expect from some violent spirit in a horror movie. It is not like that. It is mostly visual and auditory stuff, but that does not make it less disturbing. In some ways it makes it worse because it leaves you stuck between worlds, never sure how much of what you are seeing is happening outside you and how much is somehow being pushed into your perception. I have seen changes in my reflection before. That part especially messes with your head because mirrors are already strange when you are alone and tired. There have been times when I looked in the mirror and saw myself as Jerry for a split second. Then instantly I am me again. Or I will look toward a mirror, and instead of seeing my own normal reflection, I will see Jerry standing there in front of it, like he is occupying the space where I should be. Then he vanishes almost instantly. Sometimes it is blood I see, but only in reflection. I have looked and seen what seems like blood dripping down the walls, only to realize that when I turn around the wall is normal. The blood exists only in the mirrored version of the room. That kind of thing is so hard to explain because it feels both clearly unreal and horrifyingly real at the same time. Other times I will see a hand reaching around a corner. Usually that happens when I am on the phone or when I am especially tired. Like whatever this thing is waits for those moments when I am distracted or worn down. During episodes that feel close to sleep paralysis, I have seen Jerry actually open my bedroom door a little and look inside. It is always dark when that happens, the room outside black except for the shape of the door, and whatever light is barely coming through. He will just open it enough to peer in. I know it is not my mother because if it were her, she would come fully in. And she certainly would not be creeping at my door like that at 4 in the morning. There is something about the way he looks in, Just enough to let me know he is there. That is more upsetting than if he had fully walked in. Then there are the things in the basement. I have seen what looked like bodies hanging from the ceiling in the darker part of the basement. At first, my mind tries to save itself by saying maybe they are only bags or shapes hanging there, but then for a few seconds they look more clearly like bodies, like human forms suspended in the dark. Then they evaporate. Or maybe I will see a face in a random place, in the wall, or in a shadow or where no face should be at all, just staring at me. Sometimes those faces are blurry and then vanish. Not like fog dissolving. Sometimes they just instantly disappear, as if somebody switched them off. The television has done weird things too. There have been times when the TV went to static, and inside the static I saw a face. Not a normal face. A twisted, freaky, deformed-looking face. The sort of face that seems made of wrongness rather than flesh. Then it disappears, but the TV stays on static for 10 minutes or so before going back to normal. I know televisions can act up, but that does not explain what appears in the static sometimes. People who have not seen things like that will always say it is just patterns, just your eyes making shapes out of noise. Maybe sometimes that is true. But when the same kind of horrifying face appears more than once, it stops feeling like random pattern recognition and starts feeling like something using whatever surface is available to show itself. Lights flicker too. Now, to be fair, I cannot prove that every light flicker has anything to do with Jerry. Lights flicker for plenty of reasons. Bad wiring, weather, power issues. But I have seen lights flicker on bright sunny days when there was no storm, no wind, no obvious reason. And when you already live with everything else, it becomes hard not to connect it. My possessions get moved around as well. I will leave something somewhere, and later it is in a different place. I know that could sound simple. People misplace things. But this goes beyond that sometimes. I have found things I had been missing for years in one case, in completely random spots where I know they did not belong. Files have gone missing from my computer. Drinks I know I left partly full end up missing some of the liquid. Lights I never turned on will be on when I return to a room. Doors will be open that I did not open. It is not always that I catch these things happening directly. Often I just find the result. That is a big part of what makes all this so maddening. I do not usually see the light turn on. I do not usually see the door physically swing open. I do not see the object lift and move across the room. I find it afterward. That gives just enough room for doubt to torture you. It leaves you constantly asking whether maybe you forgot, maybe you were distracted, maybe somebody else did something, maybe you are filling in a mystery where there is only normal confusion. But then something else will happen that is too direct, too obvious, too immediate, and the doubt gets smashed again. Then there are the phone calls. Those are some of the weirdest parts because they involve a piece of technology that should have straightforward explanations. The phone will ring, and when I look at the caller ID, the numbers are all wrong. Not just unfamiliar, but impossible. Things like 666, or just 9, or long absurd strings like 43.63.46.54.746.5.745.7. Numbers that do not look like numbers people could actually be calling from. And the strange thing is that the caller ID history does not even save those calls. It is like the calls happen and then leave no normal trace. If I answer, sometimes there is only static. Other times there is some weird voice saying random nonsense that does not make any sense, and then it cuts off. There are paper sounds too. Sometimes I hear papers rattling upstairs, or garbage bags being handled, the exact kind of ordinary domestic noises that make you think another person is in the house moving around. Other times my fan will be turned off by morning, even though I know there was no power outage because my clock is still right. If the power had gone out, other things would show it too. But the clock stays normal, and only the fan is off. There are moments when my computer simply will not turn on, and it feels less like a broken machine and more like somebody or something is somehow holding it back, keeping it from starting for reasons I cannot explain. And then there are the stairs. The stairs are their own whole problem. Sometimes I think I hear someone walking behind me while I am going up or down them. The footsteps feel close, close enough to make me glance back. Then I will see a shadow moving away in the opposite direction, like it had been following me and then retreated the second I noticed it. I chase it sometimes, like an idiot, because some part of me still wants to catch this thing in the act, still wants one solid undeniable view that will settle everything. But every time I chase it, there is no one there. That is how it always works. There is always just enough to shake me and never enough to finish the question. And honestly, that may be the worst part of all of it. Not the individual visions, not the coughing, not the mirror stuff, not the static faces, not the strange calls, not the moving things. The worst part is living in that half state where something clearly is happening, but it never stays still long enough to explain itself. If Jerry wanted to hurt me physically, at least that would be clear. If nothing ever happened, that would also be clear. But what I get is this constant in-between. This thing that seems to enjoy appearing, imitating, shifting, watching, coughing, moving objects, altering reflections, and then vanishing before it can be pinned down. It has been going on for so long in different waves that I do not even know how to place it in my life anymore. It is not an event. It is not one haunting story with a beginning, middle, and end. It is like some weird unwanted relationship with a thing that chooses when to show up and how much of itself to reveal. Sometimes it goes quiet long enough for me to believe maybe it is done. Then one night around midnight I hear trash sounds upstairs when no one is awake. Or I hear the cough. Or I see the shadow run the stairs. Or I catch that half-transparent figure on the deck staring at me and dissolving into the air when I move closer. And I am right back in it. What makes this even harder is that I do not know why it happens at certain times. I do not know what triggers it. I do not know if it is stress, tiredness, certain dates, certain moods, or just random chance. Sometimes it seems stronger when I am exhausted. Sometimes it happens when I am barely tired at all. Sometimes it seems linked to mirrors, darkness, or being on the phone. Other times there is no pattern I can identify. That lack of pattern is exhausting in its own way because it means I can never fully prepare for it or protect myself from it. I do not know when the next weird thing will happen, and I do not know why it waits when it waits. I keep coming back to the same question: what is this thing really doing? Because it is not straightforward haunting behavior, if there even is such a thing. It does not just appear as a figure and vanish. It imitates household sounds. It alters reflections. It creates false images and weird sensory experiences. It interferes with objects and electronics. It watches. It coughs. It seems to enjoy being half-known. That makes me think it is less about trying to hurt me and more about trying to unsteady me. Trying to live in my perception. Trying to make the edges of reality feel unreliable. And maybe that is why it works so well. Because once you start doubting mirrors, shadows, static, footsteps, doors, caller ID, light switches, and your own sense of whether you are alone in a room, your whole life feels less solid. That is what living with this has done. It has made me always a little alert, always a little suspicious, always half listening. Even on quiet days. Even when nothing is happening. Part of me is always waiting for the next cough, the next shadow, the next impossible phone call, the next thing out of place. That kind of constant half-vigilance wears on a person. It is not dramatic, but it is exhausting. It makes the house feel like it is never fully mine, like some other presence is always capable of stepping in and bending things just enough to remind me I am not in total control here. Still, for all of that, I keep reminding myself of one thing. Nothing has touched me. Nothing has physically attacked me. Nothing has done more than mess with what I see, hear, and find. That matters. Maybe not enough to make me relaxed, but enough to make me keep going. If this thing wanted to hurt me in the obvious sense, maybe it would have by now. Instead it seems to linger in another mode altogether, one that is harder to fight because it lives in uncertainty. That may be why I still do not know what to call it. Ghost does not feel right. Hallucination does not feel right either. Entity sounds dramatic but closer. Thing is crude, but honest. Maybe, Jerry, is just the best I have. A name for the shape of my fear. A name for the man in the tank top and camel pants with gray skin and dead eyes. A name for the cough on the stairs, the figure on the deck, the reflection in the mirror, the face in the static, the shadow I can never catch. I do not know what he is. I only know he has been in my life long enough that I recognize the signs when he starts up again. And when it happens, all I can really do is watch, listen, wait, and try not to let the whole thing pull my mind apart. I had not come back to talk about this for months because the whole experience scared me so badly that I honestly needed time before I could even think about it clearly again. Some things frighten you in the moment, and then fade once a few days pass. This was not like that. This stayed with me. It got into my sleep, into my nerves, into the way I remembered that whole trip. Even after I came home, even after I was back in my normal life, I still felt shaken by what I had seen. It took me a long time to calm down enough to tell the story without feeling that same fear all over again. I live in New York, and I go to a traveling camp. One of the things I love and hate about camp at the same time is that you never know what kind of places you are going to end up seeing. Some places turn out fun and exciting, some turn out educational, and some, without warning, turn into the kind of memory you wish you could erase but never really can. At the beginning of that summer, our group went to Williamsburg, Virginia. Even before the trip, I had already heard things about Williamsburg. People talk about it like it is beautiful and historic, full of old buildings and stories and all that American history stuff. But if you are the kind of person who likes or even just hears ghost stories, then you also know Williamsburg has another reputation. It is known for hauntings, and it is known for some places there being especially terrifying. Some ghost hunters and paranormal people even call one of the houses there the scariest haunted house in America. And yes, I stood outside that house. That alone would have been enough to make the trip feel weird, but what happened to me had already started before we even got to that part. That is why this story still bothers me so much. It was not just that our guide told a creepy story and I got scared. It was not just that the atmosphere was spooky and my imagination got carried away. I saw something. I know what I saw. And that is what makes it so hard to shake. The whole town already felt strange from the moment we started walking through it. Williamsburg has those old streets and old houses that seem like they belong to another century. Everything looks preserved in a way that makes it easy to imagine the past standing right behind the present. You see buildings from the American Revolution, old roads, old-style architecture, and it feels less like a normal modern town and more like a place where history is still hanging around on purpose. During the day, that can feel charming. It can feel educational. But once someone starts telling you ghost stories in a place like that, everything changes. Every old window starts looking suspicious. Every shadow looks deeper. Every street feels like it has something watching from far back in time. Our tour guide did not help in that regard. He was one of those people who clearly loved being dramatic. Maybe that is good for tours because it keeps everyone paying attention, but if you are already nervous, it makes everything much worse. He did not just tell stories casually. He performed them. He knew how to pause. He knew how to lower his voice. He knew how to ask questions in a way that made you look over your shoulder before you even understood why. He made every little detail sound 10 times scarier than it probably would have if somebody else had told it. At one point, our group was walking down an old street in this little historic part of town. The road itself looked like one of those places where time has barely moved. There were old houses all around us, the kind that make you imagine people in old clothes standing in the windows, even if you know perfectly well you are just walking with other campers on a normal summer day. I remember thinking the whole area looked frozen in history. It almost did not feel real in a normal way. It felt staged by the past. Then our tour guide stopped right in the middle of the road. That alone got everyone's attention. We all slowed down and sort of gathered around him, expecting him to point at some building or tell us a historical fact or something. Instead, he looked around and said, "Anybody hear anything?" We all answered the same way, basically, "No, why?" That was when he started telling us the story. He said that a long time ago there had been a father who had a little boy, about 6 years old. The father also had a slave boy, and he was about the same age. According to the story, the two boys always played together and had fun with each other. Even now, when I think about that part, it makes me sad because it begins so simply, like an ordinary little childhood friendship. Two boys, both young, both tied to the same house or family, probably too young to understand the full ugliness of the world around them, just knowing each other and playing together. It is one of those details that makes the story creepier later because it starts with innocence. Then the guide told us that one day the father died from a terrible disease and was buried in a small graveyard. A year later, the little boy died from the same disease and was buried on top of the father. Then, when the slave boy died a year after that, he was buried on top of the little boy. The guide told it in that slow, dramatic voice, like every sentence was supposed to sink into us a little deeper than the one before. By then everyone in the group was already paying close attention because the story itself was sad and strange. 3 deaths. One after another. The father, then the son, then the boy who had been his companion. Then he gave us the part he clearly knew we would remember. He said that when you walk down that street, you can sometimes see the two boys together. One white and one African American, holding hands and skipping. He said they had red glowing eyes and floated about 2 inches above the ground. That was the moment my stomach dropped. I know people say things like that all the time when they get scared, but I mean it literally. The second he described the red eyes and the floating, I felt cold inside. The image was too specific and too creepy. Holding hands and skipping already sounds eerie when you place it in the middle of an old haunted street, but adding the red eyes and the floating made it much worse. It turned the whole thing from a sad ghost story into something I desperately did not want to see. And that is exactly what I started doing after he told us. Praying I would not see them. I did not want any part of it. I was already freaked out just from hearing the story, and in my mind I kept telling myself there was no way I wanted to actually witness anything connected to it. I hoped it was just one of those stories guides tell to entertain tourists. I hoped it was exaggerated folklore. I hoped it was only meant to spook us and make the history feel more exciting. Mostly, I hoped nothing at all would happen and that we would walk the street, move on, and later laugh about how dramatic the guide had been. Then we continued on. Eventually our group went to the haunted house everyone talks about, the one people say is one of the scariest in America. That whole part of the trip had its own weird energy, and I could tell from everything around me that my nerves were already building up. But for this story, the house is not even the main part. The boys are. Because what happened with them was the thing that hit me deepest and stayed with me longest. Later, when we came back from the house, we had to walk down that same street again. That alone made me uneasy. I did not want to be there a second time. The story was already inside my head now, and once a story like that gets into you, the street is no longer just a street. It becomes a place where you are waiting without wanting to wait. Every few steps I found myself looking around without meaning to. I did not want to look too much because I was afraid of seeing something, but I could not stop myself either. That is how fear works sometimes. It pulls your eyes toward exactly what you do not want them to find. Then I saw them. 2 little boys. About 10 feet away from our group. One black and one white. Holding hands. Red eyes. Floating above the ground. Everything the guide had said was there, exactly like that. It was not vague. It was not some dark shape at the far end of the road that I later turned into a story in my head. They were right there. Close enough that I could see the details. Close enough that I knew what I was looking at. Close enough that all the blood seemed to rush out of me in 1 second. I completely froze. People say that when they are scared, but I mean it literally. I could not move. I could not speak. I could not do anything. It was like my whole body forgot how to work at once. I just stood there staring. I did not scream. I did not grab anyone. I did not point. I did not even think to pull out my phone and take a picture, even though later that is one of the first things people always ask. Why didn't you take a picture? Why didn't you tell someone right away? But fear does not make you act logically. It makes you act primitively. In my case, it made me lock up completely. I was so scared that even the simple idea of moving my arm to grab my cell phone felt impossible. All I could do was stare. I do not know how long it lasted. It may have only been a few seconds, but when you are that frightened, time gets weird. It stretches. It stops feeling normal. Those boys did not seem to be doing anything dramatic right then. They were just there, together, exactly as described. That almost made it worse. If they had lunged or made noise or rushed toward us, maybe I would have reacted somehow. But the stillness of them, the impossibility of them, and the way their red eyes stood out made me feel pinned in place. Then I shut my eyes. I do not even fully remember deciding to do it. It was more like a reflex. Like my body choosing the only escape it could think of. If I closed my eyes, maybe they would be gone. Maybe if I broke the sight of them, the whole thing would break. So I did. And when I opened them again, the boys were gone. Completely gone. At that exact moment, one of my friends tapped me on the shoulder. I jumped so hard it probably looked ridiculous. But I was wound so tight with fear by then that any touch would have made me jump. My friend probably had no idea what I had just seen. To her, I was just suddenly acting strange. But to me, the whole world had shifted in a few seconds, and her touch hit me like another shock on top of the first one. I do not remember how I acted in the minutes right after that. I know I did not calmly explain what I saw in some rational, organized way. I was too freaked out for that. I think I mostly stayed in a kind of stunned state. There is a certain kind of fear that does not turn into screaming or crying right away. It turns into silence. You go inward. You replay what you saw over and over while still trying to stay in step with the people around you and act normal enough not to draw too much attention. That night I could not sleep. That part one remember very clearly. We had already seen all kinds of creepy things on that trip, and the whole day had been saturated with haunted stories, old buildings, weird feelings, and too much history packed into too small a space. But the boys were what I could not shake. Every time I closed my eyes, I could still see them. Two little figures, one black and one white, holding hands with those horrible red eyes, floating just above the road. The image stayed so strong that sleep felt almost dangerous, like I might dream them back into the room with me. And the worst part was that I knew what I had seen. That is what made it so hard to get over, even months later. If I had only felt strange on that street, I could have shrugged it off over time. If I had only heard the guide's story, I could have told myself he was doing his job and being dramatic. If I had only thought I saw something in the distance, maybe I could have blamed the light or my nerves or the fact that I was already spooked. But it was not like that. I saw exactly what he described. Exactly. And because of that, the whole thing stuck in me in a way I could not easily laugh away. What also bothers me, even now, is how complete the sight was. It was not only two children. It was not just, maybe I saw something. It matched the story too perfectly. One black boy, one white boy together, holding hands, floating, with red eyes. That kind of exactness almost makes the whole thing harder to tell because it sounds too much like the story that had just been told. That means whenever I describe it, there is always the risk that people will assume I only imagined it because the guide planted the picture in my head. I understand why people would think that. But I know the difference between imagining something because a story scared me and seeing something in front of me so strongly that my body stops working. I know what happened inside me in that moment, and it was not ordinary imagination. And honestly, that may be part of why I stayed away from talking about it for so long. When something scares you that deeply, and you know other people may not believe you, sometimes the easiest thing is just not to tell it at all. Or to wait until enough time has passed that you can at least speak without feeling your heart race. That is what I had to do. I needed distance from it. I needed months. I needed to not look at ghost stories for a while, not think about Williamsburg, not picture that road too clearly. Even then, the memory still sat there. There is also something especially upsetting about child ghosts. Adult apparitions are frightening too, obviously, but children carry a different kind of sadness and wrongness. Seeing little boys, especially two of them together, should feel innocent. It should feel gentle. But in that moment, there was no innocence in it for me. There was only dread. Maybe that is because they were tied to such a sad story in the first place. Maybe it is because children holding hands and skipping becomes horribly unnatural when they are dead, floating, and watching with red glowing eyes. Whatever the reason, that image got under my skin deeper than almost anything else I had ever seen or heard. I also remember feeling weirdly alone in the middle of a group. That is another strange part of paranormal experiences sometimes. You can be surrounded by other people and still feel completely isolated because you are the only one who saw the thing. My whole group was there. We were all walking down the same street. We had all heard the same story from the guide. But in that moment, the boys appeared to me alone. At least, as far as I know, no one else reacted the way I did. Nobody else froze. Nobody else screamed. Nobody else later came up to me and said, "Did you see that?" So even though it happened in public, it felt intensely private. Like the fear was mine to carry by myself. That made the night harder. It is one thing to say, "We all saw something." That kind of shared fear can almost comfort you because at least you know you are not losing your mind. But when the experience seems to happen only to you, it creates a whole second layer of distress. You start wondering why you saw them. Why then? Why you? Were they really there in the same way for everyone and only you noticed? Or did they somehow appear specifically for you? I do not know the answer to that, and not knowing is part of what made it linger. The road itself stayed in my mind too. That old street, those old houses, the revolutionary atmosphere, all of it became charged after that. A street is not just a street once something impossible happens on it. It becomes a location in your memory that feels heavier than a normal place should feel. Even now, if someone says Williamsburg, part of my mind goes straight there before it goes to anything else. Not the history lessons, not the costumes, not the famous haunted house. That road. That walk back. That moment about 10 feet from the group where I saw them. I think about the story the guide told as well, not only the ghost part but the sadness at the center of it. A boy and an enslaved boy, both children, both dying young, both buried into a history that had already been unfair and tragic while they were alive. There is something especially haunting about the idea that in death they remain together, because it turns the old cruelty of the world into something strangely tender and eerie at once. If they were what I saw, then whatever remained of them had stayed linked through time. That thought is both beautiful and terrifying depending on how long you let yourself think about it. But what I saw did not feel beautiful in that moment. It felt like pure fear. And fear has a physical side too. People who have never been that scared sometimes think fear is just an emotion. It is not. It happens in your muscles, in your lungs, in your throat, in your hands. I could not speak. I could not move. I could not even grab the phone sitting right there with me. That is how deeply my body believed the danger, even if my mind did not yet know what to call it. And afterward, that same physical fear followed me into the night. It stayed in my chest. It stayed in my stomach. It kept sleep away. That is why I say it took me months to come back from it. Not because something was actively following me around all that time, but because the memory itself was enough. Sometimes one real scare is more powerful than 100 made-up ones. You can watch horror movies and read ghost stories and laugh with your friends afterward because part of you always knows there is a screen or a page between you and the fear. But when you think you have really seen something, that distance disappears. You are left with the knowledge that you do not fully know what the world allows. And once you know that, even a little, things do not feel quite the same. Even now, I still do not know whether I would have wanted proof if I could have taken that picture. At the time, I absolutely wish I had been able to grab my phone. It would have made telling the story easier. It would have shut people up. It would have let me say, "See? This is what I saw." But part of me also wonders whether carrying a photograph of those two boys would have been even worse than carrying the memory. Maybe not having proof for anyone else forced the whole thing to remain between me and the experience itself. Maybe that is part of why it still feels so raw and personal. I know there is more to tell from that trip. The haunted house alone deserves its own story, and maybe one day I will talk about that too. But when I think of Williamsburg, the boys still come first. Not because they were more famous or because the guy told the story dramatically, but because they were the thing that became real for me. The haunted house might have had its own fear, but the boys are what followed me home in my mind. I still see them sometimes when I remember it too hard. 10 feet away. Holding hands. One black, one white. Red eyes. Floating above the road. And me, frozen in place, praying for them not to be real at the exact moment they were. My father told me this story a few years ago, and even though I was not there to see any of it myself, it has always stayed with me because of the way he told it. My dad is not the kind of person who sits around making up wild stories just for attention. He is not someone who likes to sound dramatic, and he definitely is not the kind of man who would invent something like this for no reason. That is one of the main reasons I believe him. The story is strange, yes, and I know it sounds hard to believe, but sometimes the strangest things are the ones people remember most clearly because they shocked them so deeply that they never forgot. This happened when my father was younger, back when he and his family were living out in the country near Waco, Texas. Life was different then. It was more rural, more spread out, and they lived the kind of country life where animals, barns, feed, dirt roads, chores, and long days outside were all just part of normal everyday living. My dad was around 14 or 15 years old at the start of this story, just a teenage boy, old enough to handle work and responsibility, but still young enough to become deeply attached to an animal in a way adults sometimes do not fully understand. At that time, his family had a pig on the farm. But to my father, it was not just a pig. It was his pig. He always talked about it like it was a real companion, more like a pet than livestock. He said that after school or after chores, he would go out to the barn area and feed the pig, then stay out there for a long time just hanging around with it. I know that might sound unusual to some people, especially if they do not come from a farming background, but country kids often build strong attachments to animals because animals are such a big part of daily life. My dad really cared about that pig. He did not just toss it food and walk away. He stayed with it. He relaxed near it. He spent time around it the way another boy might spend time with a dog. He even told me that sometimes he would lay his head on the pig's belly, and the two of them would both fall asleep there for a while. That part always amazed me. By then the pig was already big, not a tiny piglet anymore, but not yet a full-grown adult either. Still, pigs can get huge, and I have seen enough of them myself to know they are not the kind of animals most people would want to cuddle up beside. They can stink. Their hair is rough and coarse. They are heavy, powerful animals. So every time my dad described himself lying there with his head on the pig's side and drifting off to sleep beside it, I always thought about how strong that bond must have been. He was not just fond of the pig. He trusted it. And somehow it trusted him too. That went on for a few years. Then one day, everything changed. My father came home and could not find his pig anywhere. At first, he looked around, probably expecting it to be somewhere nearby or in a different part of the property. But it was nowhere. So he waited for his father, my grandfather, to get home so he could ask him what had happened. That must have been a hard kind of waiting, because when someone or something you care about suddenly disappears, your mind keeps trying to protect itself by giving you better explanations. Maybe the pig had been moved. Maybe it got loose. Maybe somebody borrowed it or traded for it. Maybe there was a simple reason that would not hurt too much. But when my grandfather came home, he told my dad the truth. He said he had killed the pig to put food on the table. That was the end of it as far as he was concerned. To him, it was just part of country life, part of survival, part of what livestock was for. But to my father, it was something much more painful than that. This was not some nameless farm animal he barely noticed. This was the pig he fed, slept beside, and treated like a friend. And now his father was telling him, in a completely practical way, that the pig had been butchered because the family needed food. My dad was furious. But more than that, he was crushed. He could not handle it. He could not accept it. For the next several days, he barely ate, and would not speak to his father. He was that angry and that hurt. In a farm family, I imagine that kind of reaction may have seemed childish or unrealistic to the adults. But grief is grief, no matter what the object of it is. If you love something, you love it. And when it is taken from you suddenly, especially by someone you trusted, the pain is real. My father was mourning that pig the way someone might mourn a dog or some other beloved animal. Only in this case the grief was mixed with betrayal because it was his own father who had made the choice. Then, only a few days later, something happened that took the whole story from sad to terrifying. One afternoon, my father was coming home and had just reached or was about to enter the driveway when he looked over toward the pig feeder. And he saw the pig. At first, he was excited. That part makes perfect sense to me. If you think something you loved is gone, and then suddenly you see it standing where it used to be, your first reaction would not be fear. It would be hope. It would be relief. It would be a kind of disbelief mixed with happiness. For a moment, he must have thought maybe somehow his father lied, or maybe he was mistaken, or maybe the pig had not really been killed after all. So he started walking toward it. But the closer he got, the stranger everything became. The first thing he noticed was that the pig never looked up at him while it ate. That might not sound strange by itself, but to him it was. This was an animal he knew well. If he approached, it should have reacted somehow. It should have lifted its head, noticed him, shifted its body, something. But it did not. It just kept eating with this desperate intensity, like it had not eaten in years. That was the feeling he got. It was eating in a way that felt wrong, too intense, too hungry, too disconnected from everything around it. Then he got close enough to see its eyes. He said they were dark red, bloodshot looking, deeply wrong. And the more he looked, the worse it got. The pig's hair looked burned, as if it had been singed or scorched. That alone would have been enough to shock him, but then he looked lower and realized something even worse. Its back hooves were like those of a horse. That detail is one of the strangest in the whole story because it takes the thing beyond just dead pig seen again, and into something twisted and unnatural. A pig with horse hooves is not a pig anymore. It is some kind of wrong thing wearing part of the shape of the pig he had loved. He said he did not know what to think. His heart felt like it stopped. He froze, staring at this creature, which was and was not his pig at the same time. Then he turned away and headed for the house. He told me it felt like he was running, even though maybe his body was not moving as fast as his panic made it feel. Fear does that. It distorts speed and time. He was trying to get away from whatever he had just seen and back into the safety of the house. But he never told his father about it. Not because he forgot or because it did not matter, but because his father was very strict. He would have gotten in trouble for saying something so crazy, or at least that is what he believed. So he kept it to himself. That must have made it even worse. When something impossible happens and you cannot talk about it to the people around you, the experience has nowhere to go. It just sits in you. It grows in the dark corners of your mind. You replay it over and over, trying to figure out whether it really happened, trying to decide what exactly you saw, and all the while you have no one you trust enough to say it to. A few months after that, the second part of the story happened. This time it was at night. The family had all been planning to go to church, but my dad told his parents that he wanted to stay home because he was not feeling well. My grandfather told him that was fine as long as he kept the old shotgun near him. That detail always stands out to me because it says something about country life, and also about the atmosphere of the place they lived in. A boy staying home alone with a shotgun nearby was not seen as unusual. There was a practical side to it. Protection. Readiness. Responsibility. My father agreed, and the family left. he stayed home alone. For a while, things were normal. He watched television for a few hours, probably trying to relax and not think too much. At some point, he stretched out in a recliner with the gun beside him and fell asleep. Then he woke up. Not fully, not in the way you wake on an ordinary morning. He said he woke with a strange feeling, almost like he was still drugged with sleep. He described it like that half-dreaming state where you get up, do something, and later are not sure whether you dreamed it or really did it. It was that kind of heavy, unreal feeling, except stronger. He said that when he became aware again, he lay there very still, listening. He did not even know exactly what he was listening for. He just knew something was wrong, and his body had already picked up on it before his mind had. The television was off by then. The fan was still going, but softly. The house itself was quiet. Then he heard something in the distance. A pig. That sound alone was enough to send his heart racing. He did not have a pig anymore. That pig was dead. His father had killed it. And yet there, inside the stillness of the house, he heard the sound of a pig somewhere nearby. He said his heart started beating so fast it felt like a panic attack. Fear does that when the thing you hoped would never return suddenly announces itself in a familiar sound. Then, only a few seconds later, he heard a knocking sound in the coat closet by the front door. That closet was only about 10 feet away from where he was lying. The pig sound in the distance. Then the knocking in the closet. That is the kind of sequence that makes fear go from uneasy to unbearable. It feels like something is moving closer to you, not just existing somewhere in the night, but approaching. The closet became the center of his attention. He knew something was wrong there. He was terrified, but somehow after some time passed and nothing else immediately happened, he managed to calm enough to turn the TV back on and eventually drift back to sleep. Then came the dream. Or what started as a dream. He said he was dreaming that he could not breathe. In the dream, he was struggling for air, fighting to inhale, caught in that horrible feeling of being trapped inside your own body and unable to make it work right. Then, in the middle of that struggle, he opened his eyes. And there, sitting on his chest, was a small human-like creature. That image is so disturbing that even hearing it secondhand made my skin crawl. He said the thing was looking him right in the eyes. Its face was mangled, twisted, and confused looking, almost as if it did not fully understand itself. He never described it as simply an animal, or simply a person. It was something in between. Small, creature-like, but with a human quality too. That mix is often what makes things the most frightening. A dog is one thing. A person is one thing. But a small, mangled human creature thing crouched on your chest in the dark is something else entirely. My father reacted instantly. He jumped up and threw it off himself the way someone might fling off a spider or some other horrible thing crawling on them. He did not pause to question it. He did not stare and process. He reacted with pure survival instinct. Then he reached for the shotgun as the creature ran away. The way he described the movement was also strange. He said it ran like a chimp would, fast and low and wrong in a way that made it feel even less human. It ran back toward the closet by the front door. My dad had already shouldered the gun and was aiming, trying to get a clean shot, but he was shaking badly. That makes sense. He was terrified, half asleep, and facing something he could not even name properly. He fired just as the closet door closed. The shot hit the wall and the closet door. He told me that gun could have blown someone's head clean off from where he was standing. That is how powerful it was. But he missed the thing itself, assuming there had really been something there in physical form at all. After firing, he did not stay in the house. He got out and waited until his parents came back from church. Imagine having to explain that. Not only the gunshot, but the reason for it. He must have known how impossible it sounded. A dead pig seen months earlier in monstrous form. Pig sounds in the night. Knocking in the closet. Falling asleep. Waking to a creature sitting on his chest. Shooting at it as it fled into the closet. That is not the kind of story a strict father would calmly accept from a teenage son. And yet, according to my dad, that is what happened. That is all he ever told me about it. And honestly, it was enough. I believe him because he would not lie about something like that. I know people often dismiss stories like this because they sound too strange, too dramatic, too much like something from a nightmare or an old horror tale. I understand that reaction. Really, I do. It is hard to believe something when it sounds impossible. Most people want strange things to at least fit into categories they already know. Ghost, demon, nightmare, hallucination, animal. But some stories do not fit neatly anywhere. They sit in that ugly place between possibilities. And maybe that is what makes them feel so believable to the people who live them. The details are too odd and too specific to feel invented in a polished way. They feel like the raw pieces of something that happened and never made sense afterward. I also believe him because my family has had strange things happen through different generations. When you grow up around stories that sound impossible but are told with quiet seriousness by people who gain nothing from lying, your sense of what can happen becomes different. You may still question. You may still wonder. But you stop assuming that every strange thing is automatically fake. Sometimes people really do see things that should not be there. Sometimes they hear things that should be impossible. Sometimes the past, grief, violence, fear, or something even darker seems to push itself into ordinary life in ways that do not care whether anyone believes them later. The image that stays with me most from this whole story changes depending on when I think about it. Sometimes it is the pig by the feeder, eating without looking up, with blood-red eyes, burned hair, and horse hooves. Sometimes it is my father hearing the pig in the distance while the house sits still around him. Sometimes it is the knocking in the closet. And sometimes it is that creature on his chest, staring him right in the eyes before running away like some twisted animal. All of those moments feel terrifying in different ways. What also unsettles me is the way the two parts of the story connect. First, the beloved pet is killed, and then later something returns wearing part of its form, but wrong. Not just dead, not just ghostly, wrong. Then months later, another thing appears in the house, and whether it is connected directly to the pig or to something else entirely, the atmosphere around the story makes it all feel tied together. Like whatever happened with that pig was not finished the day it was slaughtered. I have wondered many times whether my father's grief over the pig somehow opened something, or whether killing the pig created some kind of wrongness that did not end with the meat on the table, or whether what he saw was never really the pig at all, but something taking advantage of that shape because it knew it would get his attention. That possibility scares me maybe more than anything else. The idea that something could wear the familiar face or body of something loved, but twisted, wrong, and dead-eyed. There is something deeply cruel in that. And maybe that is why he never forgot it. Maybe that is why the later creature felt part of the same darkness. I also think about how alone he was in all this. He could not tell his strict father about seeing the pig. Then when the thing in the house happened, even if he explained it after the gunshot, who could really understand or believe him? Young people often carry impossible experiences alone because the adults around them are too hard, too practical, too tired, or too dismissive to hear them properly. My dad was a tough man, but at 14 or 15 he was still just a boy trying to make sense of things far beyond ordinary fear. And he carried it. Then, years later, he told it to me. Not with the excitement of a man telling a spooky story for entertainment, but with the seriousness of someone sharing something he never forgot. That is why it stays with me too. Not because I enjoy telling weird stories. Not because I want to shock people. But because when someone you know and trust tells you something like that, and tells it the way my father did, it becomes part of how you understand the world. You may not be able to explain it. You may not even be able to defend it to people who want neat reasons and scientific answers. But you know that the person telling it is not lying. And sometimes that is enough. So yes, I understand why people might doubt it. It sounds strange. It sounds impossible. It sounds like the kind of thing that should only happen in fiction. But a lot of real things sound strange when they are told honestly, because real fear is not neat, and real paranormal stories are usually not polished enough to fit what people expect. They are messy. They are upsetting. They leave too many questions behind. This one certainly did. To this day I still wonder what exactly my father saw by the feeder. I still wonder what made the pig sound in the night. I still wonder what sat on his chest. And I still wonder whether all of it came from one source or whether the farm already had something dark on it that simply found its chance through the grief, blood, and silence of that place. Like I mentioned in my other story about the 2 little boys in Williamsburg, I live in New York and go to a traveling camp. One summer, our group took a trip to Williamsburg, Virginia, and one of the things we did there was go on a ghost tour. Williamsburg already feels like the kind of place where ghost stories belong. The streets are old, the houses look like they belong to another century, and almost everything around you seems tied to history, tragedy, or some story people have been repeating for years. When you are there, especially at night, it does not take much for your imagination to start working. Every old window looks like something could be standing behind it. Every dark road feels like it remembers things people have forgotten. That whole trip had a strange atmosphere from the beginning, but one of the strongest parts of it was when we were taken to what our tour guide kept calling the scariest haunted house in America. We did not go inside. We only stood outside in front of it while our tour guide told us story after story about what had supposedly happened there. Even just standing outside was enough to make everyone nervous. The house had that look some old places have where they seem to be staring back at you. It was dark, old, silent, and heavy in a way that made it feel different from the other historic houses around it. It did not feel like a place that was simply old. It felt like a place that had kept too many bad things inside it for too long. The windows alone were enough to make people uneasy, especially the ones on the second floor. According to our guide, that was where the worst of it had happened. Our guide was already dramatic by nature, which did not help any of us feel calmer. He had that style where every little detail sounded bigger and scarier because of how he said it. He did not just tell stories. He performed them. He knew how to lower his voice, pause at the right moment, and make everyone stare at the exact spot he wanted. Under ordinary circumstances, that might have been a little entertaining. But standing outside that house at night, with all of us already on edge, his style made everything feel 10 times worse. He started telling us about the master bedroom on the second floor. According to him, 9 people had died in that one room alone, and 11 people had died in the whole house altogether. He also said there had been one person who managed to get away before anything happened to her, which somehow made the stories feel even more real because it gave the whole thing the feeling of a pattern rather than a single random tragedy. By then, everyone in my group was already reacting. Some people were whispering. Some were holding their breath. Some were just staring up at the house, trying to decide whether they really wanted to keep hearing more. I was nervous too, but I could not stop paying attention. Then he told us one of the stories connected to that bedroom, and this was the one that really got everybody. A long time ago, according to the guide, a family lived in the house. It was a mother and 8 children. Just that detail alone already made the story feel sad, because you could imagine how full the house must have once been with children running around, voices everywhere, and life in every room. But then he told us that 4 of those children died. One of them died in the master bedroom, and the other 3 died in the backyard. That immediately changed the mood. There is something especially upsetting about stories involving children because the whole house starts to feel wrong in a different way. It is not only about death. It is about lost life, interrupted childhood, and a family home turning into a place of fear. The child who died in the bedroom, according to the guide, was one of the older children, around 14 years old. He loved that room. That part mattered because it made the story even sadder. It was not just some bedroom in the house. It was his favorite room. It was his place. He felt comfortable there. He probably felt safe there. The guide told it as though this boy chose that room because he loved it and wanted to sleep there, which only made what happened afterward feel more cruel. One night the boy was in bed, falling asleep in the master bedroom. It was late, quiet, and ordinary in the way nights in a house usually are when everyone else is asleep and nothing feels especially wrong yet. But sometime in the middle of the night, around 3:30 in the morning, he woke up because his bed was shaking. The guide described it like a rattling movement, enough to pull the boy out of sleep and make him realize something was wrong. I remember everybody around me going still at that point, because there is something about the image of a bed rattling in the dark that gets to people immediately. Then the boy looked over. And there, staring directly at him, was an old woman. The guide said she was rubbing her hands together and smirking, the way old villains do in old movies when they are about to do something terrible. That comparison made the image stronger because everyone could picture it at once. Not a sad ghost. Not a confused spirit. Something enjoying the fear it was creating. Something taking its time. The boy and the woman stared at each other for a while. According to the story, she finally said, "I'm going to kill you!" That line made almost everyone around me react. Some people gasped. Some made nervous noises. Some laughed the way people do when they are scared and trying to get rid of the tension. But I remember mostly staring at the second-floor window while he told it, because once he attached the story to that room, it became impossible not to imagine everything happening right there behind the glass. The guide said that the boy jumped out of bed and ran to the mirror. That detail sounded strange at first, but then he explained why. The boy wanted to see if the woman had a reflection. That actually made the story scarier, because it made the boy seem aware enough to know that if she was not reflected there, then she was not a normal person. He looked in the mirror, and according to the guide, she had no reflection. After that, the story ended with the woman killing him there in the master bedroom. By the time the guide finished that story, almost everyone in my group was terrified. I was shaking. That is what I remember most from that part, the physical feeling of fear. It had gotten into my arms, my chest, even my stomach. I could not stop staring at the master bedroom window. It was like part of me was afraid to look at it, and another part of me could not look away. That is what fear does sometimes. It traps your eyes on the very thing you most do not want to see. Then, right when all of us were already at our most nervous, our tour guide said something that changed the fear into something even stranger. It was not the kind of detail that made me jump. It was the kind that made me wonder. He told us to look at the master bedroom window and said that if we looked carefully, we could sort of see a dim light in it. So of course I looked. And I could see it. At first I was not impressed. I thought, okay, there is a dim light in the room. That is weird maybe, but not automatically scary. It could just mean someone has a lamp or something inside. But then he said the part that made the whole thing much weirder. He reminded us that this house was from the 1800s and said there had been no electricity in it originally. Once he said that, the dim light became much more unsettling. Because then you are no longer just seeing light. You are wondering what kind of light could be there and why. I remember thinking, where is that light even coming from? That question bothered me more than the story for a minute because it gave me something real to look at. Stories are one thing. They are words. They fill your head. But a visible dim light in a room everyone says is haunted is another thing. It is something right in front of you, something you can point to and say, yes, I see that too. Then the guide told us another story, this time about ghost hunters who had gone into the house the year before on Halloween with a camera crew. According to him, they entered the house, went upstairs, and made it all the way into the master bedroom. Then, on camera, they supposedly captured what looked like around 200 fireflies flying in circles through the room, mostly around the mirror. That detail stayed with me more than almost anything else. Most of the people in my group reacted with fear again, but for some reason I was not scared in the same way by that part. I was more puzzled than frightened. The fireflies seemed too specific and too symbolic to just be random. I remember thinking very hard about why they would be in only that room and not in the rest of the house, and especially why they would gather mostly around the mirror. The more I thought about it, the more it felt like there had to be some reason connected to the story. The room mattered. The mirror mattered. The light mattered. It did not feel random to me. The others were focused on how creepy it all was, and it definitely was creepy, but I got caught on the why of it. Why only the master bedroom? Why around the mirror? Why would the fireflies still be glowing in there? If they were really there, and if they had really appeared in such large numbers, then something about that room was still active in a way the rest of the house was not. And if the story about the boy checking the mirror for the woman's reflection was true, then the mirror had already become an important part of the room's history. That connection got stuck in my mind and would not leave. I kept staring at the window. That whole part of the tour felt less like a normal ghost story and more like standing outside a place where something had happened over and over again, and where the room itself had not let go of it. There was something about that second-floor master bedroom that seemed to draw all the stories toward it, like the center of the house's worst memory was still sitting up there behind the glass. And the more our guide talked, the more it felt like the room itself was listening. I know that sounds dramatic, but that was the feeling. Some houses just feel dead and empty. This one did not. This one felt as if it had a point of attention, and that point was the master bedroom. Every time the guide mentioned it, every time he pointed up there, every time someone in the group glanced at the window and then quickly looked away, the room seemed to gather more presence in all our minds. We were giving it fear, imagination, and belief all at once. Whether that matters in a haunted place, I do not know, but it definitely changed the way we all stood there. I also think part of what made the whole thing so intense was how old Williamsburg feels at night. It is not like being told a ghost story in some new neighborhood where everything around you reminds you that you are in the present. In Williamsburg, the old streets, old buildings, and old history all support the story. You are already standing in a place that looks like it belongs to another time. So when someone tells you about a dead boy, an old woman in a bedroom, and strange lights in the window, it does not feel like a huge leap. The environment itself helps the story breathe. That does not mean I automatically believed every detail. But it does mean I could not stop thinking about them. Especially the mirror. That mirror really got to me. The guide telling us the boy checked the mirror to see whether the woman had a reflection made the mirror feel like a kind of doorway or test. Then hearing about the fireflies circling mostly around that same mirror made it feel even more important. It was like the mirror had become a point where things in that room gathered, or where whatever happened there left its strongest mark. I remember standing there thinking that if there really were spirits in that room, or if some energy from what happened remained there, then the mirror must matter more than anyone outside could fully understand. And that is what bothered me in a different way than simple fear. Fear is sharp and immediate. Wonder is slower, and sometimes it gets under your skin even more deeply. That is what happened to me. Everyone else was scared, and I was scared too, but at the same time I was thinking, why this room? Why the mirror? Why the fireflies? Why the light in the window? If the room really was haunted, why did the activity seem so focused there and not equally spread through the whole house? That gave the house a kind of logic that frightened me in its own way. It suggested that the haunting, if it was real, was not random. It had patterns. It had a center. It had memory. The whole scene stayed with me long after we walked away. Even after we left that street and continued the tour, my mind kept going back to that window. I could still picture the dim light. I could still hear the guide's voice saying there had been no electricity in the house originally. I could still see in my imagination the old woman rubbing her hands together, and the boy running to the mirror. Some stories are creepy because they are loud and dramatic. This one was creepy because it felt layered. It had old death, repetition, and some visible mystery in the present. That combination made it stick. And while I know some people would probably dismiss the whole thing as a dramatic tour guide trying to scare tourists, I cannot completely do that. Because the light was there. I saw it. And even if the rest of the stories had been exaggerated, the feeling of standing there looking at that room was very real. There was something deeply uneasy about it, like the room had not stopped being the room where all those stories belong. It still carried them somehow. I also think that the way our group reacted made the experience stronger. Fear spreads through people. Once a few people are visibly scared, everyone becomes more alert. Everyone starts noticing every little thing. Every shadow matters more. Every strange detail feels heavier. So as we stood there, shaking and staring and listening, the whole atmosphere got more intense with every minute. Nobody wanted to look away, but nobody wanted to keep looking either. That tension built and built. For me, though, the strongest emotion in the end was not only fear. It was fascination. That room made me want answers in a way I could not satisfy. I wanted to know what had really happened there. I wanted to know how much of the story was legend and how much was fact. I wanted to know what the fireflies were doing, if they were really there. I wanted to know why they circled the mirror. I wanted to know what caused that dim light in the window. And I wanted to know why the room still seemed to hold all of that so strongly after so many years. That may be the scariest part of haunted places sometimes. Not that they frighten you once and then let you go, but that they leave questions in you that keep living long after you walk away. That is what the master bedroom did to me. Even though the story of the old woman and the boy was horrifying, the part that stayed with me most was still the room itself. The room looking ordinary from outside and yet somehow feeling like the center of something old and unfinished. The room with the dim light. The room with the mirror. The room where, according to the story, the worst things had happened. The room where even the fireflies, if that story was true, seemed to gather in circles as if some invisible force still kept them there. So while everyone else mostly came away from that stop talking about how scary the house was, I came away thinking about the bedroom itself and what it meant. I was scared, yes, but I was also stuck on the mystery of it. That room felt like a puzzle no one had solved, a place where something had happened and continued to echo in strange ways. And maybe that is why it unsettled me so much. Because fear fades faster than mystery. Fear spikes and then slowly drains away. Mystery stays. It keeps replaying in your head. It keeps making you ask why. Why the bedroom? Why the mirror? Why the dim light? Why the fireflies? Why, after all that time, did that one room still seem alive in a house full of death? I grew up in Sacramento, California, and one of the places people always talked about with a mix of pride and uneasiness was the Jedediah Smith Wilderness Area and Bike Trail. In the daytime, people describe it as one of the most beautiful places in the city, and honestly that is true. It stretches for miles and cuts through the area like a wild green ribbon, giving people a place to ride bikes, walk, picnic, fish, or just get away from traffic and concrete for a while. It is one of those rare places where nature pushes its way right into a major metropolitan area and refuses to be fully tamed. There are long paths, old trees, river views, patches of brush, and enough open space that for a few moments you can almost forget you are still inside a busy city. The whole area has a beauty that feels natural and untidy rather than manicured, and maybe that is part of what makes it so unforgettable. But where there is beauty like that, there is often another side too. Places with thick trees, hidden turns, riverbanks, and large stretches of quiet space can become more than just parks. They can also become places where people disappear, where crimes happen, where terrible things are done out of sight of the rest of the world. That is the thing about wilderness inside a city. It attracts everything. Families with picnic baskets, people on bikes, children exploring, dog walkers, lovers, drifters, the lonely, the violent, the lost. It can be a sanctuary and a hiding place at the same time. And growing up, even before I was old enough to understand the full history of the area, I already knew people spoke about it with caution. Yes, it was beautiful. Yes, it was popular. But yes, it was also known as one of the most haunted places around. I think when you grow up hearing that certain areas are dangerous, those warnings sink into you long before you know all the details. You may not know every crime that happened there. You may not know the names of the victims. But you feel the weight of repeated warning. That place was like that for me. The old trees, the river, the open spaces, the strange little pockets of silence hidden in such a populated city, all of it carried a kind of tension underneath the beauty. I always felt that if you stayed too long, wandered too far, or let the dark come down around you out there, you were stepping into a different kind of place than the sunny trail people like to talk about during the day. As a teenager, I knew better than to explore there alone, especially not after dark. That was not even something I had to think about much. It was simply understood. There were too many stories. Too many warnings. Too many hints from adults that certain places are fine as long as you respect their limits and do not get stupid. The bike trail and wilderness area had that exact kind of reputation. During the day, especially in the more open and popular sections, people could enjoy it without too much thought. But once darkness came, the place belonged to something else. Maybe that something was only danger in the ordinary human sense. Maybe it was crime, isolation, and fear. Or maybe it was more than that. Either way, I did not test it when I was young. It was not until I was 25 years old that I finally walked there at night. Even then, I did not go deep into the wilderness area itself. I was on the levee that ran along the edge of it, and even that only happened because I was not alone. The trail area was mere feet away from lighted apartments, and I was with a man I trusted completely, someone who could and would protect me if anything happened. That made all the difference. I would never have gone there alone at that hour. I knew too much even then, or maybe just enough, to know better. The place had too much darkness in it, and I do not mean only the darkness that comes with night. The specific area where this happened was about a mile east of the Wood Avenue Bridge, on the Rosemont side of the city. People who know Sacramento know that whole area has its own strange mix of beauty and roughness. You can be near apartments, roads, and the ordinary signs of city life and still feel, just a few steps away, that the wilderness has its own rules. That night, I was walking there with my partner, Rob. Rob was not an ordinary man. Even now, when I think of that night, I think first of how safe I felt with him beside me, and that safety matters because it explains why I even went there at all. Rob was Native American from the Umatilla tribe, and part Norwegian as well. He had something in him that made him seem deeply connected to the land in a way I had not seen in many people. He was physically strong in the kind of way that did not need showing off. He could literally catch wild animals with his bare hands. That was not some exaggeration or romantic description. He was simply that capable, that aware, that quick. He had an instinct about wild places and wild things that made being around him feel steady. Even more than that, he had a sensitivity to the land that sometimes amazed me. He could walk into a place, stop, stoop down, and pick up native arrowheads from the sand as if he somehow knew where history was lying under the surface waiting to be noticed. He had that kind of perception. So when I say I was in good hands that night, I really mean it. Rob gave me the kind of sense of protection that let me relax enough to notice the beauty around me instead of shrinking entirely into fear. If I had been with someone weak, careless, or nervous, I would probably have spent the whole time wanting to leave. But with him there, I had enough confidence to let the night open around me. I could admire what was there instead of only fearing what might be hidden in it. That is an important part of the story, because the beauty of that night is what made what happened afterwards so shocking. The moon was nearly full. It hung above the river in a way that made the whole landscape seem thinner and sharper at the same time. Moonlight has a strange way of making beauty look both gentler and more dangerous. It softens edges, but it also creates the kind of silver clarity that turns familiar places into something almost dreamlike. The river looked light under that moon, smooth in some places, restless in others, with its surface catching enough light to shimmer. You could hear animals everywhere. Not see them, but hear them. The creatures that lived in the water, in the brush, in the trees, all of them seemed louder at night. Their sounds rose and overlapped until it almost felt like the whole area was alive with hidden motion. I once compared it in my mind to a garage band on J Street, all noise and chaos and rough energy, except this was nature making the sound instead of people. The trees and brambles hid every single creature from sight, but their presence was all around us in sound. That was part of what made the night so beautiful. It was alive. Not calm and silent, but alive in a wild and layered way. The city was still nearby. The apartment lights were visible. You could tell you were not truly isolated. And yet the river and the trees created the feeling of stepping into another world, one that existed right alongside the city but did not belong to it. Rob and I were walking and talking as we moved along the levee. I do not remember every word of our conversation now, but I remember the feeling of it. Easy. Relaxed. The kind of talk two people have when they trust each other and are comfortable in each other's company. It was the sort of evening where I felt both safe and awake, aware of the unusual beauty around me and grateful to be sharing it with someone strong enough to make the whole thing feel possible. Then we noticed her. Up ahead on the levee, walking toward us, was a woman. At first there was nothing dramatic about her appearance. She seemed to be walking alone and with complete confidence. That stood out to me a little, even before anything strange happened, because a woman alone at night in that area was not something I would have expected. Not because it was impossible, but because it did not seem wise. Yet she did not look nervous at all. She moved the way someone moves when they know exactly where they are and do not feel threatened by it. That made me notice her a little more than I otherwise might have. As she came closer, Rob and I naturally moved over on the levee path to give her plenty of space to pass. That was just good manners, especially at night, especially in a place where you do not want anyone to feel boxed in or uncomfortable. The path was open enough for us to shift and make room, and we did. The lights from the nearby apartments and the moon together reflected off the paleness of her clothes. I cannot remember every detail of what she was wearing, only that her clothing caught the light in a way that made her seem especially pale against the darkness around her. She was not glowing, not at first, but her clothes stood out clearly. As she came nearer, our conversation faded. That happened naturally. Sometimes you stop talking when another person is passing simply out of politeness. But in this case there was another feeling too, though I did not fully realize it in the first second. Something about her presence drew our attention in a way that made speaking feel wrong or unnecessary. We were both watching her approach. She kept walking. Calm. Steady. Silent. Then something impossible happened. She began to fade. At first it was so subtle that for a split second I thought maybe my eyes were adjusting badly between the apartment lights, the moonlight, and the surrounding dark. But no. She was fading. Not stepping off the path. Not turning away into the trees. Fading. Her form seemed to lose solidity as she came closer, as if the person we had been watching was being slowly erased from the night. First there was the whiteness of her clothes, then that too seemed to thin out until it looked more like pale vapor than fabric, more like mist than a woman, and then there was nothing at all. Nothing. She did not run. She did not pass us and keep going. She did not step behind some object or into shadow. She simply ceased to be there in any ordinary human way. I cannot really describe the shock of that moment without saying that it felt as if the whole world gave way beneath normal logic. There had been a woman on that path. We both saw her. We had adjusted our bodies to make room for her to pass. We watched the lights on her pale clothes. Then she was vapor. Then she was gone. The sequence was so impossible, and so direct that there was no room for casual denial in the moment. Both of us were terrified. I think that matters too, because it was not only me seeing something strange and then wondering later whether I had imagined it. We were together. We were already watching her. The event happened right in front of both of us. And whatever explanation the mind wants to reach for afterward, illusion, lighting, shock, exhaustion, something psychological, it has to deal with the fact that both of us were seeing the same woman and both of us watched her vanish. We did not stay there trying to study the place where she disappeared. We did not walk forward to check the path. We did not try to be brave about it. We left. Immediately. We got off the levee and cut back through the apartment complex to get home, moving fast, hurrying the way people do when they want something behind them as quickly as possible. There was no discussion about whether we should leave. It was instinct. We both wanted distance. We both wanted the area out of our sight. We both wanted walls and light, and something normal between us and whatever had just happened. That reaction tells you everything you need to know about how real and frightening the experience felt. People do not flee from a trick of the eye. They do not rush away from some vague uneasiness the way we rushed away from that. The fear was immediate and total. Whatever explanations one might search for later, in that moment our bodies believed completely that something unnatural had happened in front of us. I have thought about that woman many times since then. Not just about what she was, but about how she appeared. She did not lunge at us. She did not scream. She did not try to frighten us directly in the theatrical way people expect from ghost stories. She simply walked toward us with confidence, as if she belonged there more than we did. And then she faded away. In some ways, that calmness made it even more unnerving. She was not acting like an apparition meant to scare. She was simply there, existing on that path, until she no longer was. The image of her clothes in the mixed moonlight and apartment light has always stayed with me too. It was their paleness that made the fading so visible. If she had been dressed in dark clothes, maybe the whole thing would have been harder to describe later. But because she looked pale against the darkness, we could literally see her becoming less and less solid. That is one of the reasons the memory remains so vivid. It was visual in a very clear way. Not only a feeling or a sound. A visible transformation from person to mist to nothing. I also think often about the location itself. The Jedediah Smith Wilderness area has always carried stories. Stories of murder, of people disappearing, of crimes hidden under trees and brush, of victims whose names fade faster than justice ever reaches them. Growing up, I heard enough to know that the place was not only beautiful. It was troubled. That kind of ground feels different after a while. Maybe not during the brightest parts of the day when families are biking and people are laughing and the river sparkles harmlessly. But at night, when the path empties out and the shadows deepen, the stories come back. The place remembers itself differently after dark. Sometimes I think that if every murder in the world truly received full justice, maybe far fewer places would feel haunted. But that is not how the world works. Too many people die violently and are forgotten, or almost forgotten. Too many lives end in places where the trees and river and dirt simply keep existing around the absence. Why would every victim rest peacefully? Why would every wrong end neatly? Places like that invite another possibility, that some grief, some confusion, some last motion of a human life continues there because nothing ever truly answered what happened. Maybe that is what we saw. Maybe she was one of those forgotten dead. Maybe she was tied to that trail, that levee, that stretch of land by the river. Or maybe she was something else entirely. I cannot say for certain. But I know she was not an ordinary living woman out for a nighttime walk. No ordinary woman dissolves into pale vapor and disappears into empty air right in front of two witnesses. The fact that I was with Rob matters in another way too. If I had been alone, I might have spent years afterward trying to explain it away. I might have told myself the moonlight played tricks, that I misjudged distance, that some combination of fear and old stories got the better of me. But because Rob was there, and because he saw her too, that door of doubt never fully opened. We both reacted. We both moved aside for her. We both saw her fade. We both fled. There is comfort in shared witness, even when the thing witnessed is terrifying, because it means you do not have to carry the full burden of belief alone. And yet, even with that comfort, the memory still has a lonely quality. That may be because ghostly encounters often feel lonely even when shared. They do not fit neatly into ordinary life afterward. You cannot tell everyone. You cannot explain it in a way that makes people understand how the air felt, how the lights looked, how quickly fear took over your body. You end up carrying the memory mostly in silence, bringing it out only now and then, to people you think might listen without immediately dismissing you. In that sense, hauntings isolate people, even when more than one person was present. The beauty of that night has also never left me, and that adds another layer to the whole thing. If the setting had been ugly or harsh, maybe the fear would have been simpler. But it was beautiful. The moon was beautiful. The river was beautiful. The wild sound of the animals hidden in the trees was beautiful in a rough and eerie way. I felt protected and safe enough to appreciate all of it. Then that beauty cracked open and showed something impossible. Maybe that contrast is why the experience feels so strong in memory. Terror in a dark alley is one thing. Terror in the middle of moonlit beauty is something else. It feels almost more unfair, more haunting, because the world around you had seemed so alive and worth admiring only a second before. Afterward, as we hurried back through the apartments, All I wanted was to get the trail behind us. Not just physically behind us, but out of sight completely. That is another thing about frightening places. Sometimes you feel as though if you can still see them, they still have access to you. We wanted light, walls, normality, voices from ordinary apartments, anything that would put us back in the living human world. The wild stretch of path we had been enjoying only minutes earlier now felt as though it belonged to something older and stranger than we had understood when we started walking there. I never forgot the way our conversation just died away before she vanished. That silence feels important in memory. As though both of us unconsciously understood before our minds fully caught up that this was not a normal encounter. We stopped talking because something in us had already begun listening instead. Maybe to her. Maybe to the place. Maybe to whatever instinct tells the body to be alert when the rules of the world are beginning to shift. I also wonder sometimes what she was doing there. Was she repeating some final walk trapped in some motion from long ago? Was she simply manifesting in that place because something about the land allowed it? Was she aware of us at all? Or were we just lucky or unlucky enough to see one brief crossing of her path with ours? The confidence in her walk stays with me because it did not feel random. She did not seem lost or confused. She seemed to know where she was. In some strange way, she belonged to that path more deeply than we did. That is the impression I keep coming back to. We were visitors, even if the place was part of our city. She was of it. And maybe that is why she frightened us so deeply. Because we felt, however briefly, that we had stepped into a space where the dead could still move with purpose. I do not know who she was. I do not know how she died. I do not know whether she was one of the victims tied to the trail's reputation or some entirely different spirit crossing that same haunted stretch of land. But I know that what we saw was not normal. And I know that after seeing her, the stories people tell about that area no longer sounded like distant legends to me. They sounded possible. Too possible. That is what a real encounter does. It changes the emotional category of every old story connected to the place. Before, the wilderness area had been known to me as beautiful, dangerous, and full of rumors. After that night, it became personal. The haunting was no longer something that belonged to other people's stories. It had stepped onto the path in front of me and dissolved into moonlit vapor. And that is why I still think of the Jedediah Smith Wilderness area not only as one of Sacramento's most beautiful places, but also as one of its most haunted. Because beauty and haunting are not opposites there. They live together. Moonlight on the river. Animals hidden in the trees. A woman in pale clothes walking confidently toward two people who think they are safe. Then whiteness. Then vapor. Then nothing. My best friend and I have always been closer than most people can even understand. Saying we are like sisters does not really cover it, because even some sisters are not as close as we are. We grew up together, we spent every important part of our lives around each other, and over time our families stopped feeling separate. Her family became my family, and my family became hers. That is just how it has always been. We do not really think of each other as just friends, because that sounds too small and too ordinary for what we are to each other. We have been there for birthdays, holidays, funerals, hospital visits, random family dinners, arguments, celebrations, all of it. If something matters to one of us, the other is there. That has never even been a question. That closeness also meant that the people I loved became people she loved too. A few years ago, my grandmother passed away from cancer, and it hit both of us hard. My grandmother was not just someone she knew because she happened to be around. She was important to both of us. My friend had been around her so often, at so many family things, that she loved her too. So after my grandmother died, it became something we both cared about to keep her memory alive in the little ways we could. One of the traditions I kept was bringing flowers to my grandmother's grave every year on her birthday. It was something simple, but that is often how grief works. Big feelings get carried inside little acts. You show up. You bring flowers. You say happy birthday even though the person is gone. You stand there for a few minutes and let memory do what it does. Last year, though, everything happened at the last minute. And I mean very last minute. It was close to midnight, maybe around 11:30 or pushing 12, when I suddenly realized we had forgotten to bring flowers to my grandmother's grave. The second I remembered, I felt awful. It was one of those moments where the realization hits you all at once, and you immediately feel guilty, because all day had passed, and somehow I had failed to do the one thing I meant to do. I remember standing up right then and saying that we had to go. We had to bring flowers to Grandma's grave. It did not matter how late it was. It did not matter that we should probably have done it earlier. It did not matter that it was inconvenient. Once I remembered, I could not just let the day pass. Thankfully, Walmart is open all night, and even more thankfully, the cemetery where she is buried does not close its gates. It is one of those cemeteries way out in the middle of nowhere, the kind of place that feels isolated even in daylight, and even more so at night. If the gates had been closed, maybe I would have had no choice but to wait until morning, but they were open. So that meant there was really no excuse not to go. We went to Walmart, bought flowers, and headed out there. At that time, I was driving this huge old 1991 Buick LeSabre. And when I say huge, I mean huge. It was one of those massive old cars that looked and felt like a boat on wheels. It was a total piece of junk in a lot of ways. And I say that with love because as awful as it was, it still had a strange personality of its own. It was heavy, clunky, loud, and huge. The doors alone felt like they weighed as much as a smaller car. People who know what those old Buicks look like understand exactly what I mean. It was not some lightweight little thing where a breeze might move the door if you parked wrong. It was solid. Heavy. The kind of car where everything took a little force. Especially the doors. If you wanted one of those doors shut, you had to really shut it. That detail matters. A lot. Because what happened that night still makes no sense to me all these years later. We drove out toward the cemetery, and the whole way there I was mostly focused on one thing, getting the flowers there. I felt bad for forgetting, and in my mind I was treating the trip like something that just needed to be done. Even though it was late, even though the cemetery was way out there, I was trying to stay practical about it. We would drive there, place the flowers, say a few words, and come back home. Simple. At least that is what I told myself. But the second we got to the gate, everything changed. The moment we pulled up near the entrance to the cemetery, my friend started screaming. Not gasping. Not saying, "Oh my God!" in a nervous voice. Screaming. She was flipping out, yelling about seeing a lady standing by the gate. She said the woman was wearing a black robe and had a pale face with dark, sunken eyes. The way she described it was so sudden and so panicked that it sent a shock through me immediately. I looked back, trying to see what she was seeing, but I did not see anything. Nothing at all. The gate looked like the gate. The night looked like the night. There was nothing standing there that I could make out. At first I thought maybe she had seen a shadow or something. Maybe the shape of the car, the gate, the moonlight, something like that. People's eyes play tricks on them sometimes, especially at night, especially when you are already a little tense driving into a cemetery around midnight. So I tried to calm myself with that explanation. She had to have seen something that was not really there, or maybe something ordinary had looked strange for a second. Still, the way she was reacting told me she believed what she saw. And that mattered. We drove farther in until we got to my grandmother's headstone. Her grave was right on the end closest to the driveway, which made it easier in one sense because I did not have to walk deep into the cemetery. But that night, even the part closest to the drive felt too far in. My friend was panicking by then. She started begging me to just bring the flowers back the next day when it was light outside. She wanted no part of being there. She was pleading with me, genuinely frightened, and I remember trying to talk myself and her into staying calm. I told her we were already there. I told her my car was a gas guzzler, which was true. That big old Buick ate gas like it had a personal grudge against money. So I was not eager to waste the trip by turning around without doing what we came for. I also told her that whatever she thought she had seen at the gate was gone now, and that I did not think it wanted to hurt us. I do not know why I said that exactly, except maybe I was trying to reassure both of us at the same time. Usually that cemetery had a friendly feeling. I know that sounds strange to people who do not spend much time around graveyards, but some cemeteries really do feel peaceful, almost warm in a quiet way. My grandmother's cemetery usually felt like that to me. But not that night. That night it felt wrong. There was a very uneasy feeling in the air, and even though I was trying to stay practical and brave, I felt it. I could not deny it. The whole place felt different, like the mood had shifted into something heavy and alert. It did not feel welcoming or peaceful at all. Still, I kept going because I had already committed myself to this, and because I felt guilty for forgetting in the first place. I asked my friend if she wanted to come with me and help me put the flowers on Grandma's grave. She said no. She told me just to tell Grandma happy birthday from her. That was how I knew she was truly scared. Normally she would have come with me no matter what, especially for something like that, because my grandmother was like family to her too. If she was refusing to get out of the car and would not even walk a few steps with me, then she was not just being dramatic. She was genuinely terrified. So I got out alone. I left my car door open, mostly because I was freaked out myself by then, and wanted to be able to jump back and fast if I needed to. I got out with the flowers in my hands and walked over to my grandmother's grave. Even now, I remember that walk clearly because everything around me felt too still. It was one of those perfect summer nights where there is no wind, no rustling in the trees, no real sound except what you bring with you. And that kind of silence, in the middle of a cemetery after midnight, is not comforting. It makes every movement feel louder, and every shadow feel more deliberate. I reached the grave, set the flowers down, and said, "Happy birthday, Grandma, from both of us." It was a very simple moment. Very small. Very ordinary in the middle of something that was starting to feel anything but ordinary. Then I stood up and turned around. And just as I turned, out of the corner of my eye, I saw my car door slammed shut. Hard. It was not a gentle swing closed. It was not some slow movement that might have happened if the car were tilted. It slammed. That heavy old Buick door slammed shut with force. My friend started screaming inside the car. I froze. The first thing that ran through my mind was pure disbelief. That car door could not have shut like that by itself. Not on a hill, not with wind, not from some random shift in balance. And there was no hill. The car was not parked at some angle where gravity would pull it shut. There was no wind that night. It was a perfectly still summer night. And more than that, I knew that door. You had to really shove it to close it right. It was heavy. Solid. The kind of door that made that deep old car slam when you put your weight into it. There is absolutely no way it should have slammed like that on its own. I was in total shock. I just stood there, staring at the car, my body refusing to move for a second because my mind had no category for what I had just seen. I remember thinking that I should run, that I should get back in the car, that something was very wrong, but my legs would not obey right away. It was like that awful frozen feeling you get when fear hits too hard all at once. Then I realized I had to move. I had to. So I made a mad dash for the car. I ran straight for it, grabbed the handle, and the second my hand touched it, another shock went through me. The handle was freezing. Not cool. Freezing. It made no sense at all because it was about 80 degrees that night. It had been warm, still, summer heat, and yet that handle felt ice cold under my hand. That was almost worse than the door slamming, because it felt like direct proof that something physical and unnatural was there. I yanked the door open, jumped into the car, and threw it into drive as fast as I could. The inside of the car was freezing too. And my air conditioning did not even work. That is another thing I have never been able to explain away. It should have been hot in that car. Or at least warm. The windows had been up. It was summer. The AC was broken. There was no reason for the inside of that old Buick to feel cold. But it did. It felt deeply, unnaturally cold, the way air feels when something is wrong. My friend looked awful. She was pale as a ghost herself, and she just kept screaming at me to go, go, go. Later she told me she had been sitting there watching me at the grave, when the door slammed shut on its own. Then, right after that, she said the steering wheel shook a little. That was what pushed her over the edge into full panic, because from where she sat it looked like something inside the car itself had moved or been touched. She was terrified. I was terrified. There was no pretending at that point. We were leaving. Fast. As we pulled out of the cemetery, we saw one more thing. Near the end gate, there was a very dark shadow. I do not mean just a normal nighttime shadow cast by a fence or a tree in some harmless way. It stood out. It had presence. It looked wrong enough that both of us noticed it while already in a state of panic. We did not stop. We did not look too carefully. We hauled out of there as fast as that big old boat of a car would go, and we drove straight home. Neither of us wanted that cemetery in sight for 1 second longer than necessary. When I think back on it now, what unsettles me most is how the whole night changed in stages. First, there was guilt. Then there was urgency. Then the fear at the gate. Then the uneasy feeling inside the cemetery. Then my friend refusing to get out of the car. Then the stillness around the grave. Then the door slamming shut. Then the freezing handle. Then the freezing interior of the car. Then the shadow at the gate as we left. Any one of those things alone might have been easier to explain away if I had to. A person sees something weird at night in a cemetery? Fine, maybe fear or shadows. A car door moves? Maybe it was not shut right or somehow swung. A cold feeling? Maybe nerves make things feel colder. A shadow by a gate? Maybe moonlight, maybe trees. But all of them together, one after another, in that order, on that night, is what makes it impossible for me to shrug off. And my friend was there too. That matters. If I had been alone, maybe I would have spent years trying to convince myself I imagined parts of it. But she saw things too. She saw the woman at the gate. She saw the car door slam. She saw the steering wheel move. She was terrified before I even got out of the car, which means the fear did not begin with me telling her something happened. It was already on her. We were both reacting to that place in real time. I have replayed the image of that woman at the gate in my mind many times, even though I did not see her myself. The way my friend described her never left me. A lady in a black robe with a pale face and dark, sunken eyes. I believed my friend then, and I believe her now, because I know how she acts when she is joking, when she is dramatic, and when she is truly scared. That night she was truly scared. That was not fake. That was not some attempt to spice up a boring flower trip. She was screaming before anything else even happened, and she wanted desperately to leave. I think that if I had listened to her and come back in daylight, none of the rest of it would have happened. Or maybe it still would have. I do not know. That is the thing about experiences like this. They leave behind not only fear, but endless questions. Was the woman at the gate connected to the cemetery in general, or to my grandmother specifically, or to something else entirely? Was the uneasy feeling in the cemetery the result of whatever was at the gate, or just the atmosphere of the night? What slammed my car door? Why was the handle so cold? Why was the inside of the car cold too? What was the shadow we saw as we pulled out? And perhaps the strangest question of all, if something was there, why that night? Why on my grandmother's birthday? Why when we came so late, when it was almost midnight in a rush, after forgetting all day? Sometimes I wonder whether whatever happened was connected to the timing. Maybe showing up that late shifted the whole feeling of the visit. Maybe the cemetery at midnight is not the same place as the cemetery in the afternoon. Maybe whatever usually feels peaceful there had given way to something else because of the hour. I do not know. But I do know that the cemetery had never felt that way to me before. Usually it felt gentle, quiet, familiar. That night it felt hostile in a way I had never felt there before. I also keep coming back to my grandmother herself. Part of me hates even thinking of that night as something dark because the reason we were there was love. We were there because I remembered her birthday and could not stand the thought of letting the day pass without bringing her flowers. That matters to me. I do not think whatever happened had anything to do with my grandmother herself trying to scare us or keep us away. That does not feel right at all. My grandmother was loving and warm, and even in death I have never associated her with anything frightening. If anything, I think what happened there came from something else in the cemetery, something not connected to her except by place and timing. That might be why I still feel sad when I remember the whole thing. Because what should have been a small late-night act of love turned into one of the strangest and most frightening experiences I have ever had. It changed the memory of that birthday visit forever. Now when I think about putting flowers on her grave that year, I cannot separate it from the sound of that heavy door slamming shut and my friend screaming inside the car. The car itself has become part of the memory too. That big old Buick. That ridiculous heavy car. That solid massive door. Sometimes I think the physical heaviness of that car is one of the reasons the experience remains so convincing to me. If it had been some tiny modern car with light doors and a weird angle in the parking spot, there would always be more room to doubt. But that old Buick was like a tank. The door did not just drift shut. It slammed. And I knew that sound. I knew the force it took to make it happen. That is one reason I have never once accepted any normal explanation for that part. And the freezing handle. That detail alone still makes me shiver when I think of it. In hot summer weather, a metal handle should not feel like ice unless something is deeply wrong. It was like touching winter in the middle of a still warm night. That cold carried a different kind of fear than the visual stuff did. The woman at the gate, the shadow, even the slamming door could almost belong to vision and atmosphere. But the freezing handle was physical contact. It was something I touched. Something my body knew. The same goes for the cold inside the car. If I had just imagined being cold because I was scared, maybe that would be one thing. But my friend was frightened too, and the car really did feel wrong. It felt like the cold was waiting for us in there. That is the best way I can describe it. Not ordinary cool air. A presence like cold. For a long time after that, my friend and I did not even need to say much to each other about the experience. We both knew. We both remembered. There are some experiences that create their own kind of understanding between two people because you lived through the same impossible moment. And that is exactly what happened. Even now, if I brought it up, I know the details would come right back to her too. The woman at the gate. The fear in the car. The slamming door. The shadow when we left. Those things do not fade the way ordinary nights do. I also think about the way my friend said, "Just tell Grandma happy birthday from me." That sentence has always stayed with me because of what it revealed in the moment. Usually she would have walked with me. Usually she would have stood there too, because my grandmother mattered to her. But that night, fear changed everything. The sentence was sweet and sad and frightened all at once. It said, "I love her too, but I cannot make myself get out of this car." And in the end, I do not blame her one bit. If anything, she was the one listening to the danger sooner than I was. I was the one trying to be practical. Trying to justify staying because the gas mileage was bad. Trying to act like whatever she saw had already gone away. Trying to make the night fit into a normal shape even when the atmosphere was telling me it would not. Maybe that is why I ended up being the one standing alone at the grave when the door slammed. Fear often gives us chances to listen before things get worse. We do not always listen. And that night I did not. Still, I am glad I left the flowers. As strange as that sounds after everything I have just said, I am glad I did what I came there to do. I told my grandmother happy birthday from both of us. I left the flowers. I did not let the forgotten day stay forgotten. That small act still matters to me, even though the rest of the experience frightened me badly. But I will also say this plainly. I would never do that again at midnight. Not there. Not after what happened. Some places may feel friendly in daylight, but nighttime changes them. I do not know what waits in the dark corners of certain cemeteries, and after that night I do not need to know more. One experience was enough. I do not feel any need to test it again. I got my answer, whether I wanted one or not. And that answer, for me, is that something was there that night. Something my friend saw at the gate. Something that did not want us there, or wanted to make sure we knew it saw us. Something strong enough to slam a heavy car door shut and leave the handle like ice. Something that remained near the gate as we fled. I do not know what it was, but I know it was not normal. And I know that when we reached home that night, all I could think was how lucky I felt to have the cemetery behind us, the house around us, and that dark gate no longer in sight. I moved to Victorville, California, in late October of 2005, and at that point in my life everything felt unfamiliar. I did not know anybody there. I had been pulled away from everything and everyone I knew, and starting over in a place where you have no friends, no comfort zone, and no sense of where you fit is a strange kind of loneliness. The streets are new, the school is new, the faces are new, and even the air feels different when you are trying to settle into a life that does not yet feel like yours. I remember that time so clearly because so many important things began all at once. It was not just a move. It was the beginning of friendships, relationships, fear, love, confusion, and a haunting that would follow me much more closely than I ever expected. On the first day I started school there, a girl named Michelle came up to me. I did not know then that she would become one of my closest friends, but she did. From that first day on, we clicked in a way that happens only a few times in life. Some people enter your world and become important slowly, and some feel familiar almost immediately. Michelle was one of those people. She approached me, talked to me, and somehow from then on we were always around each other. Looking back, I think I needed that more than I understood at the time. When you move somewhere new and know no one, even one friend can feel like a rope being thrown out to you. She became much more than that. Also on that very first day, I saw a guy and instantly fell for him. I know people say that kind of thing all the time and it sounds dramatic, but that is honestly how it felt. I saw him and that was it. His name was Jordan, and for a while he did not even speak to me. I would see him, notice him, think about him, and say nothing. It took several weeks before anything happened at all, and that only happened because one of his friends happened to share a class with me and overheard me talking about him. That friend told Jordan, and after that Jordan finally approached me. Once he did, things moved quickly enough that we started going out. That was the beginning of me becoming more involved with his life, his family, and eventually his house. The first time I ever went to his house was on New Year's. Even now, when I think about that place, the first thing I remember is the feeling of the living room. I have never been in another room quite like it. It was the darkest, heaviest, most depressing living room I had ever seen. It did not matter how bright it was outside. It could have been the sunniest day in the world, and that room still looked and felt dim, like the light somehow refused to stay there. It was not just dark in a physical sense. It had a bad feeling. A weighed-down feeling. Everyone who lived there seemed to prefer sitting in the dining room and kitchen area instead because that side of the house felt bright and alive. The living room, by comparison, felt dead. Even before I experienced anything there, I noticed the contrast immediately. One side of the house felt normal and open. The other felt wrong. The layout of the house matters because so much of what happened centered around certain rooms and especially the hallway. When you came in through the front door, there were French doors on the right leading into a study that had been turned into a bedroom. On the left was the dining area. From there you could go into the kitchen. If you kept walking straight from the front door, you could also enter the kitchen by turning left, or continue straight and end up in the living room. If you went through the living room and through another set of doors, you came into what everybody called the boom room. It was basically like a den, but people also slept in there sometimes. If instead you went down the hallway from the point where the house split toward the kitchen or living room, you kept going until you reached a linen closet. At that point you had to turn left to get to the master bedroom and one of the bathrooms, or right to reach another bedroom and the laundry room. That hallway became very important. At first, though, I did not know any of that. The first time I spent the night at Jordan's house, he and I slept in his room. I fell asleep before he did, which was normal because I was usually the one who got tired first. Sometime later in the night I woke up. I do not know what time it was exactly, only that the room was dark and I came awake enough to look around. When I did, I saw someone sitting in the corner of the room. It was too dark to make out details clearly, but I could tell someone was there, and I could tell whoever it was looking at me. My first thought was not ghost or spirit. I assumed it had to be one of his brothers, or maybe Jordan himself had moved over there and fallen asleep in the corner. That would have been weird, but at least it would have been normal. So I looked beside me in the bed and saw that Jordan was not there. That made the figure in the corner seem more likely to be him. But then I looked down beside the bed and saw Jordan asleep on the floor. I looked back to the corner, and the figure was gone. The door to the bedroom was locked. That part mattered because it meant nobody had just slipped out casually. And yet I still did not say anything. I knew the family sometimes talked about the house being haunted, but when they did, they mostly talked about the hallway, not Jordan's room. I did not want to sound crazy. I did not want to be the new girlfriend telling stories about seeing things in the dark. So I kept it to myself, even though I knew what I had seen did not make any sense. After that, I started spending more time there, and over time I got used to certain things, or at least as used to them as someone can get. One of the most common things was the bedroom door rattling. When the door was locked, it would start shaking violently, like someone was trying to get in. Not a little movement. Not a soft push. It would rattle hard, the way a door does when someone is grabbing the handle and forcing it. Jordan tried to tell me it was probably the wind, and I wanted to believe him because believing him would have made life easier. But none of the windows were open, and no wind I know of can grab a closed interior door and shake it that hard. Still, after a while, I stopped reacting every single time. That is one of the strangest things about living around hauntings or strange events. You adapt because you have to. The door rattled. Hallways gave me chills. Doors slammed. I stopped trying to explain every incident, and just accepted that the house was haunted. The one comfort in all of this was that I did not live there then. At least not at first. One night Jordan told me something that had happened to him, and hearing it from him made the whole thing feel even more real. He said he had woken up in the middle of the night because he wanted to get some water from the kitchen. He opened his bedroom door, and there in the hallway he saw his little niece, Jemiah, who was around 18 months old at the time. She was just standing there. He thought maybe she had woken up and wandered out of her parents' room. He was not about to ignore a baby standing alone in a dark hallway, so he went toward her to pick her up. And she disappeared. Just vanished, leaving him standing there alone in the hallway. That frightened him badly enough that he did not even get the water. He came straight back into the room and woke me up. I was there that night, so I remember the panic in him. Together we went to his brother Jeremy and Taya's room, because they were Jemiah's parents. Their room was the first bedroom by the entrance. We tried to open the doors, but they were locked, which meant Jemiah could not possibly have been in the hallway. She had been inside with her parents the whole time. The second we realized that, we ran back to Jordan's room, locked the door, and waited until morning to say anything. When morning came, we told his mother, Tammy. And that was when things got even stranger. Tammy said she had experienced the exact same thing a few days earlier. She had a habit of waking up in the middle of the night and walking around the house to check on everything. One of those nights, when she started down the hallway toward the kitchen, she heard a baby crying. Then she saw Jemiah standing there. She started talking to her softly, trying to comfort her, thinking the baby had gotten out of bed somehow. But as she got closer, Jemiah smiled and disappeared. Tammy said she was surprised, but not especially terrified, because she was already used to weird things in that house. Like Jordan had, she checked Jeremy and Taya's room afterward and found it locked. That meant there were at least 2 separate sightings of the baby where the real baby could not have been there. Everyone in the house was creeped out by that, but even then, things somehow got worse. The worst thing involving Jemiah happened one night while Tammy was cooking dinner. The stove was positioned so that if you stood there and looked to the right, you were looking straight down the hallway. Jemiah liked to play in that hallway, and that evening she was there while everyone else was scattered through different parts of the house. Tammy called out that dinner was ready, and Jordan, me, and a few others came in from the boom room while more people came from the back of the house. Somehow all of us reached the area in time to see what happened next. Something slammed Jemiah against the wall. I know how impossible that sounds, but that is what we saw. There was no person touching her. No one near enough to have shoved her. It was as if something unseen grabbed or struck her and threw her sideways into the wall. Every one of us stopped. We just stared. Jemiah herself stared straight ahead, and then her eyes followed something moving toward the kitchen, as though she could still see what had done it. After that, she would not play in the hallway anymore. And honestly, neither would I have. What made it even more disturbing was that after it happened, nobody really talked about it again. Not because it was unimportant, but because sometimes something is so frightening that everyone silently agrees not to keep opening it up. It was easier to move around it than through it. At some point after all of this, I ended up living there too. That happened because my own life fell apart. My dad got arrested, and he had been evicted from the apartment where we were living. I had moved there from out of state, so I really had no way to get back to where I came from and nowhere else to go. So I stayed there with them. That changed everything because suddenly the haunting was not something I visited sometimes. It became part of my daily life. One day, everyone was gathered in the boom room. I had just come from the bathroom and was walking down the hallway toward them. At the far end of the hallway there was a mirror, and as I walked I was looking at myself in it. I remember doing that because I was feeling miserable and thinking about how terrible I looked at that point in my life. I was already emotionally drained, already carrying too much, and I was absent-mindedly staring at myself in the mirror as I came down the hall. Then, in that same reflection, I saw a dark, tall male figure walking behind me. He was not following me exactly. It looked more like he had crossed from the area of Tammy's room toward Jordan's room. But there was no one back there. No one else in the house was in that part of the hallway. And no one in that house matched the shape of what I saw. It was just this tall, shadowy male figure reflected behind me. That scared the hell out of me. I ran straight into the boom room and told Jordan. Everyone went back to check, and of course there was no one there. That became the pattern in that house. You saw something. You ran to tell someone. People checked. Nothing was there. But the fear remained. Another incident happened when Taya and I were the only adults in the house with Jemiah. We were sitting in the kitchen eating dinner, and by then Jemiah was a little older, barely 2, but she spoke very well for her age. Suddenly she said, "That girl's here," and pointed toward the hallway. Taya and I looked but saw nothing. Then a few moments later, both of us got chills. It was one of those instant full-body chills where the air feels wrong, and your skin knows it before your mind catches up. That was when Jemiah said, "And that man's here too. He killed her, he killed the girl." Then she started smirking and giggling in a way that did not feel like normal toddler behavior. She took her fork and began stabbing at herself, not deeply, but enough to show a violent motion, and she kept talking. She said things like, he a bad man, he killed her mama, he killed that girl," while pointing toward the hallway. Taya and I were terrified. We moved Jemiah's chair so she could not see into a hallway anymore, hoping that would make her stop. But then she started up again anyway. She said the girl was scared because the man was going to get her and that he was in the hallway too. At that point, what were we supposed to think? She was 2 years old. How could she have known how to describe something like that? How could she pick words like that, or act things out with a fork, or keep talking about a man hurting a girl unless she was truly seeing something or somehow being used to say it? That was the moment when Taya and I both felt that maybe Jemiah was not only seeing spirits, but somehow being influenced by them enough to tell us what was happening. It was horrifying, and there was no good explanation for it. After that, Jemiah kept talking about the girl and the man. Tammy, Jordan, Jemiah, and I all started seeing the male figure more often. And not only that, but the emotional atmosphere in the house kept getting worse. I started feeling evil at times, and I do not use that word lightly. There were moments when I felt anger or darkness in me that seemed bigger than my normal emotions. Jordan and I began arguing more and more. Tammy and her boyfriend started arguing more too. The whole house felt infected with hostility. It was as if whatever was there fed on chaos and pushed it out through the people living in the house. One day, by then I was pregnant, I completely lost control. Jordan's brother Justin came into the dining room and started complaining about me making a mess with some papers. Then, while trying to pick them up, he knocked over my water. Something in me snapped. I grabbed a pair of scissors, and they were very, very sharp, and I threw them at him with all my force. If he had not moved, they could have hit him badly. They missed him by less than an inch and slammed into the wall. The second it happened, it was like part of me came back and realized what I had just done. I stormed out of the dining room and into the hallway. Then I felt like something shoved me backward. I started falling, and before I could hit the ground, Deshay, Tammy's boyfriend, caught me. After that I left. I went to stay with my grandmother, who had moved to California but lived a couple of hours away. I never went back to live in that house again. But even after I left, Jordan still called me and told me stories about what kept happening. Jemiah continued being pushed around and assaulted by whatever was in the house. The figure started appearing to more of the family. The front door would open and close by itself. It was as if the activity was escalating because there were more people reacting to it and giving it energy. But the final thing, the thing that really made them decide to leave, happened to Tammy. One day she was entertaining guests at the house. After everyone left except the people who lived there, she was cleaning up in the living room. Jemiah came in wanting to be picked up, so Tammy lifted her. Then she started walking back toward the kitchen. At some point she felt something push against her side. She said the feeling was unmistakable, like a force striking her. She started falling, and because she was holding Jemiah, she knew she could not stop it properly. Right in front of them was the glass coffee table. She said that in the split second while she was falling, she knew they were going to hit it, and there was nothing she could do. But just before they would have landed on it, the table moved. Not slid a little. Not tipped. It shot across the room. It flew hard enough to slam into the wall and shatter. That was it. They started packing that same night and left. There was no more discussion about whether the house was haunted or whether things had maybe been exaggerated over time. By then too many people had seen too much. Too many things had happened that could not be laughed off or argued away. It was not one person imagining things. It was not one child making up stories. It was a whole house full of people, all having experiences, all watching the situation become more aggressive. I know to some people it probably sounds impossible. I know that reading all of that in one story sounds like too much. But I was there. I saw things. So did 9 other people. And all of us believed that house was haunted. We never researched the house, and honestly, maybe we should have. Maybe if we had looked into who lived there before, or what happened in that neighborhood, or whether there had been a murder connected to a man and a girl, we might have found something that explained at least part of what Jemiah kept describing. I still think about that sometimes. It probably would have been a good idea. But when you are living through something like that, you are often not in research mode. You are in survival mode. You are trying to get through the night, get the baby safe, get people calm, and keep your own mind together. The strangest thing to me, even now, is that Tammy always seemed to end up in haunted houses. She told me stories about other places they had lived in too. And then I experienced things with her in more than one house. So part of me has always wondered whether something followed her, or whether some people simply seem to attract this kind of activity the way some people seem to attract chaos in ordinary life. I do not know. Maybe certain families carry things with them. Maybe certain people are more open. Maybe once something violent or restless finds a way in, it does not leave easily. I do not know the answer. I only know that the house on Cresta Blanca Court was one of the worst places I have ever been in, and leaving it felt like escaping something that had become stronger every time we noticed it. I work for attorneys in a company that handles real estate matters, and the place where we work has always felt a little strange to me, even before I started noticing the things that I now cannot stop thinking about. The company itself is spread across 2 separate buildings, and together those buildings hold around 150 employees. On the surface, it looks like any other busy office setup. People come in early, turn on their computers, carry coffee to their desks, complain about deadlines, gossip in the hallways, and rush through the usual workday routine. If you walked in without knowing anything, you might think it was just another office where people spend too much time under fluorescent lights trying to get through the day. But from the beginning, I always felt there was something a little off about the place. Not in a dramatic movie kind of way, at least not at first. More like a feeling that the buildings had a past that was not done with them yet. There have always been rumors about what the buildings used to be before our company moved in. The story people tell most often is that the larger main office building was once part of an old hospital, and the smaller building off to the left, where some of us work, was supposed to have been the women's labor quarters. I cannot swear that every detail of that story is historically accurate, because office rumors have a way of growing and changing over time, but enough people repeat it with confidence that it has become part of the building's identity. Whether the 2 buildings were truly divided that way or not, I do not know. Still, when you spend enough time there, especially in the quieter moments, the hospital story stops feeling like just a rumor and starts feeling like something that could very well be true. My work area is in a room about the size of a college classroom. It is not huge, but it is large enough to hold 9 cubicles, each roughly 8 by 8 feet. Only 7 of those cubicles are occupied, so there are always a couple of empty spaces sitting there, giving the room a slightly unfinished feeling, as if it is never quite full enough to feel fully alive. During the day, the room is busy enough with keyboards clacking, printers humming, phones ringing, and people moving in and out. But even with all of that, there are moments when the room feels strangely separate from the rest of the office, almost as if its own atmosphere sits on top of the normal office atmosphere. The strange things did not begin with anything huge or dramatic. At first, they were just sounds. Loud sounds, but still only sounds. Every so often, we would hear banging or hard knocking on the walls. Not the kind of ordinary office noise you can blame on someone moving furniture next door or dropping something in the hallway. These sounds feel different. They are louder, sharper, more deliberate, like someone is striking the wall or slamming into it. Sometimes it sounds like hitting. Sometimes like pounding. It is the sort of noise that makes you stop what you are doing for a second and look up, because it does not fit neatly into the rest of the workday. Then there is the crying. At times I have heard what sounds like babies crying. That alone is enough to make anyone pause, because we are not allowed to bring our children to work. That rule is strict and has to do with insurance reasons, so it is not like there are babies wandering around the office or someone occasionally sneaking one in. There should not be any baby noises in our building. And yet I have heard them more than once. The crying is not always loud or prolonged. Sometimes it is faint. Sometimes it sounds like it is coming from farther away, as though somewhere in the building a baby has woken up and begun to fuss. But no baby is there. That is what makes it so unsettling. The sound is recognizable enough that there is no confusion about what it is supposed to be, but there is no logical source for it. There are other moments too, little things that sound harmless until you realize they should not be happening. Many times I have heard what I thought was one of my coworkers talking on the phone. It sounds close, familiar, exactly like the normal office rhythm of someone speaking softly to a client or answering a question. I have heard that low murmur and automatically assumed someone in our room was on a call. Then I look over or behind me, and no one in our room is on the phone. No one. Everybody is working quietly or typing or looking at their screens, but no one is speaking. Those moments get under my skin more than the loud bangs sometimes, because the sounds are so normal. They blend perfectly into the office environment right until you realize no human source is there. And then there are the little physical things. My mouse will sometimes move randomly across my screen. I know how that sounds. I know the first explanations people reach for. Maybe the mouse is old, maybe the desk vibrated, maybe your hand nudged it, maybe the computer glitched. And yes, I have considered all of that. But there are times when the movement is just odd enough, just independent enough, that it makes me stare. It is not every day, and it is not in a pattern I can predict, but it has happened enough that I notice it when it does. The strange thing is, I am not really afraid. That may be one of the oddest parts of all of this. A lot of people would expect that hearing babies cry in an office where no babies are allowed, hearing voices where no one is talking, and seeing unexplained movements on the computer would make me panic. But it does not. At least not in the usual way. I feel curious, unsettled, and sometimes emotional, but not afraid. That matters to me because whatever is there, if something is there, does not feel vicious. It does not feel angry. It feels sad and strange and somehow soft around the edges, even when it is making itself known. Still, one particular morning made everything feel more real than ever. It was a Tuesday, and all of us came in at the usual time, around 7:30 in the morning. We walked up to our room, ready to start the day, and found the door locked. That may not sound like much by itself, but the problem was that our room was never locked. Not sometimes. Not rarely. Never. No one in our office even had a key to that room because there had never been any reason for one. It was just not something we needed. The room stayed accessible, and that was that. So finding it locked that morning instantly threw everyone off. At first, I think we all assumed maybe some simple mistake had happened. Maybe maintenance had done something. Maybe someone from another department had somehow locked it by accident. But the more we looked into it, the stranger it seemed. No one knew how it could have been locked. No one had done it. No one had a key. It was not supposed to happen. So we had to call a locksmith. That alone made the whole morning feel wrong. We stood around outside our own room, unable to get in, while the rest of the office moved around us. The locksmith arrived about an hour later, and from the minute he started working on the door, it became obvious that this was not some quick, simple fix. He tried different tools. He worked at it much longer than anyone expected. He kept having trouble getting it open. At one point, he even said it was very unusual that the door was being so difficult. That comment stayed with me because when a professional says something feels off, it makes you pay attention differently. Eventually, after a lot of effort, he finally got the door open. We all went inside. And the room was freezing. Not cool. Not slightly chilly. Freezing. I could see my breath. That is what shocked me most in that moment. The air in that room was so cold that my breath was visible. It was never like that in our room. In fact, our room usually stayed hot enough that I kept 2 fans at my desk. I am not exaggerating. It was normally warm, stuffy, sometimes annoyingly so. I was the kind of person who had to keep extra air moving just to stay comfortable. So to walk in that morning and find the room cold enough to show my breath felt completely impossible. Everyone noticed it. It was not one of those situations where only I felt something and had to wonder if I was making it up. The cold was real and immediate. The room had changed into something that did not make sense. That morning unsettled me more than anything before it, because until then, most of the weird things had been easy to leave in the category of strange but survivable office oddities. Loud noises. Baby cries. Voices that seemed to come from nowhere. A computer mouse acting up. Those things are disturbing, yes, but each one can still be tucked into the back of your mind and carried along while you keep working. A locked door that no one can explain and a room so cold you can see your breath is much harder to push aside. And yet, even after that, I still did not feel pure fear. If anything, what I felt was a strange mix of wonder, confusion, and an odd kind of sadness. Part of that may have something to do with my own life at that time. I had recently had a baby, and I had been back to work for almost 2 months. Becoming a mother changes your mind and heart in ways that are hard to explain to anyone who has not lived it. You become attached in a way that is physical, emotional, and almost spiritual all at once. Going back to work after having a baby can feel like part of you has been cut away and left somewhere else. I was constantly missing my baby, constantly thinking about her, constantly carrying that ache of separation while trying to act like a normal employee sitting in a cubicle doing my job. Because of that, I started questioning myself. I had to. Was I hearing babies cry because I missed my baby so much that my own mind was playing tricks on me? Was my body and heart so fixed on motherhood that every unexplained sound became a baby in my imagination? Was I carrying some kind of terrible separation anxiety that made me more sensitive, more emotional, more open to hearing things that were not really there? I asked myself those questions many times because they seemed reasonable. I did not want to jump to paranormal conclusions just because the office had rumors attached to it, and because I was in a fragile emotional state. But the more things happened, the less simple that explanation felt. Because it was not only the baby cries. It was the voices of adults talking on phones that no one was using. It was the banging in the walls. It was the impossible lock. It was the cold. It was the general feeling that something in that room or in that building wanted attention. And the strange part is, the attention did not feel hostile. That may be the hardest part to explain. If something wanted to scare us, I think it could have chosen much darker ways to do it. But that is not the feeling I got. What I felt was that whatever or whoever it was seemed to want something from me specifically, or at least from someone like me. I started wondering whether maybe something had happened there a long time ago, and whatever remained was trying to reach out to me because I was the most recently new mother in the room. That sounds strange, I know. It sounds like the kind of thought you would laugh off in another context. But when you are sitting in a place with a hospital rumor, hearing phantom babies cry, and feeling this strange emotional pull in a room that should only feel like office space, your mind begins making connections you would not have entertained before. I do not think whatever is there is harmful. In fact, if I am honest, the feeling is almost the opposite. It is weird, yes. It is unsettling, yes. But it is not malicious. The room does not feel evil. The voices do not feel threatening. The baby cries do not feel like a warning. The overall sense I get is more like comfort mixed with sorrow. That may sound contradictory, but it is the best way I can put it. Being there sometimes feels like standing inside someone else's old heartache. It feels gentle and sad at the same time. Like comfort and grief are tangled together in the walls. Sometimes I think the place feels almost happy, or maybe not happy exactly, but warm in intention. The phone-like voices, the soft feeling in the room, the fact that I am not terrified even when strange things happen, all of that makes me think whatever happened there was not born out of anger. It does not feel violent to me. It feels like accident, loss, and lingering emotion. It feels like something unfinished but not cruel. That is why the old hospital story sticks with me. If the larger building really was a hospital, and our smaller building truly had something to do with women giving birth or recovering after childbirth, then the emotional imprint of a place like that would be enormous. Think of all the life that begins in such places. Think of all the fear too. The pain of labor. The hope of mothers. The grief of those who lost babies. The babies who cried and were held and maybe, in some cases, were not carried home. Places like that hold huge emotional events. Joy and heartbreak can sit right next to each other there. A single room could have held celebration one day and tragedy the next. And if places do keep things, if emotion does somehow remain, then a place tied to birth and loss would be full of exactly the kinds of feelings I sense there: comfort, heartache, longing, tenderness, sadness, waiting. I think that may be why the baby cries affect me the way they do. They do not make me think of horror. They make me think of absence. They make me think of someone needing help, or someone remembering, or some part of the building still echoing with life that should have been cared for. And because I am a mother now, because my body still remembers what it means to hold, feed, soothe, and answer a baby's cry, maybe I am more sensitive to that than the other people in the office. Maybe the sounds land on me differently because they move straight into the deepest part of what I am now. There have been moments when I have sat at my desk and felt almost as if I should speak out loud, as if I should say something like, "It's okay," or, "What do you need?" But I never quite do. Part of me still feels silly. Part of me still worries I am creating meaning out of grief and architecture and stress. But another part of me cannot shake the feeling that if there is something there, it is not trying to frighten me away. It is trying to be noticed. The locked door and freezing room still stand out as the strongest event, though. I have replayed that morning many times in my mind. The confusion of all of us standing outside. The locksmith struggling. The way he said it was unusually hard to open. The first step into the room and that impossible cold. It felt almost like the room had sealed itself off and changed while we were gone, like whatever presence usually stayed quiet had, for one morning, decided to make itself undeniable. Not harmful. Not violent. Just undeniable. And I keep wondering why that happened then. Was it because of me? Was it because of something else in the building? Did some anniversary or memory or old event line up with that day without any of us knowing it? Or was it simply that whatever lingers there is not always predictable and sometimes chooses moments to make itself known more strongly? I do not know. That is the hardest and strangest part of all of this. I am still not sure whether I count myself as a true believer in ghosts or hauntings even after everything I have experienced there. I believe something is happening, yes. I believe the building holds more than ordinary office air and ordinary office noise. I believe the atmosphere is real, the cries are real, the voices are real, and that morning with the cold room was absolutely real. But I do not know what name to put on it. Ghosts? Residual energy? Spirits? Memory trapped in walls? Emotional imprint from another era? I do not know. What I do know is how it feels. It feels like a place where something happened that was not finished properly. It feels like someone or something is reaching, not in anger, but in longing. It feels maternal and mournful all at once. And sometimes, when I hear those cries or those soft phantom voices, I feel less like I am being haunted and more like I am being asked not to forget. That is the strangest part. Whatever it is, it does not repel me. It draws me in. Not because I enjoy being frightened, but because the feeling in that room does not feel evil. It feels sorrowful and almost beautiful in a painful way. Like a memory that cannot fully fade. Like a life or several lives that passed through there and left behind something unfinished but still full of tenderness. I never expected to feel that way about anything I could not explain. Before all of this, I probably would have laughed off stories about haunted offices, baby cries in empty rooms, or cold spots in buildings with old histories. I would have assumed people were tired, dramatic, or too willing to romanticize ordinary building problems. But after sitting in that room day after day, after hearing what I have heard and feeling what I have felt, I cannot dismiss it anymore. I do not think I am crazy. I do not think I am only homesick for my baby. And I do not think whatever is there wants to harm anyone. If anything, I think it wants to be understood. Or maybe just felt. And maybe that is why I keep listening. Ever since I was very young in California, strange things seemed to follow me. At first I did not understand what I was experiencing, and when I got older, I tried to explain it all away. I told myself I had just been an imaginative child. That seemed easier. Children notice shadows, become frightened by noises, and sometimes convince themselves that ordinary things are much stranger than they really are. For a long time, that was the explanation I held on to because it was simple and safe. It meant there was nothing out there, nothing unseen watching or moving or reacting. It meant all the things I remembered from childhood were only products of a mind that had been too active and too sensitive. But the older I got, the harder it became to believe that. Too many things kept happening. Too many moments returned. Too many feelings came over me in places where I should have felt nothing at all. Eventually, I had to admit that what I was dealing with did not feel like imagination anymore. It felt like I had been brushing against another layer of the world my whole life. Like many people, I often saw things out of the corner of my eye. At first, I thought that was normal. I figured everybody caught little flashes of movement, little dark shapes that disappeared when they turned their head, little tricks of light that made a hallway or doorway seem occupied for a split second. I thought maybe everyone had those moments, and just did not talk about them. But for me it was more than that. It was not only the quick shadows or motions that never stayed long enough to be clearly identified. It was also the way I felt in certain places. That was what really separated my experiences from ordinary nervousness or overthinking. Whenever I passed a cemetery, an old building, or even certain random areas that looked ordinary to everyone else, I would get hit with feelings that were not mine. That was always the strangest part. I would suddenly feel angry for no reason. Then just as suddenly, that feeling could turn to sadness. Sometimes I would feel depressed, heavy, hopeless, or deeply confused. These emotions did not rise naturally out of my own thoughts. They came over me in waves, almost as if I had stepped into someone else's emotional weather. One second I could be walking along feeling perfectly normal, and the next I would be carrying a feeling so strong and foreign that I could barely understand where it had come from. It was like invisible pressure entering me through the air itself. And because it happened in certain places more than others, I eventually began to believe I was not only seeing strange things. I was feeling things attached to places and maybe to spirits. I know that sounds strange, and I understand why people react to it with doubt. I would have reacted that way too once. But after you live with something for enough years, it stops being a theory and starts becoming part of how you move through life. I began to notice patterns. Some places felt crowded even when no one was there. Some places felt emotionally loud in a way that had nothing to do with the living people around me. It was almost as though some locations held layers of memory, pain, grief, fear, or confusion, and I was somehow sensitive to those layers. I did not ask for that sensitivity. If anything, I would probably have preferred not to have it. But it kept happening, and because it kept happening, I had to find some way of understanding it. Over time, I collected a lot of stories. Some were brief and strange. Some were harder to forget. I have experienced enough odd things that I could probably sit down and tell story after story from different points in my life. But the one that stays closest to me right now is the one tied to the place where I currently live. That is the one that changed the way I looked at everything most recently, because it took all the vague lifelong weirdness and turned it into something direct and personal. I live on post at Fort Drum, New York. By the time I got there, I already had a history with unusual experiences. I was not walking into this completely blind. But still, I did not expect the room itself to become such an active part of my life. At first, the things I noticed there were small enough that I could almost shrug them off. They were strange, yes, but not dramatic in the beginning. I would see little balls of light floating along the wall. The first few times that happened, I remember staring at them and wondering if it was some kind of reflection or eye problem or tiredness. But they were too clear and too specific for me to dismiss easily. These little floating balls were not all the same either. Some appeared fiery, almost as if they carried a burning orange glow. Others looked more like television static, that flickering strange kind of white-gray energy that seems to shimmer rather than shine. They were a little bigger than a golf ball, so not huge, but large enough that I could tell they were really there in front of me and not just some tiny flash or speck. They moved in ways that did not feel natural. They did not drop or drift like dust in sunlight. They seemed intentional in the way they traveled along the wall or passed through a certain space. Sometimes I would just sit and watch them because there was nothing else I could do. When something like that appears often enough, the first shock fades and is replaced by a tense kind of familiarity. You still do not understand it, but you stop being surprised every single time. That is one of the strangest things about living with the unexplained. People assume it must always feel dramatic and terrifying, but often it becomes repetitive. It becomes part of the room's behavior. You notice it, you watch it, and then you go on because there is no point in screaming every time something you cannot explain shows itself. The lights were not the only things. Every now and then, I would see something black moving across the floor or even crawling up my leg. That bothered me in a completely different way. The black shapes were about the size of a small cat, but they did not move like cats. They were quicker, less formed, more like concentrated shadows with intention. Sometimes they would dart across the ground so fast that if I had not already been used to weird things, I might have convinced myself I imagined them. But I knew what I had seen. Other times, the sensation was even worse because it felt close, personal. As if something dark had run up my leg or across my body. It never physically hurt me, but the sight of it was enough to leave me tense and unsettled. That kind of thing stays with you because it breaks the boundary between the room being haunted and your own body becoming part of the haunted space. Then there were the shadows. I started noticing one in particular that seemed to pace along the top of the lights in my room. It was not just a random shifting patch of darkness. It had motion that repeated. It would move back and forth in a way that looked like pacing, like a person walking along some invisible path above me. That was one of the moments when the room really began to feel occupied rather than simply active. Balls of light are strange. Dark shapes running low to the ground are strange. But a pacing shadow suggests a presence with restlessness, a presence that does not only appear, but lingers and moves with a pattern. And then came the day that changed everything. I was sitting at my computer, just doing something ordinary, when I suddenly got that feeling that someone was standing behind me. Most people have had a moment like that once or twice, where they think someone entered the room or is standing near them, and when they turn around there is no one there. Usually you shrug it off. But this was not like that. This feeling was too distinct. It carried the same kind of pressure I had felt in haunted places before, only now it was in my own room, right behind me, close enough that I could feel the attention of it. So I turned around. And there was a soldier standing behind me. He was in uniform. He looked at me. He seemed faint, not solid the way a living person would be. I could see through him. That is one of the clearest details I remember. He did not have the weight of a real body taking up space. He was there, and yet not fully there. The room behind him showed through him in a strange way. He was not like the other things I had seen before, not like the balls of light, or the crawling black forms, or the pacing shadow. Those things felt more like fragments or energies. This looked like a man, a person, someone who had once been entirely physical and now was only partly so. He did not attack me. He did not scream. He did not lunge or vanish the second I saw him. He simply stood there looking at me. There was something deeply unsettling about that, but also something sad. He felt less like a monster and more like a person who remained in the room for reasons I did not understand. A couple of days after that, I found out something that gave the sighting a terrible kind of meaning. The soldier I had seen was said to be someone who had once lived in my room, and he had committed suicide out in his car. That information hit me hard. Suddenly the room was no longer just generically active or haunted in some vague way. It had a story. It had a dead occupant. The faint soldier I had seen behind me was no longer only a strange apparition. He was tied to a life that had ended badly and to the exact room I was living in. Once I knew that, the whole atmosphere changed. Everything I had already experienced in there started arranging itself differently in my mind. It felt less random and more personal. It felt as though I had inherited not only a room, but the emotional remains of the person who had once lived there and died after whatever pain or darkness drove him to that end. After that, the activity did not stop. If anything, it became part of my everyday life. And this is the point where people sometimes stop understanding. They imagine that if a person sees things every day, they must become more frightened each time until they cannot function. But that is not what happened to me. Instead, I got used to it. Not because it became normal in any real sense, but because when something happens often enough, your mind adjusts just to survive it. I still noticed the lights. I still noticed the moving shadows. I still saw strange forms in the room. But over time, those things no longer caused the same level of shock they would have caused someone without my history. I had been dealing with the unexplained for so long that by then I had almost built a second version of normal around it. That does not mean I liked it. It does not mean it stopped being strange. It just means that I knew no one else was going to make sense of it for me, so I had to keep living. What makes all of this especially complicated is that my life did not begin with Fort Drum. The room did not create the sensitivity in me. It only confirmed and intensified what had already been there since childhood. When I was young in California, I thought my experiences were imagination. That was the easiest answer, and children are often told exactly that when they describe odd things. But then I grew older and realized I could feel places in ways other people did not. I could step into certain environments and be hit with emotions that were not mine. I could see things that made no sense, hear things, feel presences, and sometimes understand that something in a place was carrying its own energy. By the time I arrived at Fort Drum, that pattern had already shaped my way of seeing the world. The soldier in my room did not create the mystery. He only stepped into a mystery that had been unfolding around me for years. There are times when I still ask myself the same questions. Why? How? Is this normal? What am I actually seeing? Those questions have stayed with me because no matter how many experiences I have, no final explanation ever arrives. You can get used to things without understanding them. You can accept that you are seeing or feeling something strange without being able to explain where it comes from, or why you seem able to notice it when others cannot. And that is a frustrating place to live, because it means you are always carrying reality in two versions. There is the version everyone else sees, the practical surface world where rooms are rooms, shadows are shadows, and emotions are your own. Then there is the version I experience, where places can feel crowded with sadness, where a soldier can stand behind me long after his death, where lights and shapes move through a room that should be empty, and where the air itself sometimes feels filled with another kind of life. I have often wondered whether seeing spirits or sensing places is more common than people admit. Many people say they see things out of the corner of their eyes. Most brush it off or refuse to look too closely. Some feel strange in cemeteries or old buildings but do not put words to it. I sometimes think maybe more people experience these things than they are willing to say. The difference might simply be that they choose not to dwell on it, or they are better at ignoring it, or they have trained themselves not to notice. In my case, I never seemed able to shut it off completely. The world kept pressing strange things into my awareness whether I wanted it to or not. The emotional side of it is what still wears on me most sometimes. Seeing a shadow or a ball of light is one thing. Feeling the sadness of a place is another. Feeling rage that is not yours, or despair, or confusion, or hopelessness while passing a cemetery or building, that is harder to live with because it sinks into you. It can change your mood before you even understand why. It can make places feel too heavy. It can leave you drained after walking somewhere other people find ordinary. And once you start connecting those feelings to possible spirits or energies, you no longer move through the world casually. You start noticing how certain places affect you. You start watching how your body responds. You become alert to shifts in atmosphere that other people dismiss. Fort Drum only sharpened that. Living in a room where things happened every day meant I no longer had the luxury of pretending all of this belonged to childhood or imagination. The room made the question unavoidable. If a dead soldier had once lived there, and then I saw a soldier in uniform standing behind me, faint and transparent, then what else was I supposed to call that? If lights floated along the wall in different colors and black forms crossed the floor and shadows paced above me, how long could I keep reducing that to overthinking? At some point, denial becomes harder than acceptance. Acceptance, though, is not the same as understanding. I still do not fully understand. I still do not know whether what I see is always truly external, always a spirit, always some kind of energy, or whether sometimes my sensitivity mixes with stress and memory and turns things into forms my mind can understand. That question still exists. I am honest about that. But I also know that the experiences are too consistent and too layered to dismiss completely. They have texture, repetition, emotion, and context. They do not feel random enough to be meaningless. What I do know is this: I have lived my whole life with the unexplainable close to me. Sometimes it is only a feeling. Sometimes it is a shadow. Sometimes it is a voice or a strange emotional wave in a place where no one else seems affected. And sometimes it is a dead soldier in uniform standing behind me in the room where he once lived and died after a life I can only partly imagine. That is why I ask the questions I ask. Why does this happen? How does this happen? And is it normal to see things? I do not mean normal, in the sense of common or socially acceptable. I mean normal in the sense of whether some people are simply wired differently. Whether some people are born more open to this other layer of life and death. Whether some people are receivers for things other people walk right past without noticing. Because if that is true, then maybe I am not broken or crazy. Maybe I am just someone who sees more than I ever wanted to. And maybe the hardest part is not the seeing itself, but trying to live an ordinary life while carrying it. Some days I wish I could turn it all off. It would be easier, simpler, lighter, but I do not know how. So instead I keep watching, keep feeling, keep trying to understand. And I keep asking the same questions, because even after all these years, I still do not think I have heard an answer that fully explains what it means to live with one foot in the visible world and the other brushing against something just beyond it. When I was living with the father of my child, I went through several experiences that I still cannot explain in any normal way. Some of them were strange, some were unsettling, and some were so frightening that even now, when I think back on them, I can still feel that same cold fear in my chest. The very first and worst haunting happened in the first house we all lived in together. It became so bad there that eventually everyone had enough and moved into a second house. By the time I started spending more time in that second house, I thought maybe things would be different there. I thought maybe the darkness and fear belonged only to the first place, and that once we left it behind, life would calm down. But that was not what happened. I was not living in the second house right from the beginning. At first I only visited. It was not until later, before they moved again, that I ended up living there for several months. By then, a lot had happened in the family and around the house, and I honestly believe those things mattered. Sometimes I think certain events, especially deaths, violence, pain, and grief, change the feeling of a place. They open something. They leave something behind. This house had been normal, at least from what everyone said, for about the first year they lived there. Nobody talked about hauntings. Nobody mentioned seeing things. Nobody described cold spots, strange presences, shadows, or anything like that. For the first year, it seemed like just a house. But after a while, things in our lives started getting darker. Around that time, our daughter was already born, though she had been born early. By the point of this story, she was about a year old, and had just started learning how to walk. She was in that beautiful stage where every little bit of freedom excited her. The house was fairly big, and she absolutely loved having room to move around and practice. She would wobble from one room to another, fall, get back up, laugh, and keep going. Watching her learn how to move through that house was one of the few bright and innocent things in the middle of a very heavy time. She had no fear of the hallways or the rooms. She saw the whole place as one big adventure. But the adults were living in a very different reality. By then, Grandma had died, and that had shaken the family deeply. Not long after that, Julian, my boyfriend's youngest brother, who was only 17, had been shot in the head twice and almost died. Even writing that now still sounds unreal. The fact that he survived was a miracle, but the trauma of it stayed in the family. You do not go through something like that and return to normal overnight. Everybody was affected by it, whether they talked about it or not. There was grief in the house, fear in the house, and a kind of emotional heaviness hanging over everyone. It was after all of that, after the death and after the shooting, that the house began to feel different to me. I started noticing presences. Not always in a dramatic way at first. Sometimes it was just the sense that someone was standing in a room where no one was. Sometimes I would step into a part of the house and suddenly feel a chill that had no connection to the weather or the air conditioning. These cold spots were not subtle. They felt like walking into a place where the air had somehow been drained of warmth. And with those cold spots came a strange awareness, as if I was not alone even when I knew I was. The feeling stayed with me enough that I began to hate being left in that house by myself. At first I did not want to admit that, because I did not want to seem dramatic or weak, especially since I had been fine there before. But after a while I could not deny it. Something had changed, and I felt it. The first incident involving my daughter was one of the moments that really made me believe there was something there. She had just begun walking, and because she loved moving around so much, she would go back and forth through the house constantly. She would wobble from the hallway toward the back rooms, then turn around and come back again, proud of herself and happy. One day I was sitting in the living room while she was practicing. I let her move around because I could hear her, and I knew she was close enough that I could check on her. A few minutes passed before I suddenly realized I had not heard her in a little while. That quiet caught my attention, so I got up to look for her. I found her standing in the doorway to Tammy's room. Tammy was my boyfriend's mother, and her room was one of the rooms that always seemed to hold a certain strange energy. My daughter was just standing there in the doorway, looking up at something I could not see. She was smiling and laughing. It was not the way a child laughs at nothing in a random happy mood. It was the kind of laugh children make when they are reacting to someone, when they are engaged with something that feels playful and real to them. She was focused. Her little face was lifted upward. She was completely entertained by whatever she believed was there. Of course I looked too. I looked around the room, the doorway, the corners, anywhere I thought someone might be standing or hiding. But I saw no one. Tammy was asleep in her bed, and there was absolutely no one else in the house. No television was on in there. No toy was making a sound. No movement. No reason at all for my daughter to be standing there smiling and laughing up at empty space. I remember feeling the fear immediately, but I pushed it down enough to walk over, pick her up, and bring her back into the living room with me. I tried not to think too much about it right then. But it did not happen only once. Over time, I would find her in that same doorway again and again, doing the same thing. She would be playing there, smiling, laughing, staring upward or into the room as if someone was there interacting with her. After a while, I stopped trying to convince myself it was random. I came to believe she had some kind of ghost playmate. That thought terrified me, but at the same time I did not feel like whatever she was engaging with was harming her. It seemed playful, at least from her side of it. Still, because she was too young to really talk, I knew I would never get answers from her. I would never know what she thought she was seeing. I would never know whether it was a child, a woman, a shadow, a man, or something else. All I knew was that she saw something there, and she liked it. That alone was enough to make me never want to be alone in the house. As she got a little steadier on her feet, she started to run more than walk. Around that time, her cousin Jemiah was there one day, and the two of them were playing together. They ran back and forth between the front living room and the hallway, laughing and chasing each other the way little children do when the whole world is one big game. I was in the kitchen cooking, but I could see them from where I stood. I kept one eye on what I was doing and one eye on the girls. Everything seemed normal until both of them suddenly stopped. It was so abrupt that it made me look up right away. They were standing in the front living room, both staring at something. Not at each other. Not at me. Something. I watched as they slowly turned their heads in the same direction, looking past me and into the hallway. Then, just as quickly, both of them started laughing again and followed after whatever they were looking at, as if someone had just run by and invited them to keep playing. I got chills immediately. I called Jemiah over and asked her what had happened. I asked why they had both stopped, and what they were looking at. She answered very casually, like it was no big deal at all. She said, "That boy, he's so crazy," and then laughed and ran off again. That reply stayed with me. Children say strange things all the time, yes, but there was something about the way she said it so naturally that made it worse. She did not look confused. She did not seem like she was making anything up. To her, some boy had just been there, had done something playful or silly, and the girls had responded to him. I did not see any boy. No one else was around. and yet both girls clearly reacted to the same unseen thing at the same time. That told me whatever was there was not just attached to one child's imagination. Eventually, my daughter stopped playing in Tammy's doorway so much, but her attention shifted to another part of the house. This house had 2 living rooms. The front living room, where the girls had that strange experience, was the nicely decorated one. It had white couches, framed photos, a bar, a Chinese-style table, statues, and all the things that made it look good but also made it feel like a room people admired more than used. Hardly anyone really spent time in there. The second living room was the comfortable one. That was where everybody gathered, watched TV, talked, and relaxed. That was the room people actually lived in. Yet for some reason, my daughter became fascinated with the front living room. More specifically, she became obsessed with the bar. I still do not know how she learned how to open it. She was very little, and yet somehow she would go straight into that room, head right for the bar, and get it open. 3 separate times she managed to pull out wine glasses and break them. It was not like she wandered around the room touching random things. She always went for that spot. After the 3rd time, we had to find a way to keep her out of it entirely. But even after we blocked her from getting into the bar, she would still try. It was as if something in that room kept pulling her back. Around that same period, I had one of my own clearest sightings in that house. I was in the kitchen one day and happened to glance at the reflection in the front room window. From where I stood, I could see part of the kitchen behind me in the glass. In that reflection, I saw someone walking behind me. It was tall, dark, and moved with the shape of a man. At first glance, my mind tried to make sense of it by assuming it was someone in the house. But almost instantly I knew that could not be right. The figure moved past me and disappeared. It was not a full-bodied, clear person. It was darker than that, almost like a shadow with mass. At the same time, I knew William, one of our friends, was in the house somewhere. So I looked down the hallway and saw him there. I called him over and asked him to walk through the same path where I had seen the reflection. I wanted to compare. I wanted to make sure I was not somehow mixing him up with what I had just seen. When I watched his reflection in the same window, I knew immediately that it had not been him. William was wearing white, and his reflection showed him exactly as he was. What I had seen before had been black, dark, and not solid in the same way. It did not match him at all. That scared me badly, and later Tammy admitted that she too had started seeing someone in that same living room. The activity kept spreading through different parts of the house, like no room was ever truly safe for long. One of the most unnerving nights happened when it was just Jordan and me in the house. He had gone into the back room and fallen asleep, and I was in the second living room watching television. After a while, I started hearing a popping noise. At first, it was every now and then, just enough to annoy me but not enough to make me get up. But after about 10 minutes of it, I decided to go check because I needed to know what was making that sound. It was coming from the laundry room. I walked in and saw that the dryer door was popping open. That may sound like a mechanical issue, but it was not behaving like an old machine with a loose latch. I was actively washing and drying clothes at the time, so I knew the dryer should have been running normally. I shut the door, restarted it, and walked away thinking maybe it had not latched right. As I headed toward my bedroom, thinking maybe Jordan had somehow messed with it before going to sleep, I heard the pop again. I turned back, walked into the laundry room, and there stood the dryer door, wide open. At that point I spoke out loud. I asked whoever or whatever it was to stop playing games because I needed my clothes done. I remember saying it almost in frustration, not even full fear, because by then I was so tired of the constant weirdness. I shut the door again. This time, I did not even have to restart the dryer. It started by itself. That was enough for me. I ran straight to my room and got into bed with Jordan. I did not want to be anywhere near that laundry room after that. What made it even stranger was that after this happened, I began noticing my daughter going into the laundry room and trying to play in there too. Just like with Tammy's doorway in the front living room, she seemed drawn to certain places in the house that had already felt active to me. That was one of the things that bothered me most about the whole haunting. It was not only that adults were seeing things or hearing things. It was that children seemed to be interacting with whatever was there in ways they could not explain. My daughter, Jemiah, and later others all behaved as if there were invisible people in the house. They played with them, watched them, followed them, or reacted to them with fear. And because children are so open and so unguarded, part of me thinks they were seeing much more than the adults ever could. What happened in that house changed all of us. The adults argued more. Everyone grew tenser. The air in the place felt heavier over time. Even when nothing obvious was happening, there was a constant low-level sense that something could happen at any moment. It is exhausting to live like that. You never fully relax. You never truly feel alone, and you never truly feel safe. Every shadow matters. Every sound matters. Every room has a mood. Every child's strange sentence makes your heart stop for a second. By the time I finally left, I knew I could not keep living there. I was pregnant. I was emotionally drained. I had already scared myself and everyone else too many times with the things I saw and the darkness I felt in myself there. The house was doing something to all of us. Whether it was feeding on us, influencing us, or simply aggravating what was already broken in our lives, I do not know. But I know it was not a healthy place to remain. Even after I left, though, the stories kept coming. Jordan would call and tell me about new things happening. Jemiah being pushed. Doors opening and closing. More sightings. More fear. More aggression. And then finally that last terrible incident with Tammy and the coffee table happened. And that was the final sign that the house had crossed into something none of them could safely ignore anymore. They packed and left that very night. I still think about that house sometimes. I think about the front living room that always felt wrong. I think about the dark male figure in the window reflection. I think about the children staring into the hallway and following someone I could not see. I think about Jemiah saying, "That boy, he's so crazy," and later talking about the man and the girl. I think about the dryer door opening and starting itself. I think about how the atmosphere of the entire place seemed to worsen as more pain happened in the family, as if the haunting and the trauma were feeding each other. And most of all, I think about how many people witnessed things there. This was not one person imagining a haunted house because they like scary stories. Too many of us saw too much. Different ages, different rooms, different experiences, same house. That is what makes it impossible for me to dismiss. I know some people will always say none of it sounds possible, but I was there, and so were many others. And when enough people see enough things in one place, eventually you stop asking whether the house is haunted and start asking what happened there to make it that way. I never really know how to begin when I talk about this because the experience itself already feels so strange, and trying to put it into normal words somehow makes it feel even stranger. Still, I know exactly when it starts. There is always that sound. I do not know if other people know the sound I mean, but to me it is unmistakable. It is like a low electric buzzing, not just something I hear with my ears, but something I feel all through me. It is not like the sound of a machine in the room or a noise from outside. It is deeper than that, almost like a vibration that belongs to the space between waking and dreaming. The moment I hear it, I know I am not slipping into ordinary sleep. I know I am not just having a normal dream. It is as if my body is staying behind in bed, but something else in me is being pulled toward another place. The sound is always accompanied by a feeling in my body that is just as familiar. Sometimes it feels like a lift from the inside, and other times it feels more like a turning. The best way I can explain it is that something seems to tug on my insides and gently but firmly shift me, almost as if I am no longer fully connected to my own weight. It feels as though something is moving me before I ever fully see or understand what is happening. And strangely enough, even though the whole thing can be frightening, I know this beginning so well now that part of me almost welcomes it. That probably sounds crazy, but it is true. When I hear that eerie buzzing and feel that strange pulling or turning sensation, I already know I am about to have one of those experiences again. I call them visits because that is what they feel like to me. Not dreams in the normal sense, but visits. Encounters. Something coming to me or taking me somewhere. This has been happening for a while now, though not often enough for me to grow completely used to it. It is rare enough to keep its power over me, but frequent enough that I know the pattern. I remember every time it has happened, at least in the way that certain vivid experiences burn themselves into memory. I could probably sit here and describe each one in detail, but if I told every moment exactly as I remember it, it would take forever. Even then, I still do not know if I could ever explain it properly because the feeling of it is bigger than the words. But all of these experiences begin the same way, with that buzzing and that turning, and then with the presence. That presence is always there. It is never fully clear in a way that would let me say exactly what it is. I do not see a normal face or body the way I would see another person standing in my room. It is more like an outline, a shape, a dark and enormous awareness gathered into a form. I know it is there. I know it is near me. I know when it touches me, lifts me, or turns me. It has size. It has force. It has intention. But it is still hard to call it a man or a woman or anything human at all. It feels ancient. That is one of the strongest impressions I always get. Not simply old, but ancient in the deepest sense, like something that has been around far longer than I can understand. It feels as if it knows everything. That may sound dramatic, but when I am in the middle of one of these experiences, that is exactly the feeling I get. The presence seems to carry a kind of total knowledge, a confidence and power so complete that being near it makes me feel small in a way that is hard to describe. What makes these experiences especially hard to explain is that I am aware during them. I do not mean fully awake in the ordinary sense, but I am not lost in random dream logic either. I know I am in bed. I know where I physically am. At the same time, I know that I am not only in bed. I feel myself elsewhere too, suspended in some strange state between body and not body. I know I am being moved. I know I am being pointed in different directions. I know the presence is interacting with me, not just appearing beside me. It picks me up in some way I cannot fully explain and seems to turn me, almost like it is positioning me or orienting me. Sometimes it points me towards something. Sometimes it shifts me in the air, and I feel weightless while it does. That weightlessness is one of the strangest parts. My body in bed should feel heavy and still, but instead I feel almost suspended, like gravity has loosened its hold on me for a few moments. Even though I am frightened, I do not really move. Or maybe I should say I cannot move in the normal way. There is fear there, definitely. I am not pretending this is all calm and beautiful. Sometimes it is deeply unsettling. Sometimes I feel such a strong awareness of its power that my fear rises instantly. But even then, I remain still, partly because I do not know what movement would even mean in that state, and partly because I feel overwhelmed by whatever is happening. It is not like the ordinary fear of a bad dream where you know you only have to wake up. This feels more real than that, and because it feels more real, it commands a different kind of stillness from me. There is also a sexual energy in these experiences, and that is one of the hardest parts to talk about honestly because it is easy for people to misunderstand. It is not sexual intercourse in any ordinary way. It is not like a human body touching me in the physical, familiar sense. It is something broader, stranger, and more invasive than that. It feels like a force, almost a current of energy, without boundaries, without skin, without the limits that a real body would have. It goes through me, under me, around me. It is like something touches every nerve in me all at once with one sweep. I can feel it under my skin. I can feel it around my body. Sometimes it feels heavy on me, almost pressing down, and other times it feels more like it is moving through me in waves. And strangely, it is not always entirely unpleasant. That is the part that is hardest to admit because it makes the whole thing even more confusing. Sometimes I am frightened and fascinated at the same time. Sometimes I feel invaded and drawn in. Sometimes I feel sick with fear, and yet part of me still wants to stay there long enough to understand more. That mixture is what makes these experiences so disturbing afterward. If they were only terrifying, then maybe I could dismiss them as nightmares or dark episodes of sleep paralysis, and just hate them. But they are not only that. There is an intensity to them, an intimacy, a strange closeness that does not fit neatly into fear alone. The presence never feels curious in a casual way. It does not feel like something drifting by to see what I am doing. It feels purposeful. That is another thing that sets these visits apart from ordinary dreams. The presence does not feel random. It feels like it is doing something. Like it has a task. Sometimes the best word I can come up with is examining. It feels as if I am being examined, as though the presence is studying me or working on me or checking something in me. And the strangest part of all is that sometimes it feels like I belong to it in some strange way. I do not know how else to explain that. Not like ownership in a simple human sense, but like recognition. As if it knows me too well. As if it comes to me not because it chose me once, but because I have always somehow been part of whatever it is doing. The very first time it happened was the one that shook me the most because I had no framework for it at all. It happened in the middle of the day while I was camping in the mountains with some friends. That detail matters because it means I cannot easily explain it away as some night terror brought on by darkness and suggestion. It was daytime. My friends had gone hiking, and I had drifted off for only a few minutes. I was alone, but not in some haunted house or creepy room. I was in the mountains, in daylight, and only half asleep. Then it happened. I do not remember every second of that first one now in the exact order, but I remember how it ended. I woke up gasping for air and panicking. The fear was overwhelming. It did not feel like the end of a dream. It felt like I had just come back from something terrible and deeply unnatural. I was shaken so badly that the experience stayed with me for weeks afterward. I could not stop thinking about it. I kept going over the feeling, the presence, the paralysis, the force of it. Eventually, because I did not know what else to do, I pushed it out of my mind. I tried to tell myself it had just been a weird experience, and to leave it alone. But then it happened again. And after that, it kept returning every now and then. Not constantly, but enough that I have experienced it about 6 times. Every time, it is fundamentally the same. The buzzing. The shifting. The weightlessness. The presence. The turning. The examination. The feeling of immense power around me. Even when details vary a little, the core of it is always unmistakable. It is the same visitor or the same kind of visitor, the same state, the same deeply unnatural awareness that I am not alone in whatever dream space or half-sleep state I have entered. Last night was the most recent time it happened. Because it has happened before, I recognized it as soon as it began, but that did not make it easier. If anything, knowing what was coming made the fear sharper in some ways. This time I tried to move, just a little, during whatever I call the examination. I wanted to test it, I think. To see whether I could interrupt it or assert myself somehow. But when I tried to move, I felt pressure on the limbs that moved. It was immediate and unmistakable, like something heavy and powerful pressing down on exactly the parts of me trying to resist. That frightened me badly. It was not pain exactly, but it was force. Deliberate force. A reminder that I was not in control of the situation. What made that particular experience even stranger was how awake I felt. I was aware enough to feel one of my cats jump onto the bed next to me where I was lying. That detail stays with me because it ties the experience so strongly to physical reality. I was aware of the bed, the room, the cat, and yet I was also completely inside this other state where the presence had hold of me. That is why I have such a hard time calling it a dream. Dreams do not usually carry that exact layered awareness, where you feel one reality with such precision, while also being pulled completely into another. I was scared. I felt sick. And in that fear, more from curiosity than faith at first, I began trying to say the Lord's Prayer. Part of me wanted to see what would happen. Part of me wanted to test whether the prayer had any power in that moment. And part of me simply wanted to do something, anything to resist. But it did nothing. I could not even get through half of it. I do not know whether that means the prayer had no effect or whether my own focus broke down before I could complete it, but I remember very clearly that I started it and did not finish. The presence remained. The state did not break. The fear stayed with me until it finally ended in whatever way these things always do, leaving me awake again and full of the details. The details are always so vivid afterward. That is another reason I have trouble dismissing these events. Normal dreams blur. They slip away once you wake, unless they are especially emotional. These do not blur. They stay. The texture, the feeling, the order of things, the awareness of the presence, all of it remains too sharply for too long. That sharpness is part of what makes me keep coming back to them in my mind. I do not know why I am even writing about this now, except that the memory of last night is still so strong that I cannot leave it alone. The strange truth is that I do not entirely mind when it happens. That probably sounds wrong. It probably sounds like something is wrong with me. But the experience fascinates me as much as it frightens me. Even when I am scared, there is still a part of me that wants to stay in it, to see what happens next, to understand more. It is like standing on the edge of something terrifying and wanting to step closer rather than run away. I know that makes the whole thing even more complicated, but it is the truth. If it were only horrible, I would want it gone completely. But because it feels like more than horror, because it feels like contact, because it feels like something real and beyond me is there, I remain drawn to it. And because of that, I have come to believe something I never would have said lightly before. I do not think I am always alone in my dreams. Or maybe not dreams exactly. I think there are times when sleep opens something, and whatever is on the other side of that opening can come near. Maybe it has always been there, and I only notice it in that half state. Maybe certain people are more open to those visits than others. Maybe there are presences that move through dreams because dreams are one of the few places where the body is still enough and the mind is open enough for contact. I do not know. I only know that when these experiences happen, I do not feel like I am inventing a world. I feel like something from another world has stepped into mine. That is what unsettles me most. Not just the fear. Not just the sexual energy. Not just the pressure or the weightlessness or the inability to move. What unsettles me most is the sense of intelligence in it. The presence is not chaotic. It is not wandering. It knows what it is doing. It arrives with purpose. It handles me with purpose. It does not feel like some random nightmare creature produced by stress. It feels old, enormous, knowing, and committed to whatever it is doing with me when it comes. Sometimes I wonder if other people know exactly the sound I mean, that electric buzz that begins it all. I have thought about that often. Maybe there are others who hear it too and know immediately that they are crossing into that same strange state. Maybe that sound is a warning, or a doorway, or the vibration of the transition itself. To me, it has become a kind of signal. By the time I hear it, I already know there is no use pretending I am only drifting into ordinary sleep. Something else is beginning. And no matter how many times it happens, the beginning always feels eerily familiar. That makes it harder to fear in a simple way because it is not foreign anymore. It is part of my life now. Not a daily part, not even a regular one, but a recurring one. The sound comes. The turning begins. The presence arrives. I am moved, lifted, pointed, examined, flooded with that strange force. Sometimes there is fear, sometimes fascination, sometimes both at once. Then it ends, and I am left awake, full of it, wondering what exactly happened and why it keeps happening to me. I have considered many explanations. Sleep paralysis, vivid dreaming, trauma, stress, an overactive imagination. Some combination of all of those things. And yes, some parts of the experience do overlap with what people describe about sleep paralysis. The awareness of the room. The inability to move. The intense presence. The fear. I know that. I have read enough and heard enough to understand the comparison. But still, the explanation never fully satisfies me. Maybe it explains the physical side. Maybe it explains part of the feeling of being trapped between waking and dreaming. But it does not explain why the experience feels so consistent, so purposeful, and so external. It does not explain why the presence feels like a being with age and intent rather than a random hallucination produced by my own brain. And it definitely does not explain why the energy feels so intimate and knowing. Maybe one day I will settle on a cleaner explanation. Maybe I will decide it is all a specific neurological event dressed up by my own symbolic mind. Or maybe I will grow more certain that it truly is visitation. Right now, all I can say honestly is this. Something happens to me in that state. Something comes. I feel it, hear it, know it. And whatever it is, it does not feel imaginary while it is happening. I still remember that first afternoon in the mountains, waking up in panic and trying to convince myself to forget it. I still remember the later times, the turning, the force, the odd surrender, the terrifying closeness of something vast and old. I still remember last night, trying to move, feeling pressure on my limbs, sensing my cat beside me, trying the Lord's Prayer and failing to finish it. And I still sit here now, feeling all of it vividly enough that I know it will not leave me easily. So yes, I believe there are times when I am not alone in my dreams. Or maybe more truthfully, there are times when sleep is not only sleep, and dream is not only dream, and something from beyond my ordinary life enters that space with me. And even though I am afraid, I wait for it again. It had been a slow week for our little ghost hunting group, and all of us were feeling restless. Usually, one of us would hear about some abandoned place, some creepy road, or some old house with a bad reputation, and we would jump at the chance to go check it out. We were young, curious, and probably more confident than we should have been. When you are part of a group like that, the excitement builds around every little rumor. Even a strange sound or old family story can feel like the start of something huge. That week, though, nothing interesting had come up. No one had a good lead, no one had a scary new location, and we were all getting bored. That was when one of our group members, Josh, finally told us about an old cabin in Jefferson County that his family used to live in years ago. The moment he started talking about it, we all got interested. He said it was not just some random old place either. It had real history behind it. According to what he knew, both of his great-grandparents had died inside that cabin. That alone was enough to catch our attention, but the story got even heavier once he talked to his mother again and got more information. After checking with her, he found out that it had not only been those 2 deaths. 3 other people had died in that same house as well. 5 deaths inside one old cabin was more than enough to make all of us want to see it for ourselves. Josh kept talking, and the more he told us, the more we knew we were going to end up out there before the night was over. He explained that weird things had happened while his family lived there. One of the stories that stuck with all of us was something simple but deeply unsettling. He said one day he had been home alone and made himself a hamburger. He left it on the counter for a little while to cool down, and when he came back to get it, there was a bite taken out of it. Not the kind of thing you can easily laugh off when you know you were the only one there. That story got under our skin right away because it was not dramatic in the movie kind of way. It was personal, ordinary, and wrong. There is something deeply creepy about leaving food in an empty house and coming back to find out something got to it before you did. Then he told us about the cold. He said the cold in that place was unlike anything else. Not just a draft or an old house chill. Every room was freezing. The whole house had that kind of cold that feels alive, the kind that gets into your skin and makes you feel like something invisible is standing close by. We all listened, pretending to be calm and practical, but I know every one of us was already imagining what it would feel like to walk through that cabin at night. So, of course, we decided to go. By the time we got organized and made our way out there, it was around 10 o'clock at night. That was late enough for everything to feel more serious. Rural places always feel different once the sun goes down. Distances seem bigger. Trees seem thicker. Empty land starts feeling like it has secrets in it. The road out to the cabin already had me feeling a little tense, and I do not mind admitting that now. At the time, though, I kept it to myself. I was not about to be the one in the group acting nervous before we even got there. When we finally arrived, I just stood there for a moment staring at the cabin. It had that look about it, the kind you instantly recognize in an old place that has been carrying too much history for too long. It was not huge. It was not one of those giant haunted mansions people always talk about. That almost made it worse. It felt personal. Close. Like the kind of place where life happened in small rooms and where death would have stayed close to the walls instead of being lost in big empty halls. I looked at it, and had one of those moments where excitement and dread hit at the same time. Then we realized the doors were locked. That should not have surprised us, but somehow it still did. For a second we all just looked at each other, and then somehow, as these things always seem to happen, the job of getting inside landed on me. I was the one stuck with climbing through a window to unlock the doors from the inside. At the time, I grumbled about it, but inside I was trying not to think too much about what it would feel like to be the first one inside that dark old cabin alone. I climbed through the window and dropped inside. The second I was in, I stopped moving. It was dark. It was silent. And not just regular nighttime silent. It had that very specific kind of silence that makes you instantly feel like something is about to happen. The kind of silence that feels almost aware of you. It was the sort of quiet where your body tenses before your mind even catches up, where every sound you make feels too loud and every second stretches a little too long. I remember standing there for that moment and thinking, what happens next? That thought hit me hard enough that I did not stay still for long. I hurried to the door, unlocked it, and let the others in as fast as I could. Once everybody was inside, things felt a little easier. It is amazing how much better fear behaves when it has company. With the rest of the group around me, the cabin still felt creepy, but now it also felt like a challenge instead of a trap. We looked around, checked out the rooms, tried to get a feel for the place, and honestly, for the first little while, not much happened. We wandered through, whispered to each other, made jokes we did not fully mean, and kept telling ourselves that if anything was there, it would make itself known eventually. After a bit, we stepped outside again for a few minutes to look around the property, and check things out from the outside. I remember thinking maybe the place would end up being all hype and no real experience. That happens sometimes when you go chasing ghost stories. The story sounds huge, the place feels spooky, but then nothing actually happens and you end up just cold and disappointed. But when we went back inside, everything changed. We came back in and decided to sit together in the living room in a big circle with the lights turned off. That seemed like the best way to focus and maybe get some kind of response. The darkness made the room feel even smaller, and the cold felt sharper when we sat still. We started trying to talk to the spirits, if there were any there. We asked questions. We listened. We waited. But for a while, nothing happened. It was just us, the dark, the cold, and our own breathing. The silence got frustrating after a while. I eventually decided I wanted to take another look at the kitchen. All of us had been in there earlier, and all of us had left it at the exact same time. I know that for sure because we had all moved together when we went outside. So there should have been no reason for anything in there to be different. I stepped into the hallway and stopped dead. Every cabinet door in the kitchen was standing wide open. Every single one. Not one or two. Not just a random cupboard. Every cabinet door stood open as if someone had gone through the whole kitchen and pulled them all wide. Even the refrigerator door was open. I just froze there staring at it, trying to process how fast and how quietly that could have happened. I knew what the kitchen had looked like when we left it, and it had not looked like that. I called everybody over, and they all came to look. We checked. We talked. We went over all the possibilities. Could one of us have slipped back in there alone as a prank? No. We had all been outside together. Could the cabinets have somehow swung open on their own? Maybe one or two if the doors were loose, but not every cabinet, and not the fridge too. The more we thought about it, the less sense it made. We all ended up ruling out the possibility that one of us had done it. That was the first moment of the night when the group really changed. Up until then we had all been playing at being brave. After the kitchen, no one was pretending anymore. Something had happened in that house while we were all outside. At that point, Sean, who was a former member of the group but had come with us that night, and I decided to stay in the kitchen and try talking to whatever might be there. The others split off into pairs and went to check different parts of the house. I remember standing in that kitchen with Sean, both of us trying to sound calm and professional, even though the place was already getting to us. We stayed there for about 5 minutes, asking questions, listening, waiting for some sign, but nothing happened. Then suddenly Josh and Adam came rushing into the kitchen, excited and out of breath. They said that in the back room, a closet cabinet had started rocking back and forth. Not wobbling a little, but properly rocking, enough to catch their attention right away. What made it stranger was that there was a vase sitting on top of it, and according to them, while the cabinet rocked, the vase did not move with it. That detail mattered because if the cabinet had really been moving naturally, the vase should have shifted too. They told us that after it stopped, they tried recreating it themselves, and when they pushed the cabinet, the vase moved the way you would expect. So whatever had happened when they saw it, it had not behaved like normal movement. After hearing that, Sean and I switched rooms with them and went to the back room ourselves. We stood there in the dim light with that same strange cold all around us. The moon was shining in through the nearby window, and that was pretty much the only light hitting the cabinet. We started asking questions again. The usual stuff. If you're here, can you give us a sign? We probably sounded braver than we felt. We were standing about 4 feet away from the cabinet, close enough to see it clearly, close enough that if anything happened, there would be no way to blame distance or bad lighting. Then we heard a knock from inside it. Just one knock at first. Both of us reacted immediately. That kind of involuntary, "whoa," came out of us because there is only so much composure you can keep when an empty cabinet answers back. Then before we could even fully process the first sound, whatever was in there, or whatever we thought was in there, hit the inside of the cabinet so hard that the door actually flexed outward like something had punched it from the inside with real force. That was enough to wreck whatever calm act we had been putting on. We both let out a stream of language that was not exactly polite, and then we rushed over to open the cabinet. There was nothing inside it. Nothing. It was empty. That moment is one of the clearest in my memory because it created that awful mix of relief and fear at the same time. Relief because there was no actual person or animal in there. Fear because if nothing physical was inside, then what in the hell had made that knock and that punch? Before we even had time to really deal with that, we heard Josh crying from the living room. Not calling out. Not laughing nervously. Crying. We ran back immediately. When we got there, he was sitting there with tears rolling down his face. It shocked all of us because no one expects one of the guys in a ghost hunting group to just be sitting there crying unless something serious has happened. We asked him what was wrong, and he told us he could hear his great-grandfather talking to him. That changed everything. Until then, the night had been about noises, movement, cabinet doors, cold rooms, and fear. But this was personal. This was not just some general haunting in an old cabin. This was Josh hearing a family voice in a place tied directly to his family's dead. The emotion in him was real and immediate. He was not putting on a show. He was overwhelmed. Seeing him like that made the whole cabin feel less like a spooky location we had chosen for entertainment, and more like a place where grief and memory had actually stayed alive in some form. I still remember the way the atmosphere shifted after that. The fear became quieter. Not less intense, but different. It was no longer only about what we might see or hear next. It became about who might still be there. About whether the dead in that cabin had any peace. About whether they recognized Josh and wanted something from him, or simply wanted to be heard. The whole thing grew heavier in a way that had nothing to do with horror movies and everything to do with real people once living and dying there. What stays with me most from that night is how quickly the cabin proved it was not just an old family story. The locked doors. The terrible silence when I first climbed in. The freezing cold in every room. The kitchen left normal and found wide open. The cabinet rocking in a way that did not make sense. The vase staying still. The knock from inside the empty cabinet. The punch so hard the door flexed. And then Josh crying because he could hear his great-grandfather speaking to him. Each thing by itself would have been enough to unsettle us. Together, they made the whole night feel undeniable. We had gone there because the week had been boring, and we wanted something to investigate. What we found was not entertainment. It was a place where the dead did not seem entirely gone. I grew up in a house that was already more than 100 years old, and even that number probably did not tell the full story. The house had originally been built out of an old barn, so in a way it carried two histories at once. It had the age of the house itself, and the age of the structure that existed before it. Even as a child, I always felt there was something unusual about it, though for a long time I did not think of that feeling as anything supernatural. It was simply the atmosphere of home. Old wood creaked. Doors shifted in their frames. Floorboards made strange sounds at night. Windows rattled. Pipes groaned. If something felt odd, I told myself that was just what an old house was supposed to feel like. I grew up inside it, so to me it was normal. But the older I got, the more I began to understand that some of what happened there could not be explained so easily. When I was younger, babysitters sometimes mentioned that our house gave them a creepy feeling. They would say it half-jokingly at first, usually while trying not to look too serious. But over time I realized they genuinely meant it. A few of them told me they had heard strange noises at night while my parents were out. Some said they felt like someone else was in the house with them. Others mentioned hearing movement when they knew no one was there. At that age, though, I did not really let it get to me. Adults sometimes talk dramatically about old houses, and I assumed they were making more of it than they should. I had already accepted things like doors opening on their own or random sounds in the hallway as ordinary parts of living in a place that old. In my mind, the house was strange, yes, but not haunted. It was simply old. That started to change as I got older. The first experience that really stayed with me happened one morning when I was around 16 or 17. I was sitting on my bed, just looking out the windows in my room, probably daydreaming the way teenagers do when they have nowhere urgent to be for a few minutes. It was daylight, and that matters, because people often assume these experiences happen only at night or in darkness. But this was in the morning. I was awake, sitting up, completely aware of where I was. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone standing there looking at me. It was a woman. She wore a long dark dress with full, puffy sleeves, and her hair was pulled back into a bun. The image was so specific that even now I can picture her. She did not look vague or half-formed in that first flash of seeing. She looked like a woman from another time, standing quietly and watching me. The sight lasted only a second because as soon as I turned my head to look directly at her, she was gone. I remember sitting there for a moment afterward trying to make sense of what had just happened. Part of me wanted to laugh it off immediately and blame it on my eyes or my imagination. But another part of me knew very clearly what I had seen. It was too detailed to feel random. It was not a shadow. It was not a trick of light on the wall. It was a woman. I told myself not to think too much about it, but once something like that happens, it becomes impossible to fully forget. It stays in the back of your mind and quietly changes the way you move through the house. After that, other things started standing out more. One time I heard a woman whisper my name directly into my ear. It was so close and so clear that I immediately turned around, certain that my mother had come home from work and leaned in behind me. That was the only explanation that made sense in that first instant. But when I turned around, no one was there. The room was empty. The house was quiet. I was alone. Another time, and then many times after that, I would hear footsteps coming down the hallway toward my room. Not vague bumps or random creaks, but distinct footsteps. I would hear them approach, enter my room, and then stop next to me. The footsteps would come right up to where I was as if someone had walked in and chosen to stand beside me. The first few times it happened, I froze. Later, I would still feel unsettled, but I began to recognize the pattern. It was always the same feeling. Something was moving through the house in a way that sounded completely normal, except there was no person attached to it. Sometimes I heard what sounded like women laughing downstairs, even when I knew I was alone in the house. That kind of thing disturbed me in a different way. A whisper or footsteps can still be explained away by an anxious mind if you try hard enough. But laughter feels social. It feels like a presence with personality, memory, and awareness. I would hear it, and just sit there listening, trying to decide whether it was really coming from downstairs or whether somehow my mind was producing it. But deep down I knew it was real. I knew those sounds were not coming from me. Eventually I told my mother about some of it, though I tried to do it casually because I did not want to sound ridiculous. I expected her to laugh it off or tell me I was scaring myself. Instead, she surprised me. She said she believed me. Not only that, she said I was lucky to be experiencing something special. That response changed everything for me. Suddenly I was no longer alone with what I had been noticing. I had someone in the house who did not automatically dismiss it. That made me braver, though maybe not in the usual sense. I did not become fearless. I became more open. Over time, I got used to the woman. I started thinking of her as the lady. I never named her in any formal way. She was simply the lady in my mind. She did not feel evil to me. That is something important to say because whenever people hear about ghosts, they tend to jump to fear first. But that was not what I felt from her most of the time. There was a sadness to her, yes, and something old, but not malice. In fact, the feeling I got from her was almost motherly. There was something watchful and gentle about her presence. She felt like someone who looked in on us rather than someone who wanted to scare or harm us. That may sound strange, given how unsettling some of the experiences were, but it is the truth. Even when I was startled, I never truly felt threatened by her. Because of that, I would sometimes talk to her when I was alone. I know that sounds silly, and even then I knew it sounded silly. There were moments when I would catch myself speaking to empty air and think, I must be losing my mind. But I always had the strong feeling that she was close, listening, aware. So sometimes I would say things out loud just in case. Not long speeches, not dramatic conversations. Just little comments, questions, or acknowledgments. It made me feel a little foolish, but it also felt natural in a strange way. One of the things that convinced me most that she was real happened because of a missing soccer ball. I had looked for that ball everywhere. I went through my room at least 3 different times. I checked under furniture, inside the closet, around the house, and anywhere else it might have rolled or been left. It was simply gone. I was getting more and more frustrated, and finally, half out of desperation and half out of a weird impulse, I said out loud, "Lady, could you please help me find my ball?" Then I laughed quietly at myself because I felt ridiculous. I really did think in that moment that I must be going insane. But when I went back up to my room, there it was. The soccer ball was sitting right in the middle of my bed. Not near the bed. Not partly hidden under something where I had missed it before. Right in the center of the bed, in plain sight, like it had been placed there for me. I stopped and stared at it because I could not believe what I was seeing. I had been in that room several times already. I had looked carefully. There was no way I could have missed a soccer ball sitting in the middle of my bed. That moment made it much harder for me to doubt her. It felt like an answer. A simple one, but an answer all the same. After that, I was even more certain that she was there, and that she knew me in some way. Sometimes I would get the feeling that she was peeking in on me, like she was checking on me from the doorway or from some quiet corner of the room. It did not feel hostile. It felt protective. Almost like she had decided I was someone to watch over. That may sound romanticized, but that is honestly how it felt. Living in that house with her became less about fear and more about coexistence. I learned her presence the way you learn the moods of a place you live in every day. The strangest part of all, though, was that I never told my younger sister about the lady. She was 12 at the time, and I did not want to scare her. I thought that if I said anything, she would either be terrified or start imagining things because I had planted the idea in her mind. So I kept it to myself. I figured whatever relationship I had with this presence belonged to me alone, and I did not want to involve my sister in it. What I did not know was that my sister had already met the lady too. And unlike me, she had not found her comforting. One night my girlfriend at the time was over, and so were a few other friends. We were all sitting around with the lights out watching a movie called The House. It was one of those cheesy ghost movies that people watch more for the atmosphere than for any real quality. The plot involved a man inheriting his grandmother's house, and at one point the grandmother appears, standing on a chair with a noose around her neck, warning him that the house is haunted and that he should leave. Then she disappears. In that scene, she was wearing a long black dress, and her hair was pulled back in a bun. The second my sister saw that image on the screen, she completely lost it. She started crying hysterically and yelling, "The lady! The lady!" I turned and looked at her, and in that instant everything clicked into place. She had seen her too. That realization ran through me like electricity. Until that moment, there had always been at least a small part of me that wondered if maybe I was imagining more than I should. But seeing my sister react like that, without me ever having described the lady to her, wiped out that doubt. I knew then that what I had been experiencing was not just mine. It was real enough that someone else in the house had seen the exact same woman, and had been frightened by her. Later, I asked my sister gently what she had seen and heard. She told me she had seen a woman in a long black dress walk across her room and then disappear. She even said she could hear the sound of the dress brushing across the floor. That detail made me shiver because it was so specific and so separate from anything I had told her. I had never described the dress to her. I had never mentioned the bun. And yet there she was, describing the same woman. That was one of the biggest turning points for me because it meant I was not alone in it, and I was not crazy. Of course, once my friends realized there might really be something in the house, they became obsessed with it. Teenagers are like that. Something strange stops being frightening for about 5 minutes and immediately becomes fascinating. They wanted to see or hear the lady for themselves. They started coming over when my parents were out so we could all sit in my room, quiet and tense, trying to catch some sign of her. We would sit there listening, staring at the doorway, waiting for footsteps, a whisper, anything. I do not remember any huge dramatic event happening during those little sessions that could not have been explained away. The house stayed mostly calm when it was being watched too closely, which somehow made it feel even more intelligent to me. It was as if she showed herself on her own terms, not when summoned for entertainment. Then one night, like a group of kids making a very bad decision, we made a Ouija board. It was not even a proper one. We made it out of an old mirror I had found in the basement. We used pieces of paper with letters and a shot glass as a pointer. Looking back, I know that was probably stupid. But at the time we were curious and excited, and curiosity usually wins over caution when you are young. We all put our fingers on the shot glass and started asking questions. To our surprise, the glass moved. It moved around the mirror and answered questions. It gave us the name, AJ, for the lady, though I cannot remember the rest clearly now. It also spelled out that she knew me and that she had died of pneumonia in the 1800s. There were more details than that, but I did not write them down, and now I wish I had. At the time, though, I still kept a little healthy skepticism. In the back of my mind, I suspected one of my friends might have been pushing the glass, even if unintentionally. That is one of the strange things about Ouija sessions. Even when something seems real, there is always room to doubt because everyone's fingers are touching it. So I let them freak each other out while I sat there half believing and half questioning. I was never afraid that the lady would hurt us. Whatever she was, she had never given me any reason to think she meant harm. Part of me wishes I had looked into the history of the house more seriously back then. I wish I had searched for records or old ownership lists to see if an AJ had ever lived there, or if there had been a woman associated with the property who died of pneumonia in the 1800s. But at that age, life is moving too fast for that kind of research unless you are truly obsessed. So I let it remain a mystery, something half known and half felt rather than fully investigated. Eventually I graduated from high school and moved out of that house. Leaving was harder than I expected, and not only because I was leaving my childhood home and my parents. I felt an odd sadness, and even a little guilt because part of me felt like I was leaving the lady behind too. That sounds strange to say out loud, but it is true. She had been part of my life in that house for years. She had frightened me, comforted me, helped me find my soccer ball, and watched over me in some strange quiet way. Moving out felt like abandoning someone who had always been there. After I left, I never felt her again. That may be one of the things that convinces me most that she belonged to the house, not to me personally. If she had attached herself to me, I think I would have sensed her elsewhere. But once I was gone, she stayed behind. Over time, my parents divorced and moved away, and the house sat empty for quite a while. Sometimes when I came back to my hometown, I would drive by or walk past just to look at it. I would stand there and stare through the front room windows, remembering Christmases, birthday parties, ordinary afternoons, and all the strange moments folded into the life we had there. And more than once, I felt like she was still there. I would stand outside looking in, and I swear I could feel her staring back at me from the other side of the glass. Not in a hostile way. More like recognition. As if she knew I had come back to see the old place and had noticed me in return. I never saw her clearly again, but I felt her. The house did not feel empty to me, even when no one was living in it. A new family lives there now. Sometimes I wonder whether they have noticed anything. I wonder if they hear footsteps or a whisper or the sound of a dress brushing across a floor. I wonder if their children have ever looked up at a doorway and smiled at someone no one else could see. And part of me hopes that if there is a small child in that house now, the lady watches over them the way she watched over me. I hope she remains what she always felt like to me in the end, not something cruel, but something old, motherly, and quietly protective. And maybe, now and then, I like to imagine she still helps them find their lost toys. I was in the 3rd grade when this happened, and even after all these years, I can still remember it clearly. Some memories from childhood fade until they feel soft around the edges, like old photographs left too long in the sun, but this one never faded. It stayed sharp. It stayed strange. And the reason it stayed with me is because it was the first time I realized that something around me was not normal. Before that, I was just a child going through ordinary days, worrying about school, lunch, homework, and little things the way children do. I had no reason to think my life was going to be touched by things I could not explain. But once it started, it did not stay at school. It followed me home, and later it followed me somewhere else too. That is why even now I still ask myself the same question: can something actually follow a person? The first thing happened at school. I was in class, sitting there like any other day, when I needed to use the restroom. I raised my hand, asked my teacher for permission, and she let me go. There was nothing unusual about that moment. It was one of those ordinary school things you do without even really thinking. I got up from my desk, left the classroom, and headed downstairs to the bathroom. At that age, bathrooms at school always felt a little strange anyway. They were too quiet when empty and too echoey when full. The sounds bounced off everything, and even the normal noises, footsteps, doors, sinks running, always seemed bigger in there than they should have been. But until that day, a school bathroom had never been anything worse than a slightly creepy place to be alone for a minute. When I walked in, I started past the stalls. That was when I saw it. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of a black shape. It was about the same size as me, which is one of the reasons it frightened me so badly. If it had been some huge towering figure, maybe I would have thought of it differently later, as some exaggerated childhood fear. But no, it was closer to my own size, like another child was in there with me, except wrong. Dark. Shadow-like. Not solid in the way a real person should have been. I only saw it for that split second, but that was enough. Terror hit me instantly. I stopped. I turned to look again. And there was nothing there. Nothing. No one in the bathroom. No movement. No child hiding in a stall. No dark coat hanging somewhere to fool my eyes. Just empty space. I did not stay there trying to figure it out. I left right away. I was too scared to stand there and pretend it was nothing. That was one of those moments where fear makes the decision for you. My body already knew what my mind had not caught up with yet. Whatever I had seen, it was enough to send me right back out of that bathroom as fast as I could go. I tried not to think too much about it afterward. At that age, when something frightening happens, you often look for the fastest explanation that will let you keep feeling safe. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe it was just a shadow. Maybe I was moving too fast and my eyes played a trick on me. I do not know that I was saying all that clearly to myself back then, but I know I wanted there to be some easy answer. Children do not want the world to suddenly become strange without warning. We want reassurance. We want normal. So I pushed it aside as best I could and tried to act like it was over. But it was not over. About a week later, something happened again in that same bathroom. This time I was there with my class because we had all gone to wash our hands before lunch. That should have made me feel safer. There is comfort in numbers, especially for children. A bathroom that feels scary when you enter alone can feel completely ordinary when a bunch of other kids are around, laughing, washing up, rushing to get to the lunchroom. I remember that part clearly too. Everyone was moving toward lunch, probably excited and distracted the way kids always are around that time of day. But while we were there, I realized I needed to use the bathroom, so I went into the first stall while everybody else continued on their way. I thought I was alone, except I noticed something odd. In the stall next to mine, I could see a pair of tennis shoes and jeans underneath the divider. At first that seemed perfectly normal. I thought one of my friends must have gone into the bathroom too. I specifically remember thinking it was probably my buddy, and because kids do silly things when they think they are around their friends, I decided to mess with him a little. I reached out with my foot and tried to kick at his shoe, just lightly, just to joke around. But every time I reached, I could not make contact. I stretched farther, trying to touch his foot, but I still could not reach it. It was frustrating in a weird way because the shoes looked close enough that I should have been able to bump them, at least a little. So I leaned back and looked under again. And there was nothing there. The shoes and jeans were gone. Not only that, but I had been in the bathroom alone the whole time. That second experience shook me much more than the first. The first one could still be pushed into the category of something I maybe thought I saw. But this one had lasted longer. I had seen what looked like someone standing in the next stall. I had reacted to it. I had interacted with it, or tried to. Then it vanished. That is much harder to explain away, especially when you know you were not in some half-dreaming state or running scared already. I was just a kid in the bathroom before lunch, expecting to tease a friend. Instead, I found myself alone with something that looked real until it wasn't. After those 2 school experiences, things began happening more often. And not only at school. That was the part that made everything so much worse. If strange things had happened only in that bathroom, then maybe I could have believed there was something wrong with that place. Maybe it was just creepy. Maybe bad lighting, a weird atmosphere, or something in the room itself was affecting me. But soon I started seeing and hearing things at home too. Once it moved beyond one location, I could not comfort myself with the idea that it belonged only to one building or one bad memory. It began to feel like the problem was following me. At that time, it was just my mom, my little brother, and me living together. We had been in our house only a few months when I started noticing things there. At first it was mostly whispering. Not loud voices. Not clear conversations I could repeat word for word. Just whispering sounds, like someone speaking very softly nearby when no one should have been there. Then I started seeing things too. I saw both black and white figures moving in and out of the bedrooms. That is the best way I can describe them. Sometimes they looked dark, like shadows with shape. Other times they seemed pale or white, less heavy but still clearly there. They would move along the edges of the rooms and then disappear at the doorways. That detail always stayed with me. It was as if the doorway itself was some kind of boundary, some place where they slipped away from sight. They did not walk down the hall in a way that made sense. They drifted or passed and then vanished. I would catch them from the corner of my eye or in a quick glance, and by the time I looked directly, they were gone. The house never felt completely empty anymore. Once those whispering sounds and shadowy images started, every room changed. A quiet room was no longer only quiet. It became a place where something might be listening. A hallway was no longer just a path from one part of the house to another. It became a place where figures passed. Bedrooms did not feel private and safe the way a child's bedroom should. Even if I could not always see anything, the possibility that I might made it impossible to relax the same way. That is one of the worst things about living with unexplained experiences. The fear does not need to be present every second in some dramatic way. The possibility is enough. It changes how you sit in a room, how you walk down a hall, how long you leave the light off, and how quickly you turn around when you think you heard something. Then came one of the most frightening nights of all. I was lying in bed trying to go to sleep. I do not remember it being especially different from any other night at first. I was just there under the covers, in that in-between state where your mind is slowing down, but you are not fully asleep yet. Then suddenly I felt something on me. It felt like something was lying on top of me. Not just pressure in a vague sense. It was like a weight pressed down on my body, heavy enough that I could not breathe properly. I remember the panic of that more than anything else. The instant rush of fear when your chest will not move the way it should and your body tells you something is very wrong. I do not know whether I screamed or cried out, but I know my mother came into the room and tried to help me. She prayed with me and then gave me a Bible to keep under my pillow. That comforted me enough to get through the night. Whatever had been pressing on me left me alone after that. But even though the feeling of being pinned and unable to breathe passed, the shadowy figures did not stop. I still saw them moving through the house, slipping through doorways, appearing and disappearing at the edges of rooms. So while the Bible and my mother's prayers helped me through that one terrifying experience, they did not end whatever was happening around me completely. A couple of months later, our living situation changed again. My mother had to have surgery on her neck, and because of that, we had to move in temporarily with my aunt and uncle. You would think that moving to another house might have given me relief. If the whispers and shadows belonged to our old house, then leaving it should have ended everything. I wanted to believe that. I really did. I wanted to think that once I was somewhere else, all of it would stop and I could finally feel like a normal kid again. But that is not what happened. Whatever this was seemed to come with me. That was the moment the fear changed shape for me. Before, I was dealing with strange things in certain places, school bathrooms, my old house, dark rooms, hallways. But when the activity continued after we moved, the question became much more personal. If it was not tied only to a location, then what was it tied to? Was it me? Had something attached itself to me? Was I somehow noticing things wherever I went because of some sensitivity in me? Those questions are not easy for an adult to handle, let alone a child. At my aunt and uncle's house, I was still seeing shadowy figures and hearing things. Maybe not every second, not in a constant obvious stream, but enough that I knew nothing had ended. The same uncomfortable awareness returned. The same feeling that something was in the room or passing by just outside my direct line of sight. The same sounds that had no clear source. By then, it no longer felt like random coincidence. It felt like a pattern, and the pattern was following me from place to place. That is why I eventually started asking myself whether something can actually follow a person. It sounds like a dramatic question, but when you are living through it, it becomes a practical one. If you change schools, change houses, change rooms, and still the same kinds of things keep happening, then it is hard not to wonder whether the common factor is not the place, but you. That idea frightened me more than ghosts in a single room ever could, because a haunted place can be left. You can walk away from it, move out, avoid it. But if something is following you, then where do you go? How do you leave behind something that seems tied to your presence instead of a location? There is another part of this that I think people do not always understand. It is not only the visual or auditory experiences that make this so exhausting. It is the constant anticipation. The feeling that at any moment you might hear a whisper, see a shape, or feel something come too close to your body. You start living in a state of half-alertness, especially at night. You listen too carefully. You look twice at every corner. you learn the exact sound of a quiet house, and because you know it so well, every sound that does not belong stands out immediately. That kind of living wears you down. Even when nothing is happening, you are still partly braced for it. When I think back on the school bathroom now, I realize that was probably the beginning of me truly noticing. Maybe strange things happened before that, and I was too young to name them. Maybe my sensitivity was there all along. But the image of that black shape in the bathroom and then the shoes and jeans in the next stall, those are the moments that made me understand something unusual was entering my life. After that, I could never fully return to believing that everything odd was only imagination. At home, the whispering and the black and white figures made it worse because they showed me this was not limited to one place. And the pressure on my chest that night changed it yet again, because that was no longer only seeing and hearing. That was something physical enough to scare my mother into praying over me and giving me the Bible for protection. Then the move to my aunt and uncle's house removed one of the last comfortable explanations, because when the activity continued there, I had to accept that something was either attached to me or that I was somehow able to notice things most people cannot. Even now, I still do not know exactly what the truth is. I do not know if something literally followed me, like a spirit attaching itself to my life. I do not know if I just became open in some way, open enough to see and hear things more clearly wherever I went. I do not know if there are certain people who, once they experience enough of this, become more aware and therefore more vulnerable to it. I only know how it felt from the inside, like wherever I went, the world around me had become more crowded than other people seemed to notice. And that is a lonely way to live. You cannot explain it to everyone. Some will laugh. Some will say you are dreaming, overtired, or making things worse by thinking about them too much. Some will tell you to ignore it. Others will act interested for a moment, and then move on because they do not really know what to do with your fear. But when you are the one hearing the whisper, seeing the shape, feeling the weight press down on your chest, it does not matter how reasonable everyone else sounds. You know what you know. The problem is not proving it to them. The problem is figuring out how to keep living with it. Sometimes I think about that pair of shoes and jeans in the bathroom stall next to me. That image still feels oddly vivid, because it looks so normal. It was such an everyday thing to see, another child in the next stall, another kid in school. That normality is what made the disappearance so frightening. It is often the most ordinary-looking experiences that shake you the hardest, because they lull you into acting natural right up until the moment reality slips. The same is true of the whispering at home. Whispering is such a human sound. It implies presence, secrecy, closeness. Hearing it in a house where no one is nearby feels intimate in the worst way, because it means something is near enough to sound human without being human in any way you can understand. The shadowy figures, too, were never fully dramatic. They did not stand in front of me and announce themselves. They moved just enough to be seen and then vanished. That made them harder to grasp but also harder to dismiss. If they had appeared in one huge clear event, maybe I could have called it a single bad experience. Instead, they kept happening in those quick, repeated ways that gradually wear down your certainty. And the night something pressed on my chest, that one left a very different mark because it made me feel physically unsafe. Seeing things is frightening. Hearing things is frightening. But not being able to breathe because something feels like it is on top of you, that is a completely different level of fear. That kind of experience stays in the body. It teaches your body to be afraid at night in a way that thoughts alone never could. I still do not know whether telling something to leave would help. People say that sometimes. They say you should stand up to it, tell it to go, reclaim your space. Maybe that works for some people. But when I think back on how all of this felt, especially as a child, I do not know if I believed my own words would have had enough force. I wanted peace. I wanted safety. I wanted it all to stop. But I also had the sense that whatever this was existed on a level beyond ordinary speech, beyond just yelling at the dark and expecting it to obey. So I mostly endured it. I survived it. I watched, listened, feared, moved houses, and still the same questions followed me. Can something really follow you? Can a spirit attach itself to a person instead of a place? Or is it that once your eyes are open to a certain side of things, you can never fully close them again? I do not know the final answer. But if someone asked me whether I believe it is possible for something to follow a person, I would have to say yes. Not because I want to. Not because I enjoy thinking that way. But because that is exactly what it felt like. It felt like I could leave a room, leave a house, even leave a school, and still not really leave the experiences behind. That is what frightened me most. Not the first bathroom sighting. Not even the pressure on my chest. But the possibility that whatever this was had more to do with me than with any one place. And if that was true, then the only thing I could really do was keep going and hope that one day it would lose interest, fade, or leave me alone on its own. When I was 27 years old, I became strangely obsessed with getting an amulet or charm that could attract women. At that time I was still single, I had never had a girlfriend, and I carried a lot of shame inside me. I was very shy around women because I grew up poor, and I always felt that my clothes, my shoes, even the way I spoke would make them turn away from me. Instead of working on my confidence or accepting myself, my mind started to look for shortcuts, and that was how my interest in amulets began. I started listening to stories about men who wore special charms and suddenly became irresistible, men who carried small stones or crosses blessed by strange prayers and then had many lovers. These stories stayed in my mind and grew until they felt like hope for me. Back in 1990, I was living in Pateros, Metro Manila, on a small street called Santon. It was the kind of place where neighbors knew everything about each other's business, and news spread faster than any newspaper. In that neighborhood, there was one old man people often mentioned in whispers. Let me call him Kaanting. He was known as a tough guy, someone you did not easily cross. People said he had many amulets and talismans, and they also said he had many wives over the years, although most of them had already died. I do not know if all of that was true, but that was his reputation. I had seen him several times sitting outside his house, smoking, sometimes drinking, his eyes sharp and heavy, as if he saw more than other people did. One day I had a chance to really talk to him. I do not remember what small thing started the conversation, maybe a simple greeting or a casual question, but somehow I ended up inside his house. It was a small place, a little dark, with old furniture and a strong smell of tobacco and something like scented oil. On a small table near him, I saw an antique cross. It was not like the usual rosaries you see around. It looked heavy and old, as if it had passed through many hands and many years. He told me it was an amulet, and my curiosity grew stronger. I could not take my eyes off it. My mind immediately connected it to all those stories I had heard about charms for love and power. After staring at it for some time, I finally gathered the courage to ask him, half joking and half serious, if I could have it. At first, he seemed reluctant. He stared at me for a long moment, as if weighing something in his mind. I felt nervous but excited. Here I was, a poor shy man, possibly about to be given a powerful amulet by someone everyone in the area feared and respected. After his silence, he finally said yes. His answer surprised me and also made me feel a strange chill inside my chest, as if I had stepped onto a road I could not easily turn back from. He did not just hand the cross to me like an ordinary gift. Instead, he said some things I did not fully understand and told me to sit down. He came closer and placed his hand on the top of my head, on my pade mai. Bumbunin. Then he started reciting something in Latin. The only word I remember clearly from that prayer is mortem, which means death. The moment he said it, I felt something very strange. My skull started to feel warm, then hotter, as if something inside was swelling. It felt bloated and heavy. My head began to spin, and I felt dizzy, like the room was tilting. It was not a simple lightheaded feeling, it was deeper, almost as if something unseen was pressing from inside my skull, trying to get out, or trying to get in. For the next few days after that, I did not feel normal. I tried to go on with my usual routine, but my body kept reacting in ways I could not explain. Sometimes I would be just sitting or walking, and the hairs on my arms and on my head would suddenly rise, as if a cold wind had passed through me, even when there was no wind. There would be moments when I would suddenly feel a strong sense of dread, as if I were about to die, even though nothing around me looked dangerous. I felt uncomfortable inside my own skin, restless and uneasy. I tried to ignore it at first, telling myself it was only my imagination or some side effect of excitement. But things only became worse. One particular sensation stands out clearly in my memory. It was as if an invisible hole had been punched into the top of my head, exactly where his hand had rested during the Latin prayers. It was not a physical wound. I could touch my head and feel only skin and hair, but somewhere deep inside, I felt a gap or opening that had no business being there. Along with this feeling, I began to hear things that no one else seemed to hear. There were screaming and cursing voices coming from above me, directly at the top of my head, as if they were coming out of that unseen hole. These voices were filled with anger and hatred. They cursed the heavens, using words so ugly and blasphemous that I do not even want to repeat them. It was like something inside me was insulting God over and over, and I had no control over it. Because I grew up religious, my first reaction was to fight back in the only way I knew, with prayer and holy things. We had holy water at home, and one day, feeling desperate, I poured some on my pate, where I felt the strange opening. The effect shocked me. The moment the holy water touched that spot, I felt my hair move, not in a natural way but as if something under the hair, or inside the skull, was trying to get out. It was like air or a presence was being pushed up and out of the top of my head. I poured more, and the more I did, the more I felt that movement, as if something was reacting in pain or anger to the holy water. I should have felt relieved, but the experience was so strange and frightening that it only made me more confused. My mind became more and more disturbed. I found it hard to concentrate, even on simple tasks. My thoughts were no longer clear. They were dark, heavy, and scattered. I started seeing disturbing images in my mind, shadows, fire, strange creatures, scenes that looked like the underworld. These were not simple daydreams or fears. They came to me suddenly, sometimes when I was awake, sometimes when I tried to sleep. It was as if my imagination had been taken over by something that wanted to show me only horror and darkness. I began to feel that I was losing myself. Sometimes I wondered if I was going crazy. On December 16, 1990, around midnight, something pushed me strongly to leave the house. I do not know if it was my own decision or something else, but the feeling was very strong, almost like I was being pulled. I felt so strange and disconnected from reality that the only thing I could firmly think of was that I had to go to the nearest church. At that time, I believed that whatever was happening to me was not just some side effect of the amulet, but an evil spell that had been placed on me, maybe by mistake, maybe on purpose. I suspected that instead of giving me a real protective amulet, Ka-enting had opened a door for something bad to enter my life. Ever since I was a child, I had with me the memory of a Latin prayer connected to Saint Benedict. An old woman in Baikal had given it to me when I was around 10 years old, in grade 4. I had never fully understood it, but I had held on to it like a small secret weapon. During those dark days, I took that prayer and started to chant it, over and over, as if it was the only rope I could hold on to while sinking. I decided to recite it 300 times, from morning until night. I was desperate, and I felt that maybe, if I repeated it enough, something would change. That whole day I stayed awake. I did not sleep at all. My vision slowly changed. The world around me began to look different. Colors did not appear as usual. Everything around me, houses, trees, even the sky, seemed to have a yellowish tint, like I was watching life through an old stained glass. It was not just a visual change, it felt like I had stepped into another layer of reality. The leaves on the ground seemed to move in a strange way. I remember looking down and feeling as if the leaves were sweeping under my feet, not because of the wind but because some force was dragging me forward. It felt like something invisible was pulling me towards a destination. Without clearly planning it, I found myself walking towards Pateros Church. It was only when I arrived that I realized where my feet had taken me. I did not even remember every turn I made on the way. When I stood in front of the church, I looked at my quartz watch, and it showed exactly 12 midnight. Inside, a mass was going on. Later, I learned it was the first night of Simbang Gabi, the traditional series of night masses before Christmas. Under normal circumstances, it would be a joyful and blessed time. But what I saw and felt that night was far from joyful. When I stepped inside the church, I immediately noticed that the people around me did not look like the usual crowd that attended Mass in our community. I looked at their faces and their bodies and felt something was wrong. They were not bloody or obviously monstrous like in horror movies, but they had a strange appearance, like ghouls or freaks, people whose faces did not match their bodies, whose eyes were wrong, whose presence felt heavy and unnatural. They reminded me of the way background characters sometimes look in nightmares, almost human, but not quite. I began to think that maybe this particular mass was not for ordinary people. A thought crossed my mind that chilled me. Perhaps this was a special mass, not a holy one, but something dark, a gathering for evil people in the community, or for forces that I could not understand. I noticed many of them staring at me, their eyes fixed on me as if I did not belong there. Their looks made me feel exposed and very small. Then something even more disturbing happened. I looked at the altar and saw the priest standing at the pulpit. At first he looked normal, wearing the usual vestments. But then, in my vision, he began to do something very shocking. I saw him touching himself in an obscene way, as if he was masturbating in front of everyone from the pulpit. I was horrified and confused. I looked around to see if anyone else was reacting, but the people did not seem surprised. It was as if I was the only one seeing it. Before I could fully process that, the image changed again. The priest's body started to transform. His clothes seemed to disappear, and in their place appeared a different form. He turned into a hairy demon. I did not see any horns, but his entire body was covered in black hair, thick and rough, like the coat of a horse. His skin underneath looked completely pitch black, as if it absorbed all light. Behind him, I saw a long tail. He turned and looked at me directly, and then he raised his hand and pointed his finger straight at me. That one gesture felt like a heavy weight on my soul. I was terrified. I closed my eyes as tightly as I could. I wanted to shut it all out. At that very moment, with my eyes closed, I felt something new and terrifying. It felt like an acid-like liquid was being poured into the invisible hole on top of my head. It was not physically wet, but I felt burning inside my skull. I smelled something like burning flesh and hair, as if someone had set fire to my head from the inside. The hair at the back of my head stood up, and my whole body shook. I did not scream, but inside I was shouting for help. I covered my ears with my hands and kept my eyes shut, hoping it would all stop if I refused to see and hear it. The next thing I remember is opening my eyes and seeing daylight. The church was no longer full. In fact, it was completely empty. The benches were bare, the altar quiet. There were no strange people, no demon priest, no loud sounds. The only signs of life were the birds outside and a small door at the side of the church that was left slightly open. I looked at my watch again, and it was now 6 in the morning. Somehow, between midnight and 6 a.m., time had passed without me knowing what happened. It was as if I had fallen into a deep hole and then suddenly climbed back out. I stood up slowly and walked out of the church through that small door. The outside world looked normal again, cars passing, people starting their day, the sky lightening. I walked home in a daze, like someone who had traveled very far without moving. When I reached our place, I saw Ka-Anting again. He was there, sitting or standing near his house, looking like his usual self. I felt a strong urge to confront him, but I did not want to attack him with anger. Instead, I took the St. Benedict medals I had and placed them around his neck. Then I reached out and touched his pate, the top of his head. What I felt under my fingers shocked me. It was as if there were 3 small holes on his skull, not open wounds, but soft, pulsating spots, like something was moving beneath the skin. It made me remember the movie, The Omen, where a boy named Damien had strange marks. The sensation made my heart pound, and I pulled my hand back. In that moment, I was convinced that what had entered me through my pate had some connection with him, and with his own head. Back at home, my mother was very worried. I had not come home the previous night, and when she saw my strange behavior and empty eyes, she became even more alarmed. I was not acting like my usual self. I looked pale, confused, and unstable. She decided she could not handle this alone, so she brought me to the mental hospital in Mandaluyong. I stayed there for 3 days. The doctors and staff examined me, asked me questions, and watched me. When I tried to tell them everything that had happened, the Latin prayer, the voice cursing from my head, the demon priest, the burning in my skull, they did not believe me. To them, these were signs of mental illness, not signs of a spiritual battle. Medical practitioners are trained to look for physical and psychological explanations. Most of them do not accept paranormal events as real. They explained my experience in terms of hallucinations and delusions. I understood that this was their job. Still, at that time, it hurt that they dismissed my story so easily, especially when it felt completely real to me. After a few days, they let me go home with some advice and medicine, but my mind and soul still felt unsettled. My struggle did not end there. To cut the long story shorter, after some time I decided to go to Baikal, hoping to find a good faith healer. My mind was telling me that if doctors could not help me, maybe people who worked with spiritual matters could. In a place called Labo, Cameron's Norte, I found a healer. I told him everything, what happened with the amulet, the voices, the visions, the church, the demon, the hole in my head. He listened carefully. After I finished, he gave me something called a Santo Era, a small chip of marble from an altar stone. He said it would help me. I also received a white stone as a new amulet. For a time, after using and holding these objects, I felt a kind of temporary relief, like the noise inside my head had softened. I believed I had finally found an answer. However, that peace did not last forever. In 1998, the white stone amulet got lost. I do not know where it went or how it disappeared, but once it was gone, some of the darkness I had felt before seemed to come back in different forms. My father, who was still alive then, was a very religious man. He had read the Bible 9 times from cover to cover, and he took spiritual matters seriously. He told me that over the years I had gone to 9 different faith healers, but none of them had completely healed me. The last person we went to was a priest, hoping that maybe this time we would find a real exorcist. But the priest listened to my story and then told me that I was only hallucinating. His advice was for me to go watch movies and go to discos to relax and forget my worries. It felt like a joke to me. I had gone there for deep help, and I was told to just distract myself. Slowly, I began to lose faith in the church, because at that time there seemed to be no real exorcists willing or able to handle my case. Still, my father did not give up. One day he suggested something different. He told me about the book of Tobit in the Bible, where the heart and liver of a fish are burned on incense to drive away a demon. He said maybe we could try something like that. In 2004, we prepared for this simple ritual in our house in Tagwig. We got the fish organs and burned them as described. As the smoke rose, something strange happened. On an unpainted wall of our house, a patch about 3 feet by 3 feet suddenly appeared. It looked like watery substance, like the wall had become soft and wet in that square. It did not behave like normal water. It stayed there, glistening, almost like a window or portal. I had the strong impression that it was a kind of doorway for the evil spirits that had been haunting me for years, especially during Christmas and Holy Week. We stared at that watery square, both fascinated and scared. Then I took holy water and poured it on that spot. Slowly, the watery effect dried up and disappeared. The wall returned to its normal dry state. It felt like something had truly been closed or sealed. I wished I had a camera to record that moment, but we did not have one at the time. What remained was only our memory of it. From 1990 until that ritual in 2004, and even beyond, one thing remained firm in me. I never again attended Simbang Gabi or night mass. The memory of that night in Pateros Church, when I saw what I believed to be the devil pointing at me, stayed too strong. I could not bring myself to join those masses again. Even now, when I think of Simbang Gabi, that image rises, a demon on the altar, the smell of burning flesh, the pointing finger, and the feeling that I was being called out. Over the years, I kept thinking about the possible meaning of that pointing gesture. At first I only felt fear, but later on, other thoughts came. Maybe the message was that I was reciting the Latin prayer of Saint Benedict, trying to exorcise the devil, but I myself was still a sinner. Maybe it was like a warning: you are trying to fight evil, but you must also look at your own soul. Another thought came: maybe, someday, I would become one of his enemies, one of the people who would fight against him in some way. It is only a possibility, but that feeling stayed in my heart, as if I was marked for some kind of spiritual battle. Now I am 54 years old. The psychiatrists have diagnosed me as schizophrenic because of this story and the experiences I went through, the visions, the voices, the strange sensations. From their point of view, it was all part of a mental disorder, and I understand why they say that. But inside myself, I also hold another understanding, one that includes the spiritual side of things. What I know is that after what my late father did for me in 2004, especially that ritual and his deep prayers, something truly changed. I no longer hear the voices that used to curse from the top of my head. I no longer see the same dark visions that once followed me. I am able to live what most people would call a normal life. I have a wife, a daughter, and ordinary days filled with ordinary concerns. Maybe some people will say that everything that happened to me was only in my mind. Maybe others will say it was a true spiritual attack. I cannot force anyone to believe one side or the other. All I can say is that this is my story, and it shaped me into who I am now. I have walked through fear, confusion, and darkness, holding on to prayers and strange signs, and somehow I came out the other side. Whether people call it healing from schizophrenia or victory over evil spirits, for me, it is a kind of quiet miracle that I am still here, alive, sane, and able to love my small family. I checked into Alicia Partel on November 15, 2017 with my companion and guide, whom I will call Lydia, and at first everything felt completely normal, almost boring in a way, just like checking into any ordinary place where travelers or students stay for a while, and there was nothing that made me think I was walking into something strange or paranormal. The building itself was fairly new, only about 3 years old at that time, and it functioned both as a hotel and as an apartment, especially for students who were studying in the nearby schools, so the whole atmosphere was more practical than luxurious, simple and meant for long stays. Our unit was basically one compact space shaped like an L, where the bedroom, dining area, and small kitchen were all in one continuous room. When you came in, you could see the little table that served as a dining spot, the television mounted on the wall, a small counter with a sink and some cabinets, and the bed was positioned in a way that it felt like a separate corner even though it was all still in one open area. The bathroom with the shower was next to the bedroom, just a door away, and it was all very neat, tiled, and well kept. There was nothing old, broken, or creepy about it. If anything, it felt almost too modern to be haunted. For the first weeks, life followed an ordinary pattern. Lydia and I settled into a quiet rhythm. She would help prepare meals and guide me around the city, and I would do my work, rest, and treat the place as a temporary home. I admit that I had always been interested in stories of the paranormal, but nothing in that room or in the building made me suspect that something unseen was sharing the space with us. Doors opened and closed like normal doors, lights worked fine, and there were no cold spots, strange smells, or odd noises beyond the regular sound of people walking in the hallway or traffic outside at certain hours. If someone had asked me during those first weeks whether I believed the room could be haunted, I probably would have laughed and said no, this building is too new and too clean. Time passed quietly until December 4th, and that is the date that stands out for me, because that evening was when things crossed the line from nothing unusual to something is clearly not right in this room. It started in a very simple way, at a very ordinary moment. I sat down at the small table to have supper. It was just another night, nothing special, and Lydia had just finished preparing several pieces of fried chicken for us. She placed the plate of chicken on the table, slightly toward my left side, and then stepped away to do something else in the kitchen area. I looked at the chicken, thinking about how hungry I was, when suddenly I noticed that the plate itself began to move. At first it was slow, but it was clear. The plate slid from where it was resting toward the center of the table. It did not wobble or tilt as if someone had bumped the table. It simply glided in a straight, deliberate line, as if an invisible hand pushed it. I froze and watched it, my mind trying to find a normal explanation. Maybe, I thought, the table was slightly tilted and I just never noticed. Maybe the plate was sitting on a bit of water or oil that allowed it to slide. It seemed strange, but not yet frightening. I decided to test it. I picked up the pieces of chicken from that plate, and transferred them to my larger plate so that the smaller plate it had been sitting on was empty. Then I checked it with my fingers. It was not wet. It was not hot. The table did not feel tilted in any obvious way. I even gently pushed the plate and watched how it moved when I applied force, just to compare. Then I set it back exactly where it had been and went on with my meal, pretending to ignore it, but in reality I was keeping it in the corner of my eye. 4 to 5 minutes later, the same thing happened. The empty plate moved again by itself, sliding across the table as if following an unseen command. This time there was no doubt in my mind that something very strange was going on. I called out to Lydia and asked her to come over. I did not want her to think I was exaggerating or imagining things, so I tried to keep my tone a little casual, but inside I was curious and unsettled. "Come look at this," I told her. "Just sit here a moment and watch." She joined me at the table, and we sat there, both looking at the plate. For about 2 minutes nothing happened, and I started to worry that whatever force had moved it earlier would now stay quiet and make me look silly. But then, as if to prove us wrong, the dish suddenly made another small but clear move right in front of us. It slid again as if being pulled across the smooth surface of the table. Lydia saw it with her own eyes, and there is a particular expression people have when they see something that breaks their sense of what is possible. Her eyes widened, her mouth opened a little, and then she looked at me with a face that said, "You saw that too, right?" After a moment of silence, she told me she had something to share. For a second my heart sank, thinking, what is wrong now, what else happened that I do not know about? She then explained that earlier that morning, while I had still been asleep, there had already been strange activity in the room. At around 1:30 in the morning, several objects had flown off the small table under the television set. It was not just a gentle slide or a small shake, they had actually jumped off the surface, as if tossed. One was a "No smoking allowed" sign encased in a plastic holder, and the other was a menu that listed the choices a guest could order for breakfast. Both had landed on the floor with enough force that the "No smoking" sign's plastic casing had cracked. Another sign that had remained on the table had tipped over on its side. Lydia told me these items had not just slipped, they had made a leap of about 12 to 14 inches. That kind of movement is too big to blame on subtle vibration or a tiny nudge, especially at that hour of the night when no one was around to bump the furniture. The windows had been closed, and so were the curtains, so there was no sudden gust of wind that could have blown them down. At that time, she had felt uneasy but had chosen not to wake me, saving it to tell me later. Now, with the moving plate in front of us, these details suddenly formed a pattern. If that had been the only incident, maybe we would have tried to forget about it, but the next night brought something even more direct and impossible to ignore. December 5th, again at around 1:30 in the morning, the room was quiet. This time I was awake, sitting at the same small table, using my computer. Lydia was next to me. We were just talking softly and going about our own tasks when the drawer built into that table suddenly slid open, all by itself, fully, as if someone had grabbed the handle and pulled it. We both stopped and stared. There was no one else in the room, no one behind us or under the table. The floor was still. The air was calm. We got up, went to the drawer, and pushed it back in. We made sure it was fully closed, not loose, and then went back to our seats. Not even a full minute later, we heard the sound of wood sliding, and the drawer opened again on its own, just as wide as before. It was as if something wanted to make sure we understood. This is not an accident. At that point, there was no denying that something unseen was interacting with the physical objects in the room in a deliberate way. Yet it did not feel violently evil or directly threatening. It seemed more like a presence trying to make itself noticed, maybe curious, maybe playful, but still powerful enough to move solid objects. The next day, we decided to tell someone about it. We went down to the front desk and reported what had been happening in our room, not in a panicked way, but calmly, explaining the plate, the signs, and the drawer. We asked the front desk clerk if anything like this had ever happened before in that building. She listened with a serious expression and then answered that, to her knowledge, no similar complaints had been made by other guests. However, she did share something else. She mentioned that around 4 days before our report, the entire building had been blessed. This meant that a priest or religious figure had gone through the floors and rooms, praying and sprinkling holy water, a common practice in some places to protect against misfortune or spiritual disturbance. We could not help but wonder if the blessing had stirred something up rather than calmed it down, maybe provoking whatever unseen presence was there to react. The clerk also politely asked if we wanted to move to another room in case we felt uncomfortable staying in our current one. I thought about it for a moment. Part of me was tempted to say yes, but another part of me was strangely calm and curious. I did not feel attacked, and I did not feel like the presence wanted to harm us. It was more like it was saying, "I am here, than, I want to hurt you." So I told her that changing rooms was not necessary, and with a little laugh I said that we were brave souls. Of course, inside I was still respectful of whatever was happening, but I felt confident enough to stay. There was another detail about our room that added an extra layer of mystery, and maybe it will sound like superstition to some, but it is still interesting to think about. The room number was 518. At first that seemed like any other number, but then we learned that there was no 4th floor in the building. In some Asian cultures, especially among the Chinese, the number 4 is avoided because it sounds similar to the word for death in their language, so many buildings skip the number 4 when naming floors. Instead of having a 4th floor, they jump from the 3rd to the 5th, at least in name. In reality, what people call the 5th floor is technically the 4th level of the building. So when we thought about it more, we realized that our room, 518, was not really on the 5th floor in a structural sense. It was on what would have been the 4th floor if the building had been numbered in the usual way. You could say we were actually in room 418. Some people who believe in the power of numbers might find meaning in that, and we did a little simple number play. If you add the digits 4 plus 1 plus 8, you get 13, which many people already consider an unlucky or ominous number. Then if you reduce that further by adding 1 plus 3, you get 4 again, the number associated with death in some beliefs. It was as if the room was marked twice or even 3 times with signs that point to bad luck or death: the missing 4th floor, the hidden 4 in 518, and the sum that leads back to 4. Of course, numbers by themselves do not cause paranormal events, but they sometimes seem to echo what is happening, like little hints in the background. Despite all of this, we did not run away from the room. We stayed there for about another week. During that time, we paid attention to the environment, but the strong activity seemed to calm down. There were no more plates sliding in front of us, no signs flying off the table, no drawers opening by themselves in the middle of the night, or at least nothing as obvious as those first events. It felt as if, after making its presence known, whatever force had been active in our room had either lost interest or settled down. Maybe the building's blessing was slowly taking effect, or maybe our calm acceptance and lack of panic kept the energy from growing stronger. We went about our days, slept, ate, and lived in that small L-shaped space, and even though we never forgot what we had seen, life returned to something like a careful normal. When the time came for us to leave for Manila, we packed our bags and checked out like any other guests. There were no dramatic final signs, no last-minute bangs or moving objects as a goodbye. We simply walked out of that room and closed the door behind us. Once we arrived in Manila, everything truly went back to normal. We did not experience similar phenomena in our new accommodation. No plates moved, no drawers opened by themselves, no signs flew from tables in the middle of the night. Daily life rolled on in an ordinary, uneventful way. Looking back, that short period in Alicia Partel stands out like a small bubble in time, a strange pocket of days when the barrier between our world and something unseen grew thin enough for objects to move on their own and for us to notice that we were not completely alone in that room. Whether people choose to see it as a restless spirit, a playful energy, the effect of the blessing, or just coincidence mixed with imagination, I know what I saw, and I know that Lydia saw it too. For us, it will always be the memory of room 518, the room that by number and by feeling carried the shadow of death, yet allowed us to walk away unharmed, only a bit more aware that the world sometimes has layers we do not fully understand. I have always been the kind of person who looks for the simplest and most logical explanation for anything strange that happens, whether it is my own experience or someone else's story. Even as a kid, I like to think, maybe there is a reason we just don't see yet, instead of immediately saying, it's a ghost. But there are some things in my life that are very hard to explain, even when I try to think of every normal reason possible. The first strange thing that really stayed with me happened when I was about 5 years old. At that age, I was too young to understand concepts like paranormal or haunted, but the memory stayed strong and clear in my mind, and as I got older and looked back at it, I realized just how odd it truly was. We were living in a duplex in the southern part of Metro Manila. It was one house divided into 2 doors, 2 units that shared a wall but had separate entrances. The other unit was occupied by people my parents knew, an old lady and her 2 grown-up daughters. They were polite, quiet neighbors, but we rarely saw them outside. They kept to themselves most of the time. I remember their side of the duplex always seemed a bit silent, as if everything inside moved slowly and softly behind their closed door. The property had a big front yard and an equally large backyard, both surrounded by a high fence that made it feel like our own little world. As kids, we loved that. The backyard was like our own playground. There were avocado trees, tamarind trees, and a big mango tree that stretched its branches wide. Their leaves made nice shade during hot afternoons, and their fallen leaves and fruits made interesting little things to play with. Beyond the fence at the back, there was an open field. I remember that field so clearly. Cows and their calves would wander around there, walking slowly, chewing grass, flicking their tails. Sometimes I would stand at the back fence and just watch them, imagining what it was like to be a farmer or to live in a place where animals roamed freely all the time. It was the early 90s, so things felt simpler. There were no smartphones to distract us. We had real grass, real trees, real mud, and our imaginations. Afternoons were usually happy times. My siblings and I would run around the backyard, play simple games, and sometimes help our mother with small chores when she called us. Mom liked using the backyard for practical things too. Occasionally, when she wasn't too busy, she would bring out a chair and a cloth and give the boys a haircut right there in the open air so that all the hair fell directly on the ground and was easy to sweep away. The smell of fresh cut hair mixed with the smell of soil and leaves, and the sound of scissors snipping would blend with our laughter. On one of those afternoons, something happened that none of us could explain. The sky was still bright, and the sun was not yet setting. The 3 of us kids were playing in the backyard, not very far from where my mom was standing. She was busy trimming our eldest brother's hair. He was 6 years old at that time, just a bit older than me. Our larger bedroom faced the backyard, and that was where the 3 of us children slept. It had a window that looked out over the yard, and if you stood in the backyard and looked up, you would see that room. We were all outside, my mother, my older brother, my younger sibling, and me. No one was inside the house at that moment. No one was in our bedroom. We could see the windows of the room from where we were standing. Suddenly, without any warning, we heard the television in our bedroom turn on by itself. It was not just the sound of the TV coming to life, we also heard the distinct click of the dial. That TV was not modern at all. It did not have a remote control or push buttons. It had old-style dials that you had to turn and click to change the channel and adjust the volume. You needed a hand to move those dials. They were not light. You could feel the firm click when you turned them. So when we heard that click, we all knew it sounded exactly like somebody turning the dial. First there was the click, then the TV came on, and then the volume started going up. It was as if an invisible hand was turning the volume dial higher and higher. We could hear the sound from the yard. It grew louder and louder until it was almost too loud, as though someone was deliberately turning it up to the maximum level just to get attention. Then, just as slowly, the volume began to go down. It sounded like that same invisible hand slowly turning the dial back the other way. The sound decreased step by step, down and down, until it was soft, and then we heard the TV shut off by itself with another clear click. All of us froze. For a moment, no one moved. The sound was so clear and so intentional that it felt like time stopped. My mom's hands paused in my brother's hair. She looked at us with a serious expression, as though she wanted to check if we had any explanation, but also clearly wondering in her own mind what exactly just happened. I remember the feeling of my heart beating faster, not because I fully understood what happened, but because I knew it was strange. To break the tension, or maybe to comfort myself, I laughed and said, "It must be Daddy!" I imagined my father somehow slipping into the house quietly, turning the TV on to tease us, and then turning it off again. But my mom did not confirm or deny that idea. She did not smile or say, "Yes, maybe." She was quiet. My father was supposed to be at work at that time, and the serious look on my mother's face told me she knew he was not there. My younger sibling was only 3 then, and I felt like I had to be a little brave for both of us. I decided to go inside the house and check the bedroom. Maybe some part of me still thought I would find my father inside, or maybe the TV was broken and doing weird things. I ran toward the house, my small feet feeling heavy and excited at the same time. I went to the front door, which we always kept locked when we were all outside. It was still locked. That meant no one had gone in or out. I opened it with the key, went inside, and checked every corner of the house. I went into our room, looked at the TV, checked behind it, looked under the bed. There was no one there. The house felt quiet, and everything looked normal. The TV was off. The front door had been locked the whole time, and my father was nowhere inside. When I went back outside and told my mom that no one was there, she decided something practical. She took the TV out of our bedroom. Maybe she did it because she did not want us to be scared, or because she wanted to stop any strange thing from happening again in the place where we slept. Before that event, our room had already felt strange to me, though I did not have a clear way to explain it. I was not a scaredy child in general. I climbed trees, ran around, did silly and crazy things that kids do. But that room facing the backyard had a feeling I could not describe. Whenever I was alone in that room, even in the daytime, I sometimes felt uneasy. Like something heavy was sitting in the air. The rest of the house was bright and cheerful. Sunlight came through the windows. The kitchen felt warm, the living room felt normal. There was nothing wrong with any other part of the house. Only that room felt different, and as a child, I just knew I did not like being in there alone. Later, I realized that our strange TV incident was not the only odd thing that happened in that room. There were days when my brothers and I would sit on the floor in front of the closet to play with our toys. We liked playing in that spot because it made cleaning up easier. When we were done, we could just open the closet and sweep the toys back inside or into boxes without having to carry them far. So we spent a lot of time right in front of that closet. Sometimes, when we were home alone and the house was quiet, we would suddenly hear muffled sounds coming from the closet area. They were not loud. It was like little voices, small, unclear, as though tiny people were talking behind a wall or under a thick blanket. We could not make out the words. It was just a soft, low murmur. At first, we tried to explain it by saying it might be our neighbors on the other side of the duplex, the old lady and her daughters. Maybe they were talking and the sound passed through the walls. But we knew our walls were thick. That was one of the things adults said about the house. You cannot really hear anything from the other side. The walls are very solid. On normal days, we never heard our neighbors talking, laughing, or playing music. Their sounds did not leak through. Also, that part of the closet was not even against the common wall between the units. It faced a different side. So the more we thought about it, the harder it was to accept that these muffled, small voices were simply coming from next door. We would sometimes pause and look at each other when we heard the sounds. One of us would ask, "Did you hear that?" And the others would nod. The room would feel colder for a moment, not because the weather changed, but because our minds did. We never really had a clear adult explanation. We were just kids listening to strange whispers that did not match anything around us. After a while, we would try to ignore it and go back to our toys, because what else could we do? It was our bedroom. We had to sleep there and live there. If we let every sound scare us completely, we might not be able to function normally. So we fell into a kind of silent agreement. We heard it, we knew it did not make sense, and we chose not to talk too much about it. But the creepiest experience I had in that room came one night, and stamped itself permanently in my memory. I do not remember exactly whether it was a weekday or a weekend, but I know I was about 5, and it was late enough that everyone was supposed to be asleep. The lights in the room were off, and the darkness felt thick, like a blanket. The only light came from the window facing the backyard. A bit of moonlight slipped between the curtains and made a faint, pale glow in one part of the room. You could see the outline of the window and maybe the edge of a piece of furniture, but everything else was swallowed by shadows. My siblings were asleep beside me, breathing softly. Everything was quiet. For some reason, I could not sleep. Maybe it was the leftover energy from playing, maybe I had eaten too much sugar, or maybe it was just one of those nights when your body refuses to rest. I lay there, eyes half open in the dark, listening to the faint sounds outside, a distant dog barking, maybe a car passing on a far road, the usual night noises. Then, all of a sudden, I heard something new. There was a whistle coming from near the window. It was slow and soft, not a full song, not a tune I recognized. It was just a long, gentle whistle, as if someone was trying out a few notes without forming a melody. It did not sound like the whistling of a bird. It sounded more like a person. The sound was close, almost as if whoever was whistling was standing right outside the window, or just under it, looking in. My body went stiff. My first thought was not ghost, but intruder. Even as a child, I understood that there could be people with bad intentions. The idea that a stranger might be standing outside our window, watching us sleep, was terrifying. My mind quickly imagined a tall figure in the dark, someone who might try to climb in, someone who should not be there. The whistle came again, slow and soft, and the room suddenly felt much smaller. I pulled the blanket tighter around me, trying not to move. I did not want whoever or whatever was out there to know that I was awake. Then, as I was lying there, trying to keep calm, I felt something new and even more disturbing. There were sensations on my arm, like something small and many was crawling along my skin. At first I thought it was just a couple of ants, so I tried to brush them away with my hand. But no matter how I moved my fingers over my arm, I could not catch anything. There were no small bodies to pinch between my fingers, no tiny legs to flick away. The feeling did not stop. It was like long grass brushing against your arm when you walk through a field. You know that soft, light touch of blades of grass sliding past your skin? It felt exactly like that, only I was lying in bed, indoors, under a blanket, with no grass anywhere near me. The crawling sensation moved in small waves, up and down my arm, and at the same time the memory of the whistle hung in the air. I began to panic inside, but on the outside I tried to stay very still. I did not want to cry out and wake my siblings, but I also did not want to stay in that feeling. I did the only thing I really knew how to do at that age when I was scared of something invisible. I closed my eyes tightly and started to pray. I did not have any long, complicated prayers memorized, but I talked to God in my own simple words. I asked for protection for myself and for my siblings beside me. I imagined a shield around us, something bright and strong that no bad thing could pass through. I prayed and prayed, repeating the same words in my head, asking that whatever was outside the window or inside the room would go away and leave us alone. Little by little, the feeling on my arm began to fade. The crawling stopped. The air in the room felt less heavy. I did not hear the whistling anymore. My breathing slowed down, and my body relaxed. I kept my eyes closed, still afraid that if I opened them I might see something I did not want to see. At some point, in the middle of my prayers and my fear, sleep finally came. It was not the gentle sleep you get on happy nights, but a sleep born from exhaustion and relief. When I woke up in the morning, the sunlight was shining through the window, my siblings were stretching and yawning, and everything looked normal again. I did not find any marks on my arm that day. There were no bites, no scratches, nothing to prove that anything had been there. The room looked the same as always, yet I knew that something about that night was different from a regular bad dream. It felt too real, too physical, too tied to the strange feeling that room had always given me and the unexplained things we had experienced there, like the TV turning on and off by itself and the soft voices inside the closet. Over the years, as I grew older and my mind learned more about science, electricity, building structures, and psychology, I tried to give those events reasonable explanations. Maybe the TV had a loose connection, maybe sound traveled in a way we did not understand, maybe my brain was half awake and created sensations. And yet, even with all those possibilities, part of me still cannot fully explain what happened in that duplex, in that room facing the backyard, in that bed under the moonlight when someone whistled by the window and invisible hands made my skin feel like it was brushing against tall grass. This story happened in our ancestral house in the province of Aklan during my cousin's wedding week, and even though some time has already passed, I can still remember the mood, the air, the strange quiet, and the feeling that something was watching us from the shadows. Our ancestral house itself is not very big or grand. It is actually quite simple and a bit old, made of materials that have clearly seen many years of sun, rain, and wind. The walls are slightly worn, the wooden floors sometimes creak when you walk, and the windows look out over fields and trees rather than busy streets or noisy neighbors. For a city-born person like me, everything there felt slower and more peaceful, but at the same time, it also felt full of hidden things, like the land and the house were keeping many secrets. It was the week of my cousin's wedding, so the house was more alive than usual. Relatives had come from different places. There were people arriving and leaving, carrying food, clothes, decorations, and all sorts of things needed for the celebration. There was laughter, loud conversations, and the familiar mixed sounds of plates, cooking, and planning. But even with all that busyness, there was also a sense that the old house and the land around it were watching us quietly, like they had seen many weddings and many lives before, and ours was just another story passing through. 3 days before the wedding, my nieces and I planned to visit the house of the groom. It was not a short walk. From our ancestral house, we needed to travel by foot, passing through open plains and then moving into a more mountainous path. The locals knew these paths well, but for me, who grew up in the city, it felt like an adventure, as if we were entering a different world. It was literally a town-to-town walk, and the idea of going on foot through fields and hills was both exciting and a little tiring just to think about. We started our journey while the sun was still up, the air warm but not too hot, and the sky bright. As we walked, we saw many animals along the way. Dogs lay in the shade or walked around, chickens scratched the ground looking for food, birds flew from tree to tree or sat quietly on branches, and once in a while we heard the rustle of something small hiding in the grass or bushes. At first, I thought it was just normal countryside life, but then I noticed something that slowly made me feel uneasy. Every time we passed by those animals, whether it was a dog resting by the path, a chicken near a tree, or even birds on the branches, they did not just look at us casually and then ignore us like animals in the city usually do. Instead, they seemed to follow us with their eyes in a very focused way. Their heads would turn, and they would stare directly at us as we moved past them, almost as if they knew who we were or as if we were intruding into a place where we did not fully belong. Their gaze felt unusual, not like simple curiosity, but like a quiet judgment or warning. As the feeling grew stronger, I looked around and realized that, aside from us, there were no other people on the path. No farmers, no children playing, no neighbors walking by. It was just us and the animals and the endless trees and fields around. That contrast made the stares of the animals even more uncomfortable, and I started to wonder if we had taken a wrong turn somewhere. After a while of walking and noticing this strange attention from the creatures around us, I turned to one of my nieces and asked, half joking and half serious, "Is this really the right way? I mean, I only see trees and animals around. No other people but us." I tried to say it in a light tone, but there was a bit of worry in my voice because the path felt a little too quiet and isolated. My niece, who was more used to the area and the ways of the province, answered without hesitation that yes, this was the right way. Then she added something that caught my attention even more. She told me not to make any eye contact with the wild animals. That surprised me, and I asked her why. I laughed and said something like, "Why? Are they going to bite or eat you?" I imagined maybe she was just worried we would provoke a dog or disturb a chicken or something ordinary like that, but her answer was nothing like what I expected. She replied calmly, "Nope, but they might be shape-shifting monsters or what we natives here call a swang dot." She said it in a matter-of-fact way, like someone reminding you not to leave food on the table because ants might come. For her, it was an old belief they had grown up with, a warning people took seriously. For me, raised in the city and used to cars, buildings, and practical explanations, it sounded like a story from folklore, something from the old times, not from the modern world I knew. I could not help but react. While we continued walking, now at a slightly faster pace because the sky was slowly changing and the light was moving toward late afternoon, I replied to her with a mix of disbelief and a smile. I said something like, "Yeah, right. We are in the 21st century. Nobody believes in old folklore stories anymore." I tried to brush off the uneasiness by hiding it behind my skepticism, convincing myself that these were just stories to frighten children or to explain things people in the past did not understand. But even as I said that, a small part of me could not forget the way those animals were staring at us, their eyes following our every step. Eventually, after about 30 minutes of walking, we reached our destination, the groom's house. It stood quietly among the trees, and we were welcomed there by the family and some townsfolk. The people were warm and accommodating, as is common in many provinces in the Philippines. We chatted, rested our feet, and took some time to relax after our walk. While we were there, one of the townsfolk, maybe an older person or someone who knew the stories of the land well, made a point to tell us that we should return to our house early, before the sun sets. The advice was given in a serious tone, not as a casual suggestion. At first I thought it was just practical, maybe because the path home through the plains and the mountains could be dangerous at night, with no lights and uneven ground. Actually, for me, it sounded like a good suggestion because my feet were already tired, and I liked the idea of going back early, taking a bath, and resting. But as the day went on, time passed quickly. We talked, helped a little with some things, and before we realized it, the sky was already starting to dim. Shadows grew longer, and the light lost its bright golden color, and turned into a deeper orange, and then gray. When we finally started walking back, it was already late, around 6 in the evening, and the sun was almost gone. In the city, 6 o'clock might still feel somewhat safe because of street lights and people around. But there, in that rural path between two towns, once the sun dropped behind the mountains and trees, the darkness seemed to come faster and thicker. As we walked on the way back, the familiar path we had taken earlier now felt different. The air was cooler, the sky was darker, and the shapes of the trees looked sharper and more mysterious. Once again, the animals appeared along the way. Dogs, chickens, birds, and other creatures were still around, but their presence in the fading light felt heavier. Just like before, they stared at us as we passed. Their eyes shone a little in the low light, and when I noticed them looking directly at us again, I remembered my niece's warning not to make eye contact with wild animals. This time, I tried harder to ignore their gazes. I kept my eyes forward most of the time, only glancing sideways once in a while, and each time I did, I felt that same strange sensation of being watched. My niece told us again that we should hurry, and so we walked faster, eager to reach the safety and familiarity of our ancestral house. It was not completely dark yet, but the light was nearly gone, and the path did not have lamps or signs, only the natural light left in the sky and the outline of the land. When we finally reached our house, it was around 6:45 in the evening. We were tired but relieved to be back in a place that we knew, surrounded by walls and a roof instead of open space and silent animals. Night came fully soon after, and the house was lit by the usual lights inside, making it feel warmer and more secure. There were 3 rooms in the house, and that night we were gathered in one of them, watching television together. It was a simple, ordinary activity that made everything feel normal again. The TV light flickered softly, the sound filled the room, and we sat or lay down, letting our bodies rest after the long walk and the strange looks from the animals. For a while, it felt like any other evening, calm and quiet. Then, suddenly, we heard a strange noise coming from outside. It was not a usual sound like a car passing in the distance, or a dog barking. It was a repeated cry or call that sounded like whack, 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 whack. At first, I was not sure if I heard it correctly, but it came again, the same sound, sharp and clear in the night air. The strange thing was that as time passed, the sound did not grow louder, as you might expect when something is approaching. Instead, it became softer, weaker, as if whatever was making the sound was actually coming closer even though the noise was fading. It went against normal experience, because usually, if something is far, it sounds faint, and if it comes near, it sounds louder. But this sound felt like the opposite. It started clear and then faded as if it was drawing near quietly. As a person born and raised in the city, I did not have a natural explanation for the sound, but at the same time, my mind tried to push away any supernatural idea. I told myself that maybe it was just some kind of bird or animal native to the area, making a call in the night. There are many creatures in the countryside that I never encountered in the city, so maybe it was just something normal for the people there. Because of that, I tried to ignore it at first, pretending that it was nothing special. But then something else happened that made it harder to ignore. The lights outside the windows suddenly flickered. It was like they were being disturbed by something unseen. They did not just dim slowly like a brownout. They blinked on and off in a quick, nervous way, as if touched by invisible hands. That sudden change in the lighting, combined with the strange whack, whack, whack sound that was now fading and yet still so clear in my mind, made my heart jump. Fear began to creep into my chest. I was not the only one who felt it. My nieces, who were with me in the room, also became scared. I could see it in their faces and in the way they moved closer to each other, their eyes wide and uncertain. The room that had felt cozy and safe just moments before now seemed a little colder and darker, even with the TV still on. None of us wanted to look out the window, because a part of us was afraid of what we might see outside. We did not speak loudly, we just whispered to each other asking, "Did you hear that?" And, "Why are the lights flickering?" The more we whispered, the more we felt that we were not alone in the night. Because the fear was growing, and we did not know what else to do, we decided to turn off the television. The cheerful noise from the TV no longer comforted us. Instead, it felt like a thin layer of sound hiding something beneath it. When we switched it off, the room became quieter, and the silence felt thick. We grabbed our blankets and covered ourselves, as if a simple piece of cloth could protect us from whatever was outside. It might sound childish, but in that moment of fear, hiding under blankets felt like the only thing we could do. We huddled together, listening to every small noise, our minds imagining all sorts of things that could be out there in the dark. We stayed like that for a long time, until our fear slowly turned into exhaustion. At some point, without even realizing exactly when it happened, we fell asleep, still covered and still nervous, but too tired to stay awake any longer. The next morning, daylight filled the house again, and everything looked normal, as if nothing strange had happened the night before. The sun shone through the windows, the sounds of daily life outside returned, and the house felt once more like a regular home rather than a place at the edge of something unknown. After breakfast or sometime in the morning, curiosity and the leftover fear pushed me to ask my cousin about what we had heard. I told her about the strange sound. Whack! 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 And the way it grew weaker instead of louder as it seemed to come closer, and about the flickering of the lights. I expected maybe she would shrug it off or say it was just some bird, but instead, she took my question seriously. She looked at me and explained that what we had heard was most likely a whack-whack. She said that in their place, a whack-whack is known as a kind of creature or person that can separate its body into two parts. According to her, at night, this person's body splits, and the upper half grows a pair of wings at the back, like a monstrous bat or a human with large, dark wings. The lower half, from the waist down, stays hidden somewhere safe, often near trees or in shadows, while the upper half goes out to hunt in the night sky. She told me that from far away, when the whack-whack is still at a distance, the flapping of its wings makes a sound like whack, 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 which is where its name comes from. But the strange and frightening part is that, unlike normal sounds, when the whack-whack comes closer and closer to you, the sound of its wings does not become louder. Instead, it becomes softer, weaker, as if trying to trick its victims into thinking the danger is moving away instead of approaching. Then she told me something even more disturbing. The whack-whack, she said, feeds on unborn babies. It especially targets pregnant women at night. Using its long, slimy, slender tongue, which can stretch out and slip through small openings, it finds the navel of a pregnant woman and slowly drains the life of the baby inside. The thought of such a creature hovering silently above a house, its sound disappearing as it comes nearer, then lowering its horrible tongue into a sleeping woman's belly to steal her child, made my skin crawl. I felt a cold shiver go down my spine as she explained this calmly, like someone telling a well-known story passed on through generations. With my heart still beating a little faster from the horror of the story, I tried to lighten the mood, maybe to keep myself from feeling too scared. So I replied to her with a mixture of nervous laughter and real relief, saying something like, "So congratulations to you. You are pregnant, I suppose? And we are really lucky." I meant that we were lucky nothing bad happened to her that night, and that the whack-whack did not reach her. My cousin smiled and confirmed that yes, she was indeed pregnant. Then she answered in a way that made my chest tighten a little. She said, "Yes, thank you. And I'm lucky, because that whack-whack wandered to the wrong part of our house." Her words meant that the creature had come near but had not found her sleeping place. Instead, it had gone to a different side of the house, maybe confused or maybe searching. The idea that something like that had been so close, just outside our walls, while we were hiding under blankets and pretending that nothing real could harm us, stayed with me long after the wedding week ended. As a city-born person, I had always thought of stories like swangs and whack-whacks as things from old books or movies, tales that grandparents told to make children behave. But that night in Ackland, with the strange sound that grew softer as it moved closer, the flickering lights, the staring animals along the path, and my cousin's serious explanation the next day, I started to understand why people in the provinces still believe in these things and respect the warnings that come with their old stories. Whether what we heard was truly a whack-whack or something else, I cannot prove it scientifically. But in my memory, that night will always be the time when the line between folklore and reality became very thin, and when I realized that in places like our ancestral house in Ackland, the old stories still live quietly in the dark, just waiting for someone to hear the beating of wings in the night. This happened back in 2002, when I was in my 4th year of high school and still trying to figure out who I was and what kind of future I wanted, and at the same time I was just beginning to take my faith seriously. At that time our family was living in a very small 2-story house that always felt a bit cramped but also familiar and warm because it was the place we all shared. The house had only one proper bedroom upstairs, and that room was where my mom and my 2 younger siblings slept together at night. There was just enough space for their bed and a few things, so there was no room left for me and my other brother. Because of that, he and I used to sleep downstairs near the stairs, in that open space that was half living room and half hallway leading up to the second floor. Our sleeping area was simple, just thin mattresses or mats on the floor, some pillows, and blankets. We didn't have much, but we were used to this arrangement. The stairs were right beside where we slept, and at night that corner of the house always looked darker than the rest, as if the shadows liked to gather there. During the day, nothing felt strange about it. You could sit there, talk, laugh, do your schoolwork, or just rest, and everything seemed normal. But when the lights were turned off and everyone went to sleep, the small house became very quiet, and that corner near the stairs sometimes looked like it was hiding something unseen in the darkness. At that age, I had a habit of sleeping late. Like many teenagers, I liked staying up whenever I could, whether it was to think about life, remember things that happened in school, or simply enjoy the quiet when everyone else had already fallen asleep. But on that particular night, I knew I had morning classes the next day, so I convinced myself that I needed to sleep earlier than usual. I remember that it was around 11 o'clock at night, at least as far as I can recall. The house had already settled down into silence. My mom and younger siblings were upstairs in the room, probably fast asleep by that hour. My other brother, the one who slept beside me near the stairs, had also already dozed off. His breathing was calm and steady, and I could tell he was already deep in his dreams. The lights were out except for maybe a faint glow from somewhere outside or a very weak light from a nearby street, but inside our little space it was mostly dark, the kind of dark where you can still see shapes but not details. As part of my new habit at that time, I prayed before lying down to sleep. I was a young Christian then, newly serious about my faith. I had decided not long before that I wanted to follow Christ properly, and live a life that was fully dedicated to Him. This meant I was trying to avoid things I knew were wrong, trying to change my habits, and trying to grow closer to God by praying more and reading the Bible when I could. Because of that, it had become natural for me to talk to God before closing my eyes at night, to thank Him for the day, ask forgiveness for anything I did wrong, and to ask for protection over me and my family. That night was no different. I whispered my prayer from where I lay near the stairs, feeling the usual comfort when I said, "Amen," and then I allowed myself to relax, expecting a normal night of sleep. At first, everything was peaceful. I drifted into sleep quite quickly because my body was tired from school and the activities of the day. My mind started to let go of conscious thoughts, and I was just resting, trusting that I would wake up in the morning and go to school as usual. But then something very strange and terrifying happened. I don't know exactly what time it was when it began. All I know is that at some point during the night, I suddenly became aware of myself again, as if I had woken up without fully waking. The first thing I noticed was that something was wrong with my body. I felt like my whole body had turned hard and heavy, as though an invisible weight was pressing down on me from all sides. It was as if my muscles were frozen. I tried to move my arms and legs but nothing responded. No matter how hard I tried to shift, to turn, or even to wiggle my fingers, it was like I was locked in place. Panic started to rise in my chest as I realized I could not move at all. This was not like ordinary sleepiness or being too tired. This was something else, something that felt unnatural, as if a strong force was holding me down. At first, I thought maybe I was just in a strange part of sleep where my body had not fully woken up yet, but the more I struggled inside, the more I felt that this was not a normal experience. My heart began to pound faster, and I could hear the sound of my own breathing in my ears, quick and shallow. Even though I could not move my body, I tried to open my eyes. It was very difficult, like my eyelids were glued down. Still, with a lot of effort, I managed to open them just a little, enough to see a blurry image of the room around me. The first thing I saw was my brother lying beside me, already asleep. His face looked peaceful, and his body was still. There was nothing strange about him at all. He was just there on his mat or mattress, breathing quietly, completely unaware of what I was going through right beside him. Seeing him made me wish I could ask him for help, but my mouth would not open and my voice would not come out. I could not even lift a hand to shake him. It was as if I was trapped inside my own body, awake on the inside but locked on the outside. Then, slowly, my gaze moved away from my brother and towards the corner near the stairs, the darkest part of that small room. Even before my eyes fully focused on it, I sensed that there was something there, something that had not been there before. My chest tightened and a feeling of dread spread through me. When my eyes finally adjusted enough to see, I was completely shocked and terrified by what I saw. In that dark corner near the stairs stood a figure that was not human. It was a demon. I could not see all the small details of its body, because its form was mostly like a deep shadow, darker than the darkness around it. But some things were very clear, and those were more than enough to show me that what I was seeing was not a person, not a trick of the light, but some kind of evil presence. It had two bright red eyes that seemed to burn in the darkness, like small balls of fire staring straight at me. The red was not like the weak red of a tiny light or a reflection. It was intense, fiery, and full of something that felt angry and hateful. Those eyes were fixed on me, and I had the horrible feeling that it knew exactly who I was, that it was there for me and not by accident. The rest of its body was like a black silhouette, but the shape itself was enough to tell me that this was a demon. Its outline was not like a normal human figure. It looked taller and more twisted, with two long horns rising from its head, curving up or out in a way that made it look even more frightening. The horns and the burning red eyes made the image clear in my mind. This was a demonic being. It stood there in the corner by the stairs, not moving much, but its presence was heavy. Even though it was just standing, I felt like its mere existence in that place filled the room with darkness and fear. I could feel its evil, thick like smoke in the air. My heart pounded so hard I thought it might burst. My mind was screaming that this was not a dream, that I was really seeing something terrible. A cold fear spread through my whole body, and I honestly felt like I might die from the shock. It was not just ordinary fear, like when you hear a loud noise or watch a horror movie. This fear felt deep and spiritual, as if something in my soul was being attacked. I tried to move again, tried to turn away or close my eyes, but my body still would not obey me. The force that was pressing on me felt strong and oppressive, almost like an invisible hand holding me down so I could not escape. I felt so helpless and small, lying there on the floor near the stairs, my brother sleeping peacefully beside me, completely unaware, while I faced something I never wanted to see. It seemed like time slowed down, and every second of being trapped there in front of that demon felt like an eternity. The thought entered my mind that I might not be able to fight this. I felt that my strength was slipping away, both physically and emotionally. My body was frozen, my heart overwhelmed with fear, and my mind racing. I really felt like I could no longer resist that dark power pressing on me. But in that same moment, another thought rose up inside me, stronger than everything else: the name of Jesus. Even though my mouth felt heavy and my voice did not want to come out at first, I gathered every bit of strength I had left, not in my muscles but in my spirit, and I began to call on his name. I shouted the name of Jesus in my mind first, and then slowly, with great effort, I managed to force the words out. I called out loudly, "In the name of Jesus, go away!" or something very close to that. I remember commanding the demon to leave, using the authority of Jesus' name. My voice felt weak at first, but I did not stop. I shouted the same thing 3 times, each time putting all of my faith and desperation into the words, believing with everything in me that Jesus was stronger than any demon, that his name had power over whatever evil thing was attacking me. I did not rely on my own strength, because I had none left. I relied only on the belief that God was with me and that the devil had no right to stay. After the 3rd time I called on Jesus' name and commanded the demon to go, something changed. The heavy force that had been pressing on my body began to lift, like a weight being slowly removed. My muscles started to respond again, my breathing became easier, and I felt that invisible grip loosen its hold on me. The fear that had been crushing me started to fade, replaced by a feeling of relief and freedom. I realized that I could move my hands and feet again. I took a deep breath and, with a mix of shock and gratitude, I pushed myself up from where I had been lying. I sat up and immediately looked towards the corner near the stairs where I had seen the demon. My heart was racing as I searched that dark space with my eyes, fearing for a second that it might still be there. But the corner was empty. There were only the familiar shapes of the stairs and the dim walls. The red eyes were gone, the shadowy form with horns was gone, and the air felt lighter. Everything looked back to normal, as if nothing had ever been there at all. The room was the same small sleeping area it had always been, and my brother was still sleeping peacefully, completely unaware of what had just taken place beside him. I did not see any sign of the demon anymore. It was as if it had never existed, except that my heart still remembered the terror. I knew what I had seen, and I knew what I had felt. I knew it was real, not just a dream or my imagination. After checking that the demon was no longer there, and that everything else was normal, I closed my eyes again, but this time I was wide awake inside. I did not just go back to sleep immediately. Instead, I prayed again, more seriously and deeply than ever. I thank God for helping me overcome that dark entity, for giving me the strength to call on Jesus' name, and for responding to my desperate cries. I thanked Him for breaking the force that had held me down, and for driving away the demon that had shown itself to me. Even though I was still shaken, my heart was also full of gratitude and awe, because I had personally experienced how powerful His name truly is. I realized that as a young Christian, someone just starting to walk seriously with God, I might have become a special target for the enemy. When a person decides to leave behind their old ways and follow Christ, darkness does not like it. Looking back, I truly believe that the devil was furious at that time because I had chosen to give my life wholly to God, to live for Him instead of living however I wanted. That anger, that hatred, showed itself in that form, in that night when a demon tried to frighten me, weaken me, or maybe even pull me away from my new faith. But instead of breaking me, that experience only made my faith stronger. It showed me that yes, evil is real, and the spiritual world is not just a story, but it also showed me something even more important. God's power is greater than any darkness. The name of Jesus is not just a word, it carries real power and authority. After that night, I did have other similar experiences where I felt that same heaviness, that sense that something was pressing down on me while I was asleep, or that something unseen did not want me to continue growing in my faith. There were other times when I had to call on the name of Jesus again to break the fear and push away whatever presence was trying to disturb me. But each time, God helped me, protected me, and reminded me that I was not alone. I am still very thankful to this day for His protection and His love. That night in 2002 taught me that when we decide to follow Christ, there will be battles, not just in our daily choices but also in the unseen world. But it also taught me that in every battle, no matter how dark or frightening it may seem, we can always call on Him, and He will answer. This story happened way back in 2006 in our house in Subic, and even now when I look back on it, I can still clearly remember the feeling of that night, the quiet, the darkness, and the sudden shock that made my heart jump to my throat. Ever since I can remember, I always knew that there were other beings sharing that house with us, not because I saw them myself all the time, but because my Aunt Lynn, the youngest among all my aunts and uncles, has this ability to see things that most of us cannot see. She can sense and actually see paranormal entities, and she would casually tell us stories that made our skin crawl but at the same time made us feel strangely used to the idea that we were never really alone there. When I was younger, I remember nights when everything in the house was quiet, when most of us were already half asleep or resting, and suddenly Aunt Lynn would wake up, irritated, stomp over to the windows that faced the backyard, slide them open with a sharp sound, and then shout angrily into the darkness, telling someone to shut up because they were too noisy. The backyard area, which also served as our laundry space, looked very ordinary in the daytime. Just cement, some hangers, the line where clothes were dried, a few plants, and the dividing walls that separated our place from our neighbors. But during those nights, when she shouted like that, I would lie still and listen, my eyes wide open, wondering who she could be talking to. We lived in a subdivision, and most of the time it was very quiet at night. There were no loud parties or noisy neighbors at the back, and the streets outside would be almost empty by that time, so when she yelled at someone to stop whispering or giggling, it confused us because all we heard before she shouted was silence. Later on she told us that there were people at the back, not living people but spirits, whispering and laughing softly like a group of unseen neighbors gossiping or playing around, and it annoyed her because she wanted to sleep. For us, that was a strange thing to digest. The idea that someone you trust, someone from your own family, can see and hear things in the same space you live in but you cannot, is both scary and strangely normal at the same time, especially when you grow up hearing about it again and again. As time passed, Aunt Lynn grew older, got married, and moved out of our house. She went to live with her own family in Castellos, and we did not see her as often as before. But even after she left, her words stayed with us, especially her comments about the backyard. She once told us that out of all the areas in the house, the backyard was the place where most of the entities liked to stay. It was like their favorite corner, the place where they gathered or passed by. The house had 2 bedrooms whose windows faced that backyard, which meant that if you stayed in those rooms, your view outside was the area she said was filled with unseen residents. One of those bedrooms is the one I use now, and knowing what she told us, I could not help but feel uneasy sometimes, especially at night when I opened the window or when I sat too close to it. In the beginning it was fine. I told myself that I should not think too much, that there was no point in scaring myself. I tried to live normally and ignore that information. But after a while, especially after one particular experience, it really sank in that there was something different about that part of the house, something I could not see but could definitely feel. The incident happened on a day that started like any other ordinary day. I was at home, and it ended up that I was alone in the house for a while because my mom had gone to visit a relative. At that time, only the 2 of us lived in the house. My siblings were not there, and there were no other relatives staying with us. The neighbors in the house right next to ours had moved out too, so their place was empty, which made the surroundings quieter than usual. During the day I did not really mind being alone. I did my usual things, walked around the house, maybe ate, maybe watched some TV earlier, just passing time and waiting for Mom to return. Then, in the afternoon, there was a power interruption. Suddenly the lights went off, the TV died, the electric fan stopped, and the house fell into that strange silence that always follows a sudden blackout. Power interruptions in our place are not super rare, and normally, when they happen during the day, they are often scheduled clearing operations or maintenance work. Usually they are even announced in advance, and by around 5 in the afternoon, the power would already be back, and everything would go back to normal. So at first I was not really worried. I just thought, oh, it's probably one of those scheduled brownouts. It will be back before evening. But as the hours passed and the sun began to go down, the power still did not return. The sky started to dim, the light coming into the house became weaker and weaker, and the quiet became heavier. I realized then that this might not be one of the usual planned interruptions. I started imagining different reasons in my mind, like maybe a transmission pole had fallen somewhere, maybe something broke along the line, or maybe there was an accident that affected the power supply. Whatever it was, the result was that I was stuck in a darkening house with no electricity and nothing much to do. Without the TV, without lights, and without any electronic distractions, boredom slowly crept in. The kind of boredom where you are too restless to sleep but too tired to do anything productive. The air felt warmer because the fans were off, and the silence seemed to grow larger as it got darker outside. I decided to light a candle to have at least some light. The small flame flickered, casting moving shadows on the walls and furniture, making everything look softer but also a little eerie. Holding the candle, I went to my room, the one with the window facing the backyard, and decided to stay there. It felt more comfortable to sit on my bed, even if the room was dimly lit, than to wander around the rest of the dark house. I placed the candle somewhere safe and then sat on the bed, letting my body relax while my mind floated between thoughts of when the power would come back and when my mom would return from her visit. The windows were open because without electricity, the only way to get some cool air was to let the natural breeze come in. I moved closer to the window and rested my head against the steel or wooden rail, feeling the hard surface against my skull, and looked out into the backyard. Outside it was already dark, the shapes of the laundry lines, the floor, and the walls barely visible in the faint light of the evening sky and whatever little glow reached us from faraway streetlights. The backyard, which in the daytime looked so ordinary and harmless, now felt different, like a black box full of possible mysteries. Still, I tried to stay calm, telling myself that I was just letting my imagination run wild. As I sat there quietly, waiting and staring at nothing in particular, something happened that made my whole body freeze. Out of nowhere, with no warning at all, I felt a flick on my left ear. In Filipino, we call it pitik, that quick snap of fingers against someone's ear or head, the kind of playful or annoying gesture that people sometimes do to get your attention or tease you. The force of it was clear. It was not a light brush or a passing touch. It was a real flick, strong enough to make my ears sting a bit, and to jolt me out of my relaxed state. For a second my brain could not process what had just happened. Then my first reaction was shock. I turned my head quickly toward the window, my eyes wide, expecting to see someone there, some person standing right outside, maybe a neighbor who had come over without me noticing, or, in a more worrying thought, maybe a thief who had climbed over the wall or crept up close to the window. But when I looked out, all I saw was darkness. There was no one there. The backyard was empty, still and quiet, just the same lifeless shapes as before. There was no movement, no sound of footsteps running away, nothing. My heart started beating faster, and a wave of fear ran through me. It is one thing to imagine that there might be spirits or unseen beings around you, and another thing entirely to feel physical contact, to feel something touch you when you are sure you are alone. That flick on my ear felt exactly like a human finger had done it. It was playful, almost not like an attack, but the fact that I could not see anyone there made it even scarier. My mind raced to find a logical explanation. Could it be that something fell from somewhere? Could an insect or a small insect-like creature have hit my ear? But deep inside I knew that it really felt like a finger, and fingers do not just appear out of nowhere in an empty, dark backyard. The fear grew too strong for me to handle while sitting in that room, especially since I remembered clearly what my aunt had said before about the backyard being full of entities. Without thinking much more, my body responded before my mind could calm down. I got up and ran out of my room. I did not walk slowly. I did not stop to look back. I hurried outside of the house itself, out to the front where it felt more open and safer. I stood or sat out there, under the open sky or near the gate, feeling my heart thumping and my breathing a little short. I looked around the yard and the street, checking if there was anyone suspicious, any sign of someone who might have tried to sneak in. But everything was normal and still. There were no signs of forced entry, no noises, no shadows moving where they shouldn't. At that time, since only my mom and I were living in the house and the next-door house was unoccupied, I realized once again how impossible it was that someone had just reached in and flicked my ear without me seeing them. After some time, when my fear settled down a little, I even went back inside to look around, trying to convince myself that maybe it had been my imagination or maybe something fell from above. I checked our belongings, looked at the doors and windows, mentally ticking off the important things like appliances, wallets, and other valuable items. Everything was still in its place, nothing was missing, nothing had been moved. If it had been a thief, as my first panic thought suggested, they would have taken something, or at least left some sign of their presence. But there was nothing at all, no proof of any human intruder, just that one strange, undeniable sensation on my ear that I could still remember clearly. Later that evening, after what felt like hours of waiting outside and calming myself down, my mom finally came home. She was probably surprised to see me not inside the house but outside, looking as if I had been guarding the place or waiting for someone to save me. When she asked me why I was there and what happened, I told her everything, from the power going out, to me sitting in my room near the window, to the sudden flick on my ear, to my running out of the house in fear. I tried to tell the story in a steady voice, but inside I still felt shaken. She listened, and after realizing that I was not harmed and that nothing had been stolen, she reacted in that familiar motherly way, half concerned and half amused. We even ended up joking a bit about it, and I laughed at myself, calling myself a coward for running out of the house like that. I am a guy, after all, and there I was, scared to the point of escaping my own room because of a flick on the ear. It felt embarrassing, but the fear I had felt at that moment was real, and I could not hide it. After the laughter faded and I sat quietly again, my mind went back to something I already knew but had pushed to the back of my thoughts. I remembered what Aunt Lynn had told us years ago about the backyard, about how that was the area where most of the entities in our house stayed, whispered, giggled, and moved around, unseen by ordinary eyes. Suddenly, everything made more sense. The fact that there had been no one physically outside the window, that nothing was stolen, and that the flick felt playful rather than violent, all pointed toward another possibility. Maybe it was not a human at all. Maybe it was one of those unseen residents, one of the spirits my aunt used to complain about, playing a prank on me because I was sitting there alone in the dark, with the window open, my head resting in such an easy position for someone to reach and tease. When that idea settled in my mind, a different feeling replaced part of my fear. I was still scared, of course, but there was also a strange acceptance. It was as if the house itself had introduced me personally to one of its invisible tenants, like it was saying, "See, I told you we're not alone here." From that day onward, whenever I looked out into the backyard from my window, especially at night, I always remembered that flick on my ear, and I tried to be more respectful and careful, reminding myself that maybe, just maybe, someone or something out there was looking back at me too. I am 20 years old now, but the things I am about to share feel as clear in my mind as if they happened yesterday, and sometimes I still get goosebumps when I think about them quietly at night. I was born and raised in the United States, and for as long as I can remember, the Philippines was the second home that I would fly to once or twice a year with my parents. It was familiar but also a little mysterious, full of stories about relatives I never met and places I only knew from short visits and family photos. Growing up between two countries gave me a strange feeling of always belonging in two worlds at once, and I guess, in a way, that feeling matches how I think about the world of the living and the world of spirits. Even as a kid, I liked listening to ghost stories, though I always preferred to call them spirits instead of ghosts. Somehow the word ghost sounded harsh and almost like an insult, while spirit felt more respectful and gentle. Deep inside, I believed that spirits were real, but I still tried to keep a part of my mind logical, telling myself that maybe what I felt or saw could just be my imagination or a trick of my memory. There were small things that happened when I was younger. Sometimes, out of nowhere, I would get this uneasy feeling that someone was standing behind me or watching me from the corner of the room, and when I would turn around, there would be nobody there. Other times I would suddenly smell something that reminded me of a blown-out candle, that faint smoky scent that hangs in the air for a few seconds after you pinch a flame, even though there were no candles anywhere near me. I always noticed those things, but I never fully said, "Yes, that is definitely something paranormal." It was easier to shrug and think, maybe I am just imagining things, maybe I am tired, maybe my senses are mixing things up. Over the years I had a few moments that felt strange, but I could still push them aside. Looking back, I feel like the two stories that really stuck with me and forced me to think seriously about spirits happened at two different times in my life. One while I was still in the States and one after we had moved to the Philippines, and together they draw a line between those two parts of my life. The first one happened in May of 2009, when we still lived in the US. At that time, our family life was pretty ordinary. It was just my mom, my dad, and me, and my younger cousins visited often. They were around 5 and 8 years old back then, full of energy, always talking and laughing, often making a mess and then pretending they had nothing to do with it. I can still picture the layout of our house, especially the dining and kitchen area because that is where this happened. It was dinner time. My dad was sitting at the main dining table, eating quietly like he always did after a long day of work. My two little cousins were not at the big table with him, Instead, they were seated at their tiny SpongeBob SquarePants kiddie table nearby, with their small plates and cups, happily focused on their food and their own little world. I was moving around the kitchen area, preparing more food for my dad, getting things from the cabinets, and making sure everyone had what they needed. My mom was in my bedroom at that time, using the computer, so it was just us in the kitchen and dining area, my dad, my cousins, and me. I remember I was barefoot that evening, which is important, because when you are not wearing slippers or socks, you can feel immediately if the floor is wet, sticky, or cold. The tiles in our kitchen were always a little cool under my feet, but I could definitely tell when there was even a drop of water, so I know I did not step on anything wet before the strange thing happened. I walked over to the cabinet where we kept the cups and glasses. It was above the counter, and I reached up, opened it, and got a cup for my dad. I was standing right in front of that cabinet for a short while, focused on what I was doing, and the floor under my feet felt completely normal, cool, solid, and dry. Nothing unusual. Then I turned away from the cabinet to walk back towards the table or the counter. I am not sure which exactly, just that I took a step away from that spot. The moment I moved, not even a full second later, I heard a very clear splash, the unmistakable sound of water hitting a hard surface. It was sharp and loud enough that it made me stop immediately and turn around. I looked at the exact spot where I had been standing just a second ago, and there it was, a puddle of water on the floor, right in the middle of the tiles, in a round shape roughly the size of a steering wheel. I froze for a moment, confused. The first thing my brain tried to do was find a normal explanation. Did I knock over a glass of water without noticing? Did I spill something from the counter? Did my cousins throw water at me as a joke? But as I looked around, none of those things made sense. The counters were dry. There was no glass lying on its side, no cup at the edge, nothing dripping. I glanced at my cousins at their SpongeBob table, and they were still sitting there, eating and looking at me with wide eyes, as surprised as I was. My dad was at his seat, focused on his food. Nobody had moved. It felt like the water had appeared out of nowhere. I stepped closer and examined the puddle more carefully. It was not spreading anymore. When water is freshly spilled, it usually moves out slowly, crawling between the lines of the tiles or forming little streams. But this puddle just sat there, still and settled, as if it had been there for a while. There was no trail of water leading to it, no indication it had dripped down from the cabinet or splashed from the sink. It was just a round patch of liquid on the floor, sitting in a place where, just seconds before, there had been absolutely nothing. Instinctively, I lifted my head and checked the ceiling in case there was a leak or condensation dripping out of something. I ran my fingers along the bottom of the cabinet and the edges of the counter. Everything was completely dry. No pipes above that area, no open container, nothing. I even looked at the sink, just in case somehow water had jumped from there, but it was too far and all the surfaces in between were clean and dry. It would have made more sense if I had found even one wet spot between the sink and the puddle, but there was nothing. My cousins, being little kids, were quick to tease. They started saying things like, "Oh, you spilled something," in that playful, blaming tone children use when they think they caught you doing something wrong. But deep inside, I knew for sure that I had not spilled anything. I had not even touched any water. And on top of that, there was something strange about the puddle itself. The water was not clear. It was slightly yellowish, like there was something mixed in it, but it was not urine or juice or any drink I recognized. The smell was faint, almost unnoticeable, but it did not smell like anything familiar either. It just looked wrong for normal water. I grabbed some paper towels, knelt down, and wiped it up while still trying to understand what had happened. My bare knees pressed against the cold tiles, and I could feel the wetness soak into the paper as I pressed down. Still, while I cleaned it, the same thought kept circling in my mind. I was just standing here and there was nothing, and then I walked away and heard a splash. Once the floor was dry, I stood up, threw the wet paper towels away, and tried to act normal in front of my dad and cousins, but I could not shake off the feeling that something strange had just taken place. A few minutes later, or maybe right after, I went to my room where my mom was still on the computer. I told her the whole story from beginning to end, how I had been barefoot, how I knew the floor was dry, how the puddle appeared out of nowhere, how there was no leak or spilled glass, and how the water looked slightly yellow. As I finished talking, I watched her face, expecting her to look confused or dismissive, because she is usually skeptical when it comes to anything paranormal. But instead, she looked down at the calendar on the desk beside her, staring at the date for a moment. Then she looked back up at me and gave me a small, knowing smile. "Did you know today is your Lolo's birthday?" she asked gently. In our language, Lolo means grandfather. The name hit me harder than I expected. I felt a wave of chills run up my spine, starting from my lower back and crawling up to my neck. My grandfather, my mother's father, had died about 17 years earlier when I was only around 3 years old. I have a few faint memories and stories about him, but I never really knew him. He passed away when I was still too young to understand death. I knew from everything my mom told me that he had been a kind man, and I always liked to think he was in peace wherever he was. Hearing that the strange thing with the water happened on his birthday made my mind spin. Was it just a coincidence? Was it some weird leak I just could not find? Or was it him, somehow making his presence known in a small but undeniable way? The yellowish water in the middle of the floor, appearing without a source, the way it splashed exactly when I stepped away, and the timing with his birthday, all of it made me wonder if he was trying to get our attention, maybe to say, "I am here, I have not forgotten you." Part of me wanted to believe that, because there was something comforting about the thought of my grandfather still being close to us. But another part of me was afraid to accept that explanation fully, because if I did, it would mean admitting that spirits really were interacting with us in our everyday lives. So I kept the experience in a special box in my mind, between belief and doubt, and continued with my life. The second big experience came later, in April 2011, after my parents retired and we moved back to the Philippines. Our house in the Philippines felt very different from the one in the States. The air was warmer and more humid, the sounds of the outside world were different, with tricycles, dogs, vendors, and sometimes the wind pushing through the trees. Our house there had a different layout, and my room was on an upper floor. During the day I loved being there, but at night it could feel a bit too quiet in certain parts. I was around 18 then. That night, it was about 10 in the evening. I was in my room sitting on my bed with my laptop open, probably browsing the internet, or watching something to pass the time. The door to my room was half open, not fully shut but not wide open either, so if someone passed by in the hallway I could hear them and maybe see a small part of them through the gap. The light in my room was on, and the rest of the house outside my door was dimmer, that kind of late-night stillness when most of the sounds are softer. My little dog was with me, lying next to me on the bed. He is not the type of dog who barks at every little thing. In fact, he is very quiet and barks only when there are strangers or something unusual. That is why I always pay extra attention when he makes a sound. For a while, everything was peaceful. The only sounds were the faint hum of the electric fan, the clicking of my keyboard, and maybe some distant noise from outside the house. Then, out of nowhere, I heard a woman's voice coming from the direction of my half-open door. It was a gentle voice, not loud and not angry. It sounded like someone trying to get my attention in a playful or soft way. The voice said, "PSSSD. Beck," using my nickname. The way she said it was very familiar, like someone who knew me and wanted me to look at her. My first reaction was simple. I thought it was my mom. The tone, the way the voice called me, felt like how my mom would call me when she wanted to ask me something without raising her voice too much. I almost answered, "Yes, Ma," but then I paused, because a very important detail hit me like a bucket of cold water. My mom was not in the country. She had flown abroad and was out of the Philippines for that whole month. She could not possibly be standing at my door calling me. The realization arrived in my mind at the same time my dog reacted. As soon as the voice said, "PSSSD. Beck," my dog's head snapped towards the door. His ears perked up, his body stiffened, and then he started barking, loud and sharp, the same kind of bark he uses when a stranger comes inside the house. His barking confirmed what my ears had heard. If it had just been me, I might have tried to convince myself it was just my imagination or a memory of my mom's voice echoing in my head. But dogs do not imagine human voices. He heard it too. That scared me more than the voice itself. I stood up slowly, my heart beating faster, and walked towards the door. I pushed it open a bit more and looked into the hallway. There was nobody there. The hallway was empty, quiet, and still. I walked out and checked the nearby rooms. My dad was in his own room, and I did not hear his door open or close around that time. Our maid's room was downstairs, and when I peeked later, she was fast asleep. There was no one who could have been at my door at 10 in the evening calling my name in that gentle voice. I told myself to let it go and not obsess about it. Maybe I was tired. Maybe the sound came from the television of a neighbor. Maybe it was a memory playing tricks on me. I tried to calm down, comforted myself with small logical guesses, and moved on, trying not to think about it too much. But just a few days later, something else happened, again in my room, around the same time in the evening. That night I was once again on my bed with my laptop, doing almost the same thing as before. The door was also half open, and this time my dog was not with me. For some reason, I suddenly had the feeling that someone was standing just outside in the hallway, as if there was a presence on the other side of the opening. It was not a sound, not a smell, just a strong, quiet sense that I was not alone. I turned my head towards the doorway, hoping that it was just the maid coming up to ask me something or bring something to my dad. I stared at the doorway for a few seconds, watching the part of the hallway that I could see through the gap. Then I saw it, a figure in a white shirt walking past my door, heading towards my parents' bedroom, which was right next to mine. The person moved at a normal walking pace, not in a hurry and not creeping slowly. It looked so casual, so ordinary, that in that moment I barely reacted. I was used to seeing someone in the hallway now and then, so it felt normal. I noticed the white shirt clearly but did not pay attention to the face, the hair, or anything else, because my brain just assumed it was the maid or even my dad leaving his room for a second. It was like when you see someone walk by in your house and you do not study them because you think you already know who they are. I shrugged it off and went back to my laptop. But after a few minutes, something bothered me. I realized that I had not heard my parents' bedroom door open or close. Their door makes a distinct sound when it moves, a small click and a rough sliding noise, and that is always noticeable. That night I did not hear anything at all. The more I thought about it, the more it felt strange. Finally, my curiosity pushed me to check. I got up from my bed, stepped out of my room, and went straight to my parents' room. I knocked and then went in. My dad was inside, relaxing as usual. I asked him, "Did you leave your room earlier? Did you pass by my door just now?" He looked at me a little confused and answered that he had not gone out at all, that he had been in his room the whole time. I nodded slowly, trying to hide the uneasiness growing inside me. Then I went downstairs to check on the maid. I found her in her room, fast asleep. I woke her gently and asked her if she had gone upstairs or passed by my room that night. She looked drowsy and surprised and said no, she had been sleeping. That was when fear really sank in. My mind replayed what I had seen, a figure in a white shirt walking past my bedroom door at 10 at night, and yet both the people who could have been that figure told me they had never left their rooms. And there had been no sound of any door. I went back to my room, but I did not feel the same way about it anymore. My own bedroom, which was supposed to be the safest place for me, now felt like the stage for something I did not understand. The memory of the voice calling, PSSSD, Beck, and my dog barking, combined with this silent figure in a white shirt, made me seriously think that there was indeed a spirit in the house that chose to show itself near my door. After that, I started avoiding my room at night. Actually, even before these things happened, I did not always sleep there. To save on electricity, especially for the air conditioning, I usually slept in my parents' room at night because it was more practical to cool one room for all of us than cool multiple rooms. So my room was more like a daytime space where I studied, used my laptop, or spent time alone. But after those two experiences so close together, I became uncomfortable being alone in there at night, especially around 10 in the evening when both events had happened. I started to prefer sitting in the living room or staying downstairs with other people until it was time to sleep in my parents' room. Even when I did use my room at night, I kept the door wider open and turned on more lights, as if light alone could keep the strange presence away. Little things continued to happen from time to time. There were moments when I would suddenly smell the scent of a blown-out candle again, that soft smoky smell that really has no reason to appear if nobody is burning candles. Sometimes, when I was lying on my bed, I would feel a light sprinkling on my skin, like tiny drops of water falling on me even though there was no leak from the ceiling and no open windows for rain to come through. On other days, I would see a door that I knew I had double locked suddenly standing open when I looked away for just a few minutes. I would lock it carefully, check it twice, then go do something else, and when I turned back, it would be slightly open again, as if someone who did not know how locks work had tried to pass through it. If any of these things had happened just once, I might have blamed my own carelessness or told myself it was a random coincidence. But what really made me think deeper was the timing. Every time I checked the date after something strange happened, it seemed to match an important date connected to someone who had passed away, like a birthday or a death anniversary. The weird part is that I am not the kind of person who memorizes those dates. I had never met some of these relatives before they died, and I did not keep track of their birthdays, or the exact day they left this world. Yet somehow, I would experience something odd, then later find out from my mom or another relative that it was the birthday of an ancestor, or the death anniversary of someone in the family. It was like the spirits were using these gentle but noticeable signs, voices, reflections, smells, water, unlocked doors, to remind me that they were still there, still part of our story, even if their bodies had already gone. I still cannot say with 100% certainty what each event means. I do not know if the puddle of yellowish water was my Lolo saying hello from the other side, or if the soft voice calling my name was a protective presence trying to comfort me, or if the figure in the white shirt was just passing by without any desire to harm or scare me. What I do know is that these things felt real and that they happened in ways that are very hard to explain with simple logic. They left marks on my memory that feel deeper than ordinary dreams or random thoughts. And so here I am, someone who has always loved listening to ghost stories, now carrying my own stories that I cannot completely explain, stories that make me believe that the world of spirits and the world of the living are closer than we think, and that sometimes, on quiet nights or meaningful dates, that thin line between us and them becomes just a little bit easier to cross.